Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
I don't really like talking about these people because they infect my mind and I start to relate shit in my real life to these freaks on the internet. I try to just save it all for one day and then I just blow it all out. You know what I mean?
Today's big question, which is, how often should you wash your towels? Ted in Wisbeck has been in touch. I don't use towels. I use a hairdryer set on cool. It takes a bit longer, but it feels lovely. And I finish off with a little talc for my testes and bum. Lovely stuff.
Sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. I think I found it now. What I've been looking for. Isn't it beautiful? It's got my head all up in the clouds. I think I found it now. Everything I want might be a miracle. Sunshine, I got sunshine, I got sunshine. I gotta let you know, it's so incredible. I'm finally letting go. Up, up and away, yeah we go. I found my flow, right on time, and now I know what it feels like to shine like gold. Sunshine.
Just gotta give me a sec. Getting my shit together. just gonna have to wait a little bit longer. I my coffee exploded. The glass exploded. All in my face. Cut my hand. So and the coffee everywhere. So I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, mic was turned down. Coffee exploded. My glass exploded. I took it out of the mic. It all exploded. Fucking. So I'm just trying to clean it up. So you're just gonna have to wait a little bit longer, I'm afraid. And I'm gonna have to find a new glass and make a new fucking coffee and clean up all this blood. Yay! Fucking awesome. Hey, Dom.
Very rich. Yeah. Can we address? Can we have like a moment of mourning? Was that your favorite cup or glass?
Yeah, it's the last one as well.
Oh,
It's the last one of its kind.
I'm sorry sorry for your loss.
Fucking hell, man. I wasn't expecting it. It scalded my face as well.
That's
Side of my fucking face is stinging like fuck. Because it's. Don't trust the microwave, man. Just don't trust the microwave. I said it on the normal, like there are no numbers for the first 5 minutes. It's just little marks, right? So I said it at the normal mark, about 3 minutes, and I even pulled it out 20 seconds early, and for some reason it had superheated it, and the coffee was boiling. I should have noticed that when not taking it out. But I brought it out, and I don't know, it all happened really quickly. My finger, it burnt my finger, and it slipped. And then as soon as it slipped, it just exploded. The coffee went fucking everywhere, all over my face. It actually didn't go on, it went more on my feet. I've got fucking sticky feet now. But all on the side, this is all stinging on the side of my head. And I think I cut myself picking it up rather than when it exploded. But yeah, just was not expecting that. I'm not expecting how much it's stinging, how much my fucking face is stinging.
Do you have any petroleum jelly? Oh, sorry, garbage.
No, I just say fuck coffee for the moment. I'll go to apple juice. Ugh. So, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. It's a snow day here.
So, a slow day then.
Snow. S-N-O-W.
Yeah.
Snow, yeah.
Yeah, but does that make it a slow day because it's a snow day?
I get to hang out as long as I want with you today.
You're snowed in. Did they close the school today? You're snowed in.
For me, for work, because it's about a 2-hour drive to go to work, and the more north I go up, the more snow there'll be. So it's a no day to go to work.
Burnt your tackle, Jesus. Yeah, it is actually surprising me how much my face is stinging. Like, it's not serious burns. It's not like I got 3rd-degree burns or something, but that was really, like, it was pretty much boiling coffee. So it's stinging like hell. Callum, all right, mate? How you doing? I think the link is pinned. It's not. Let me pin it.
Do you have a wet cloth, Richie, just to put on it for a bit?
A wet cloth?
A wet cloth or some petroleum jelly or something, just to, help your skin a little bit more.
No.
Okay.
No.
Tough it out then.
I'm just gonna tough it out. Yeah, that's generally what I always do. If I, yeah, it just stings, man. I'd be able to feel if it was something really serious that I had to worry about. It's not. It's just stinging. It's all right. My hand actually is nice and cool. That is actually quite cool. Yeah, but anyway, so I wasn't expecting. It normally takes a lot longer to get somebody up, so I was going to be playing a video.
Go ahead.
That I just
Go ahead,
watched.
Richie. Go ahead,
My friend, who I've never met, But I'd definitely be friends with her, man. She's cool. She's funny. Marina. This is about autism, right? Everybody's bloody autistic now, aren't they? Right? And it seems this spectrum of autism, that I've even considered the possibility that maybe I was somewhere on the spectrum, and that's why, I felt so different when I was younger and shit.
The story goes like this. You realize you're autistic or ADHD, and suddenly your entire life makes sense. All those moments you felt broken, all the times you didn't fit in, all the exhaustion from trying to be normal, it wasn't your fault. You were disabled all along.
The ability to show comments on stage again is back today, by the way.
The narrative is spreading everywhere. Support groups, awareness pages, well-meaning therapists. They tell you that understanding your disability is the first step to getting the help you need. But what if the framework itself is the problem? What if calling logical thinking a disorder is the actual pathology? My intuition is that the autism spectrum today functions as a garbage bin where the system throws everyone who doesn't fit the template of a domesticated human. Those who are too intelligent and independent are labeled as having a mild form to keep them under control and managed. We are not going to address the so-called severe forms here. We don't actually know what they are, whether it's truly a spectrum, a total sensory collapse from environmental violence, or something fundamentally different. But for those who function but don't fit, the message is clear. Your logic is your defect. Let's examine what's really happening when the system labels you defective for refusing to participate in lies. Someone asks you, "How do I look?" The neurotypical response is automatic. "You look great!" No analysis, no hesitation. Just the expected output. But let's walk through what happens in a logical mind. Who am I to evaluate another person's appearance? By what standard? They're asking me for an objective judgment, but they haven't provided any criteria. My opinion is inherently subjective. Why would they want it? Actually, they don't want my opinion. They want validation. If I give them validation based on a lie, I am participating in a manipulation. What is the actual goal of this exchange? The neurotypical person sees a social ritual, play along. The autistic person sees a logical impossibility, cannot participate without lying. The system calls it a social deficit. But wait, who is being illogical here? The person who asks for objective judgment but wants validation, or the person who automatically produces a lie for social comfort? This is not a deficit. This is fucking precision. Here's a classic example. A teacher asks a student, "Can you open the window?" The neurotypical kid opens the window. They understood the implied request. The autistic kid answers, "Yes." They answered the question asked. The system says the autistic kid doesn't understand social cues. The reality is simple. The autistic kid understood the question literally. Words should mean what they mean. Consider other examples. Break a leg means good luck. Why not say good luck? We should get together sometime, which means absolutely nothing, just a polite way to end a conversation. Let me know if you need anything.
We should get together. Yeah, I should do that. I'll try.
Which actually means don't contact them. The door is always open, which means don't actually show up. Mi casa es su casa My home is your home, classic social ritual phrase. They say it to be polite. They don't mean it literally. If you show up with your luggage, they'll be shocked. I did it once. Literal thinking gets framed as a deficit. But if words don't mean what they say, communication breaks down. The autistic person requires clarity. Say what you mean what you say. You remember Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory. The show consistently mocks him for literal truth-telling, logical consistency, inability to lie, even for social comfort, seeing through social conventions, questioning everything, demanding evidence, pattern recognition. The audience laughs because he's socially awkward, because he doesn't get it. But here's the thing. Most of the times, he's right. When he corrects people, he's factually correct. When he insists on logic, logic is on his side. When he doesn't understand social games, it's because the games are illogical. The system mocks him to send a message. If you think like this, you'll be ridiculed, conform, or be laughed at. This isn't comedy. This is social programming. The message is clear. Don't be like Sheldon. Don't
Absolutely, Callum. You should never say good luck in the theatre. You should know that if you worked in the, because you worked in the theatre. It's break a leg. Break a leg. If you're going to go and perform, break a leg. I've never quite got that. I guess it's somewhere. It's logical that if you say good luck, then people are going to have a bad luck. So if you say break a leg, then they're not going to break their leg. I don't know. It's
think too logically. Don't ask why. Play along. I don't know whether I should be labeled autistic or not, but this is probably the reason why I never became religious. I was introduced to Christianity when I was 10 or 12 years old. It was right after the USSR fell apart and religion suddenly became popular. I've read the Bible, participated in some events, even attended a Sunday school, carefully listened to everything they said, but somehow I was just not convinced.
Dom. There's a certain element of society. It comes from London, really. It's a London term. Be lucky, son. They don't say good luck. They say be lucky.
Something didn't add up there. Studies also demonstrate that autistic people reason more logically than their neurotypical counterparts. They show more logical consistency in decision-making. They're less susceptible to cognitive biases, less affected by framing effects, better at pattern recognition. Autistic individuals perform 40% faster on Raven's progressive matrices, a pure pattern recognition test. They're less vulnerable to the conjunction fallacy. They focus on facts over emotions. This is not a deficit. This is superiority in logical thinking. But the system calls it a disorder. Why? Because logical thinking threatens control. Let's look honestly at what passes for normal communication. In the workplace, we're a family. You're not a family. This is a control mechanism. Be a team player means suppress individual thinking. In social situations, smile when you're angry, agree when you disagree, pretend interest when you're bored. White lies everywhere. In hierarchy, respect authority even when authority is incompetent. Follow rules even when rules are illogical. Because I said so, no explanation required. All of this requires lying. The autistic person sees these lies, not because of poor social skills, because they see too clearly and cannot participate in bullshit. Many autistic people just can't stand fake people. This is not a preference. This is a physiological response. When someone says one thing but thinks another, smiles while being hostile, pretends agreement while secretly opposed, acts nice while manipulating, the logical brain detects inconsistency. Data doesn't match. Error cannot process. This creates real stress. The neurotypical brain recognizes this as normal social behavior and ignores the contradictions. The autistic brain recognizes contradiction and cannot ignore it. This makes you literally sick. The system calls this sensory overload or social anxiety. The reality is cognitive honesty refusing to accept lies. There's a quote from one of my viewers that captures this perfectly. Normal now is being able to dissociate from your body so you can sit for 8 hours, ignore tension and pain, tolerate fluorescent lights, itchy polyester clothes. The definition of normal is the ability to dissociate, to disconnect from physical reality, to ignore what your body is telling you. The autistic person cannot do this. For me, this is absolutely not a sign of being defective. This is a sign they're still connected to reality. Research confirms that autistic people consistently ask why. The system frames this as difficulty accepting authority, oppositional behavior, or rigidity. This is just critical thinking. If a rule is arbitrary, why follow it? If authority is wrong, why obey? If an explanation doesn't make sense, why accept it? Because that's how it is, it's not an argument. The autistic person needs causal explanation, not because they're defiant, because they're logical. A leads to B because of C. Show me C. This is scientific thinking. This is exactly how research works. But in school, at work, in families, this gets called a problem. When autistic people try to pass as neurotypical, they describe it as exhausting. This makes sense when you understand what they're actually doing. They're continuously monitoring their face for the right expressions, calculating appropriate responses instead of giving honest ones, suppressing physical discomfort, performing emotions they don't feel, pretending not to see lies they clearly see. This is not social interaction. This is continuous cognitive labor. It's maintaining a performance while your brain is screaming about inconsistencies. This is the recipe for chronic burnout, the same pattern that breaks people in any field where you invest everything and get no return. The burnout cycle.
There's a lot of people signed off, and with mental issues, like, and we and people that do just seem to burn out, like, but you wouldn't necessarily think that they're autistic. Maybe they're not autistic, but they're still seeing. Maybe they're just, neurologically exhausted by all the bullshit that they're deliberately ignoring.
Autistic people describe work for months, crash for weeks, repeat. This is not a symptom of autism. This is the result of prolonged cognitive dissonance. The system demands you participate in things your brain recognizes as false. Eventually, the system breaks you, and then it tells you that you were broken all along. Gifted children display specific characteristics: intense focus on their own interests, constantly asking why, seeing inconsistencies, questioning authority, asynchronous development, sensory sensitivity during developmental phases, what researchers call overexcitabilities. These traits historically produced geniuses. Newton, Tesla, Einstein all exhibited these characteristics. Today, these same children get labeled autistic because their traits threaten the system. Research shows that gifted kids
Einstein wasn't fucking autistic or a genius.
are systematically misdiagnosed as autistic. Higher IQ actually delays autism diagnosis because these folks compensate better, mask more effectively. But eventually the system finds a way to pathologize them. A study found that individuals with IQ of 120 or above were over 5 times more likely to be diagnosed after age 6 compared to those with lower IQ scores. They were twice as likely to be diagnosed in adulthood. Their cognitive style didn't match the template, so eventually they got labeled. I spent my entire life convinced I was stupid, despite the fact that tests kept showing a weird number 140. Now people will tell you IQ tests are controversial, flawed, and biased. And sure, they have limitations, but here's what I noticed. My partners usually were narcissists, psychopaths, and manipulators, and they seemed brilliant because they manipulated so skillfully lied so convincingly, played power games with expertise. I was surprised when they scored below 90 on these supposedly meaningless tests. This created cognitive dissonance for me. How could someone who seems so intelligent score so low? Because IQ tests don't measure social manipulation ability. You can be brilliant at
Because IQ tests don't measure intelligence. That's pretty basically what that means. IQ test doesn't measure intelligence. It measures your ability to think logically. Intelligence involves other, like, emotional intelligence is a huge part of it. So IQ tests don't test your emotional intelligence. And your emotional intelligence might allow you to manipulate.
manipulation and barely functional at logic. The system calls you successful. You can be brilliant at logic and terrible at manipulation. The system calls you disabled. Guess which one actually threatens power structures? Simon Baron Cohen, the autism researcher at Cambridge, analyzed historical figures. Isaac Newton, extreme social isolation, couldn't accept criticism, no intimate friends, forgot to eat when working, rigid routines, obsessive focus that excluded everything else. Albert Einstein, delayed speech development, socially withdrawn, ignored social conventions and hierarchies, intense special interests, described as living in his own world. Nikola Tesla, extreme sensory sensitivity, couldn't touch certain textures, obsessive routines, multiple phobias, social isolation, visualized complete inventions in his mind. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, repetitive behaviors, impulsive actions, hyperactivity, extraordinary memory, difficulty with sustained attention on tasks that didn't interest him. All of them would receive autism or ADHD diagnosis today. All of them produced innovations that changed the world. Same traits. Dead historical figures get called geniuses. Living threats get called disabled. Research shows that genes associated with ADHD have been decreasing in frequency for thousands of years. These genes correlate with hyperfocus, impulsivity, exploratory behavior. In hunter-gatherer societies, these traits provided survival advantages. Spot predators from peripheral vision, find new food sources, explore unknown territory, innovate solutions to problems. Agricultural and industrial systems need different things. Sit still for hours, perform repetitive tasks, follow orders without question, suppress curiosity,
Be a robot.
conform to schedules. Those who cannot do these things get eliminated, not through natural selection, but through systematic suppression. This isn't evolution. This is domestication. The system is breeding out cognitive independence. Those who resist get labeled disabled. The study suggesting this selection pressure began 35,000 years ago might be incorrectly dated. Genetic dating methods can be off by a factor of 3. If the actual time frame is around 10 to 12,000 years, that aligns perfectly with the agricultural revolution. The point stands either way. I am the pathological one, too. I design leather bags, but I hate making the same bag twice. I do my own analysis because I see no point in repeating someone else's ideas. I wanted to become an inventor when I was little. This is the 7R type of the DRD4 gene manifesting, which is the novelty-seeking gene, the pattern that produces innovation. The system needs repetition. Make the same product 1,000 times. Follow the same procedure every day. Consume existing content, don't create new ideas. Accept established knowledge. Don't investigate from new angles. The person who cannot do this, who needs to create and explore and invent, they get called disordered. But every significant innovation in human history came from people like this. People who couldn't just accept what already existed, who had to make it new, make it better, see it differently. This
I just want to say quickly, right, because I was just thinking about when she's talking about order, right? And order and disorder, and order is not necessarily a good thing, right? But in a functioning society, you need it. In a functioning, in a functioning community, you need order. Because if everyone's disordered, the community's not going to function, is it?
It validates rulers.
But I think that's why hierarchy is something, it's an unavoidable. There's something natural about hierarchy, because everyone's at a different stage, right? Everyone's in a different place as to how particularly at the moment, right? As to how capable they are.
You have chaos when you can't trust that hierarchy. So a lot of people are really wavering when they say, and most of them can't even really be honest by saying, do I trust things, like in this case, governments? I can trust if all of a sudden I'm across a lion and I go inwards. And it might be the hierarchy when it comes to the food chain command. But I have to go inwards. But for a lot of people, if they don't go inwards, they don't even know what trust is anymore. So people are aimlessly following rulers.
Well, I think the worst thing is that people do know what trust is, and they just completely ignore the fact that they cannot trust the ones that are leading them.
Well, that, like I said the trust is inwards. There's something that you can always trust inwards, but most people are too busy being distracted outwards. You could validate outwards, but with that inward trust. But if you have never put that awareness into practice, which a lot of us have put it in practice, they just don't see how it works in all situations.
But the ones that have been unable to do it, it's like they because when they've gone inward, what's the answer that's come back has been contradictory to what they're being told, and so they ignore that cognitive dissonance, and they go with the people that they know they can't trust, but they're the leaders, so they're
materialists at that point. They think whatever I can see with my senses. I said, okay, so you're going to ignore something that's with you all the time in exchange where you could easily ignore the outside stuff. Take one or the other, but challenge them both. And this is why when they put labels on people, I'm an autistic person, I'm a narcissist, I'm a Virgo. Those are all labels, and then people try to fit in. You built it, they'll come. Are you really autism? Are you really ADHD? And then they give you all the parameters. These are all the symptoms. Really? And then on top of that, maybe give me some pharmaceutical medicine for it. That's all conditioning.
That also, like, listing these symptoms of autism helps those people that they feel there's something wrong with them. And they feel, they feel different, but they're just looking for, they're looking for a label to fit under. Mm-hmm. So they self-diagnose themselves. The thing is with self-diagnosis, there's people that self-diagnose and they're doing it sensibly, and there can be accurate self-diagnosis, right? And then there's that element of society that just desperately wants to be part of something.
That's called behavior. Now, if we did a test on tribal people, then we'd realize why don't they have any of those symptoms? Because people forget you're eating other people's foods and you're in their environment. So some of the side effects is all of these other things that people say. Yeah, you got ADHD. You're neurodiversion. There you go. There's some more programming going on, but they'll never question their environment and the foods that they eat. Especially when we're living in a civilization where they try to give you biology. Well, this is what the property of K is, or property of vitamin D. Most people just don't have right now, Richie, comprehension. They're getting information, but they don't have comprehension yet. Now, it might be hard the way I'm speaking, but if they truly challenge themselves, they realize, oh, okay, Dom, you're just telling me a given. Yeah, there you go. Like even when she
System
said
is trying to eliminate.
Even when she said
No, go on.
35,000 years, if you're putting in the contents as a belief, because she can't prove that, but she'll peddle it, and that's a belief
Well-
at that point.
Yeah, she's accepting that paradigm.
And if she
I
did,
think
she can't prove it.
I mean, no, I'd love to have a chat with her actually, because if we're honest about science and about history, scientific analysis of history, like dating, the way carbon dating and all of that, it's all flawed. It's not the way they date things is not it's not an accurate way to date things. You can't date stone, and the way they're dating these these monuments and stuff, it's bullshit. They can't prove anything that they've told us. We just accept it because they're scientists, right? And they've run their tests, and they put it through machines and done fucking analyzed it, and they say, yeah, this means it must be from this area, this time, the Cretaceous period, the fucking but it's all, when you pick it apart, it's all flawed. So there's no you can't have any real confidence in it.
Richie, I guess that's where you get critical thinking. So some people will be stuck on they did or didn't go to the moon. So let's go with the idea that the science, whoever these people are, because I'll be the kind of person who'll say, give me a name. Generalization saying science is like saying religion. Let's say it's true what they're saying. It's 35,000 years. The next question a person should be asking themselves, if there's many other questions, how does it serve me to know that information? I'm a farmer. Why would I need to know that? This is where people become entertained. I'm being entertained with information, whether they're valid or not. How does it serve?
Critical thinking has always said to me, right from the very beginning, how is it that so much has happened in such a short space of time, and yet there were thousands of years beforehand where we apparently existed, but it took us thousands of years to get to the point where we were able to create rockets and technology and industry and all of these things, right? It never made sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Hear the word you said. It never made sense. So one of your senses have to engage it. Well, meanwhile, they're playing with our imagination. 1,000 years. Okay, so anybody here alive in 1,000 years will know. Anybody here has a chain of trust. You have your forefathers that you trusted your forefather. No, Don, we just have this written thing that we can manipulate at any given moment. And then people say, I don't trust the written work, but they'll read the Bible and the Quran and actually think that's the truth. Oh, interesting.
It's that has always confused me as well, right? Yeah. At the end of the day, you can say that there was this individual was inspired by God.
Could be. I'm with you on that.
Okay, we can say that.
But that's woo-woo for a lot of people. Inspired. What are you talking about? Go ahead, Rich.
But it's still subjective. It's still a subjective account of that inspiration, right? And it's a subjective expression of that inspiration. and yeah, so you
gotta
can't take that. How do you take that out of it? How do you take that out of the equation? How does anybody prove that that person's ego wasn't involved in any way, shape, or form in the writing of that document? Like,
It's called, sorry, Richard, it's called diarrhea of the mouth. You just keep talking about it, write about it. Next thing you know, people think, oh, it must be the truth. No, it's just a bunch of written information. And that guy's just yip-yapping for the sake of yip-yapping. How do you prove it? Like you said, how do you prove it? I have this book. Oh, okay, that's not proof. But hey, is it color pictures? At that point, I'm talking from a believer's point of view, because I got to believe it if I'm going to actually socialize with other people. Yeah, we went to the moon. No, we didn't go to the moon. Yeah, the Mandela effect is correct. Nah, maybe it's not. Maybe there's aliens. Okay.
all of it requires imagination.
Yes, and then we bring it down and we call it a belief. Because let's say I did know. Me and Richie met aliens. I have a shitload of questions because I know me enough. Where other people say, well, Dom, how can you prove it? I can just talk about it if you want. Yeah, but Dominic, I won't believe it until I see it. I said, at that point, you're knowing it. You're using one of your senses. But can your senses all be misled? I would say yes. I think all our senses, even though there's more than 5, could easily be misled.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think as well.
That's why when I tell people, what do you mean when you're saying making sense? You already know your senses could be misled. Oh, you don't know yet. Oh, okay.
I mean, you know, I guess I just like to think that it's all going to turn out for the best. In the end, it's all going to turn out for the best. You know,
you're a believer, Richie. You're a believer.
I'm just, yeah. I'm just believing that I can trust what my heart tells me, right? Mm-hmm. What my soul, what I feel inside, my instincts. I can trust them, and in the long run, in the final outcome, I don't have a bad feeling about that at all.
Mm-hmm. But the heart is inside, not outside. So it's an internal thing that you trust. But unfortunately, a lot of people think, yeah, but my heart, but it's not outside. But it's the outside world that we're going to actually misinterpret. I'm not saying it's a bad thing out there, but a lot of us are going to misinterpret it. There's wars going on throughout the world. How do you know there's no war going outside of my world? Well, they're telling me through a TV, they're telling you there's a war. Oh, you're a believer. Oh, my apologies.
Well, the thing is that in a way, that war is still happening. Even if the actual physical kinetic combat is not, isn't taking place on the scale that we've been led to believe or whatever, in the mind's eye of all the people that believe in the narrative, that believe what they're being told, in their mind's eye, and therefore in their experience, in their subjective experience of this reality, that war is happening. And I think that still means something, right? It doesn't actually, the same way that they don't need to create artificial intelligence, they just need to make everybody believe that they have. Because the consequences will be the same.
Well, let's go with the idea that your mind's eye, can pick up on that. It kind of is aware of all of that. Especially when people are peddling it externally, the question would be for them, how does it serve you to know whether or not it's true or not true that one country is being invaded by another country? Especially when most people don't realize, okay, what's going on in your own little community, let alone your own house. Well, I don't know. But yet you want to know what's going on somewhere else. Are you really knowing? Or are you hearing stories? Not to take away the fact that, again, there's some trust that has to be applied at that point. The people that are telling me these stories, are they trustworthy? Especially when you tell people politicians are reading from a script. While you actually think they're going home and writing those scripts? Maybe. Let's go with the idea maybe they are.
We were certainly led to led to believe that they were. And I think there definitely was a time in their career where they had to, right? So, like, you know, and it was early on in their education when they went to Oxford and shit, you know, and they had to give their speeches, their what's that thing that the Oxford boys do? You know, they have those debates and shit, don't they?
I don't know. Sorry, Richard.
But I think that's, you know, it's when they're in the lower levels that they have to actually do those things. And then once they get up to, yeah, like prime minister or president or whatever, they might well write their own script, and then somebody will come along and say, no, no, we've got your script, we've got your speech prepared for you.
I'll give you an example,
You'll
Richard.
read
People,
this.
yeah, people will hear things and they'll go in a direction, which can go many directions. You give me the child in the first 7 years, I'll show you the man. Most parents don't realize how much they're molesting their children. And when I use the word molesting, people like think about physical. I said, no, listen.
Yeah.
When you tell your child there's a Santa Claus or there's a truth fairy and all that, you're confusing the mind's eye. So at that point, they're losing trust with humanity, or they're being confused.
What we're doing is we're manipulating, right?
That's a good word.
Manipulating their perception, or we're manipulating their experience by creating things for them to perceive that don't exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we confuse them even more by saying religion is bad, because that's another story, and state is good. And then other people are going the opposite way, or they're talking about something else, science. The earth is flat or it's a globe. Oh, well, they give you the parameters and they'll let you play with it. And at the same time, you're going to oppose each other. I said, but are you not opposing within yourself? How does this serve whether the earth is flat or not? And how does this serve whether it's a globe or not? And has anybody gone high enough to confirm that? Well, nobody has gone high enough. So then what are you guys doing? You're peddling beliefs or perceptions or story.
What I've always said about that, right from the beginning, is that it doesn't matter what shape the earth is. Like I said, does it make a difference to how you behave? You know, how you act, how you are as a person, if the world's flat or if we live on a spinning globe. The only element of that could maybe make a difference in how you conduct yourself is knowing that you were created, not the result of an accident. So if you were created, then there was obviously a higher intention behind your being there, rather than just being there by pure fluke and not meaning anything. You're an insignificant speck of nothing on this great big fucking rock that's flying through space. And there's infinitely more possibility that there's more intelligent beings out there that make you even less important and even more insignificant, right? Whereas if we were created and this realm and everything in it was created by something with a higher or different intelligence that far exceeds our own, there's much more likely to be some sort of, there's an intention behind it. You were intended to be here. You were designed to be here. That makes it all completely different. That means that maybe you do mean something, you know? Maybe we're a lot more important than we realize.
And at that point, Richie, even though we can have those conversations, the atheists and the humanists would be up in arms. The Christians and the Muslim might entertain the idea that there's a higher source or power. The science people would say, but I was taught about the Big Bang. That's the divide and conquer, where can you entertain ideals, beliefs, that's just another way of saying beliefs, without actually getting up in arms? And how many people would not get in arms? Atheists are a funny bunch, but so are humanists, Christians, Muslims, nationalists. They're all a funny bunch. Because I said, why have you chosen to have a label? Oh, now we're going to become ADHD. Another funny bunch. I'm neurodivergent. I'm a narcissist. I'm a psychopath. Fuck the labels that we're giving each other. I love it. But I'm not trying to be attached to them. I already have the many I am. I'm Dominic. I'm an electrician. I'm a man. Those are other labels that I've chosen to take.
The trouble is with diagnosing people. We've all got really good at diagnosing people, and me particularly. You know, I can I've self-diagnosed, as in I have diagnosed myself in other people, traits of narcissism or pathology or whatever. Paula's here. Hey, Paula.
Hola, buenos dias. How
Big
How
is
you
hug.
doing?
everybody today?
Pretty good. Big hugs, Paula.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm being right now.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you're being.
Thanks, Paula.
That's it. Yeah, I'm doing this, but I'm being fine. My face is still stinging, actually. I
What'd
had
you do to make your face sting?
I had a big pint glass of very hot coffee basically explode when I pulled it out of the microwave, and I
So
got
you put the butter in with the
scalding hot.
coffee?
I got
Oh.
put the what?
So you put some sort of oil in with the coffee?
No. It's
No,
just a
just
coffee. It was just coffee with milk and condensed milk, and yeah, I just scalded my face a bit.
uh, made a steam bubble. And then when it got jostled, it exploded.
I don't think it was that bad of a scald. It wasn't as bad enough to give for it to blister or anything. There's not going to be any blistering. It's just maybe a little bit red, but it's just a bit. Yeah, it's all right. I'll be all right.
Well, that's good.
Bloody annoying though.
Yeah.
That was my last. It was the last. It was my favourite cup. It was the last one. I'm gonna have to buy a new bloody cup
Actually, Richie, I came up
to have another cup of coffee.
today not for the catnip because you said you actually shed some blood, and I thought, as a vampire, I should go up there.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
stop bleeding.
I was kind of listening in for a few minutes, and something you guys can look into is the CIA said a long time ago, when nobody knows what the truth is, our mission will be complete. And then if you put that in with the ID, what F, people who say that their motto is through deception we make war. What do you expect? Unless you go inside, you're not going to know a damn thing. You've got to connect inside.
I think, Paul, even in that, if a person doesn't question outside, then what would we be doing inside? If a person aimlessly trusts outside, they're going to aimlessly trust something inside. Not to say that inside is not being honest, but again, people should use critical thinking, deduction, whatever they want to do with that critical thinking. Also with feelings, but for a lot of folks, we've been trained to do the thinking process. So let's use that upper brain, truly challenge it the best you can, and then you can actually apply it inwards. But the deception for most people would be they don't question enough things. They'll question each other, they'll debate each other because they think they have the position of right and wrong. I said, put that aside. Play chess without worrying about winning or losing, or being concerned about winning or losing. Just play it for the game. Oh, I wonder why the pieces are the way they are. I wonder why they have a checkered board. Then you start questioning things. But for a lot of people, they've been kind of becoming, answer oriented. I have to have an answer. Well, then why even pursue it? Okay. Then you're not like a child then. Most children, unless they've been harmed, are very childlike. They like this to play. They're not worrying about, okay, if I play hard enough, I'll get a contract out of this.
So you're saying most people are lazy and undisciplined and don't think.
It could be, Paula. It could be. But that's for them to kind of like go inwards or at least question the outwards and say, okay, am I truly challenging these things? You know, people that debate that don't have a structure to the debate and they're trying to convince somebody else. I said, that's not debating. This is a bunch of people arguing with each other. You know, if I'm a third party and I'm hearing two people debating their views, I get to learn something new, but I don't expect one to change the other person. At that point, that's a weak-minded person, or at least they're weak in the fact that they think they have strength. To share. And once a person shares, let them figure out whether or not it's useful to them or not. But for most people, they go ahead, Bob. Sorry, Paula. Go ahead.
It's okay. I think process of elimination, which is basically nitty to discover what some semblance of truth might be. That's the only
Or
way I've found,
layered deceptions.
to
It could be layers
kind
of
of
deception.
decipher. Exactly. That's why you keep removing things by the process of elimination. This doesn't work. This doesn't function properly. This doesn't stand up to any sort of critical thinking, until you go down through the layers. It's like an onion. You got to peel the layers one by one. And that's
Well,
basically what neti is.
to deconstruct the system is to see how the system works. There's no truth in that. But even when I'm saying that, it's kind of erroneous. So if a person wants to understand how the system works, how to become a thief, how to become a politician, you're just trying to do deduction to figure out how it actually works. It's not because if a person goes in and thinking, well, I've already thought everything's either right or wrong, then you're not going to be able to truly fully neti. The deduction just means that you're going to get more layered to the foundation of that system. It's not about, okay, well, I deduct everything, therefore everything, whatever's left is truth. Hey, if that person goes in there thinking that at the beginning of before that journey, I'm looking for the truth, well, then you're not actually going to find the truth. Why? Because that's not what you're looking for. You say it. The system is already set up, whether it's a system of nature or civilizations. They're already set up. You just have to go inwards to find out, okay, so how does it serve me? At that point, that's where people talk about Satanism. And it's not a bad thing. It's just encouraging the me. It's not like as though I'm living inside of Paula or Richie. It's always about me. In my world, that's a given. It's always fun when I hear other people trying to peddle themselves. I said, are you trying to convince me of something of
I'm
yourself?
fucking muted.
Oh, go ahead, Richie.
I know you can hear me.
No,
No,
go ahead,
it's
Richie.
all right. I've been trying to talk now. I was thinking that's not like Don. That he normally stops, and then
I do.
just saw I was muted.
I usually do.
It does depend. It does depend what sort of Satanism it is. Like what's his name that wrote the book, the Satanic Bible. That's not actually about. Yeah, Anton LaVey. That's not about satanic rituals in the sense that like blood sacrifices and all that really nasty evil shit. It's more about just it's atheism, really, isn't it? It's about the self, not and they're not being a god.
Yeah, serving the self. That's why they say
So
that.
just
If you're serving yourself and only yourself, then you are your God, basically.
The thing is, so you can serve the self by doing good things. Like people can do good things, for bad reasons.
I had a conversation with a Satanist one time. He said, his premise was, if it feels good, do it. He says, well, what's the premise of Christianity? Because I was a Christian at the time. And I said, well, it feels good to do good. And that was the end of the conversation.
I guess, Paula, there's self-absorbed folks and then there's rationally selfish. Rationally and selfish, you consider others. Self-absorbed person, the question would be then, I don't need to be here then. Why? Because it's always about you. But how does that work in civilization when you need other people? That is when they become hypocrites. I get it. If you want to serve yourself, be all the power to you. But you should learn about know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? And even that, for me, the self is just the ongoing software. That's not who we are. But I get it. For people, if they go inwards, they'll realize I'm not the ego, I'm not the self. Okay. Now they might question it. I said, okay, so when you're about to challenge what I just said, have you truly challenged the energy behind those words? Well, not really. So then who are you really serving at that point? A confused self. And then they hide behind things. I'm a Rosicrucian. I'm a Mason. I'm like, whatever. You're going to do rituals next to? What are you going to do? You're going to drink blood, which is fine because there's energy behind that. No different if you want to drink gold. You know, it's when people self-profess to be something, I'm very suspicious. I'm a Christian. Interesting. I'm a Satanist. Interesting.
I think most
I'm
of the
kind
time,
of undecided.
I think most of the time it's said for the effect that you know because they know the power of the label, right? I'm a Christian or I'm a Satanist. They know the power of the label, and it's the desire to be put into boxes, to be labeled, to be part of a label.
I've gone through quite a few boxes in my time. You know, it was like heavy equipment operator. It's like firefighter, you know, waitress, mother, wife. You know, I've went through all these labels, and now I'm to a point in my life where it's like I don't exactly have a label, you know, and they call me senior citizen. It's like, what? You know, I don't feel like a senior citizen, you know?
You're not
And
65.
it's,
You got to be 65 in
no,
the
they,
UK to be a senior citizen.
well, I hear they start counting you as senior citizen at 55 for some ungodly reason. And then when you cross over 60, it's like, you know, they think you're totally fucking ancient or something.
Again, it only works if you think you're the body.
I'm not the
And I
body.
think
My
that's
mind,
I think
my
that's
mind
all
might be 30 years old. I don't know.
Again,
that's all part of the construct, isn't it? It's
yes, it
all
is. It's a con.
it's part of the construct. The construct has senior citizens in it and old people, and you know,
Yeah.
and old people need more help than and aren't as capable, and you're on your way out. You know, and it's all part of this construct for us to perceive what's going on.
A disposable society.
Well, we are
Disposable
disposable.
human beings.
Well, we're humans.
Yeah, but
I don't know about the being part, but the human part, yes. It'd be like saying to me, Paula, my socks now is 30 years old. They can get a pension. Really? Interesting. You're going to pay me for my socks? And that's the vessel. The vessel's aging, not us.
If you had a pair of socks that were 35 years old and they were still and they were still socks, and they're what are they fucking made of, man?
Wool.
I have socks that I've made that are like
See?
18, 19 years old that I've knitted.
Yeah. Think about all the material that we put on our bodies, and we forget. Should we have synthetic stuff on our body? Yeah, but Dom, it's what I eat. I said, and what you put on. But again, this is how we end up falling asleep, which is fine. You want to sleep, you want to doze, you want to do a power nap, fine. But eventually you got to wake up again and say, listen, how does the system work?
I don't worry too much about the whole clothes thing, because if like decent clothes, good clothes cost a lot of money. So, you know, most people are forced into wearing shit, polyester and crap, and you know, because it's all that is available. So there's no sense in worrying too much about that.
I'm not worrying, but it's about if people wore hemp and understood the. I know I joke about it when I say time release. The releasing of that material into your pores is by far more superior than if you smoke the stuff.
Yep. Yeah.
So that material
But
plays a role. Go ahead.
Right, and that's why they did their absolute best to demonize it and belittle it, and you know, it's not an industry. The hemp industry is not a huge industry in this world that we live in. It's
It used to be. The Hirsch, um, the Hirsch, like you remember Patricia Hirsch? It was her daddy, um, that owned a paper mill, and he got hemp demonized because newspapers were made out of hemp at one time. So, in order for him to um, enlarge his wood pulp industry and making paper out of trees, he basically got the government to
what that was.
outlaw
Wasn't
hemp.
that what's his name? Who had all the paper mills?
That was
involved.
Hirsch.
William Hirsch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember his daughter because she got kidnapped, and then the whole Stockholm syndrome thing started up, and that was an
I was
interesting
thinking,
time.
wasn't there a Benjamin something? Not Benjamin Franklin.
George Washington grew hemp.
Right, Washington. No. No, I'm thinking of like William Hirsch. That name, that it rings a bell. But I thought it was a different name that was part
Hughes?
of getting hemp demonized because of the threat that it posed to the paper industry, to the paper mill that the
I
paper
think that
mills
was
that
Hirsch
he owned.
Industries.
Right. Yeah,
I'm not
it's probably just
mistaken.
my
Somebody
brain.
Google it. Yeah,
It's
somebody
probably
Google
just
it.
my
Verify.
brain. Welcome to MacGyver. How you doing, bud?
Pretty good.
Hey,
How you
dude, how you
doing?
doing?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing this morning or this afternoon?
Not too bad, mate. Not too
Are
bad.
you a first timer, Mr. McIver? Are you a first timer?
Yeah, my
No,
first time on the
Mac's not a
panel.
first.
Yeah, I've never been here before.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah.
Let's
I just
see.
want
I've
to
been up
say,
since like
just quickly,
midnight.
you've been up since midnight.
Yeah,
Your circadian rhythm is completely
it's been fucked for a long time.
all over the place.
Yeah.
Callum, I brought this comment up earlier because I play Trestra Draw, right, and that really confused Cage when I played him, and I played it to stalemate. I could have won. Like I could have won like 3 or 4 moves before we stalemated. I could have won, and I know I could have won, but I wanted to play it to draw, and he couldn't. He just couldn't process that. So, what you saying, Mac?
Not much. I'm in the middle of a conversation, so go on. Talking about Patty Hearst and Stockholm syndrome and all that.
And paper mills, outlawing hemp, all that good stuff.
Oh, the hemp.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very versatile weed. Very versatile. You can do a lot of things with it. And that stuff's
Right,
easy to
we
grow.
should stop. We should stop calling it weed. One thing, it's not weed. Is it? It's like everything that they told us as weeds all have really beneficial properties to our health and everything.
So what should we call it? Herbal?
Mary Jane. Mary Jane.
Herbal. Herbal.
Sorry,
Yeah. I'm just getting my
dealing
coffee in.
with some communications outside. I've got to find out if I'm working tonight. Well, it was cancelled last night because of the weather. But I wanted the night off anyway last night, so it all worked out.
You have a weather job, whether you're going to work or not.
Yeah, because it's down by the beach, so if it's windy and cold, when the sun's gone down, nobody wants to hang around, you know?
No.
And the whole point is to get people to hang around and spend money.
Yep. Anyway, as far as textile goes, hemp is very versatile. Um, one person here grew hemp and they got laughed at, because they couldn't sell the hemp, and it's like they plowed it under, and I'm like, why didn't you tell me? Because I was learning about the process of processing flax, to make linen and, you know, to have some actual, hemp to, you know, to play with, to try to make something out of. Um, I was sad.
Shit, the list goes on. They can make dolls out of it. I mean, it just goes on.
Yeah,
So many things
I
you can
have
do with it.
flax. I have flax seeds so that,
It's not just
sooner or later I can
what
grow
you can
some.
do with it. It's not just what you can do with it. It's how quick it is, how fast it is to grow, like how
Yes.
much you can create with the minimal amount of effort.
Yeah, it grows like a weed.
Well, the processing with hemp is a little bit more complicated than the processing with flax, or at least in my opinion. Because flax, you're using the outer fibers of the plant, and flax, you're using the inner fibers.
Hemp is using the inner fibers.
Yeah, because I'm kind of a geek when it comes to fibers and, like, spinning with 17th century replica um, spindles and, just fun stuff. That's what I do for entertainment.
Yeah, my mom had one of those big wheels that she spun it and spun her what do you call it? Fabric into yarn, whatever string.
That's what I used to do for my nan on her spinning wheel. I used to spin the wheel for her into into stuff that because she used to knit all the time. She'd just buy a few great big huge sacks of wool from the I don't know where she got it from. My cousin worked on a farm and stuff, so I don't know if she was getting it from a local farm. But I used to sit there, and as soon as I was old enough to do it, and I saw her doing it, I wanted to do it. So she taught me how to spin.
Cool. That is really cool. I didn't have the money for a spinning wheel, so I don't have a wheel. And I don't know where I'd put it if I had one.
Yeah, they had the cotton gin that bring all the seeds and stuff out of the cotton, and you spin the cotton.
I have cotton seeds too, and I have spindles specifically for cotton.
There you go.
I know how to make the little ponies and
And you-
whatever.
And you got your sheep. You shear your sheep and use the wool to spin it too.
Wool is probably the easiest thing to spin. I have some alpaca, but I haven't washed it and tried it out yet. But a friend of mine sent me a whole box full, and it's like, cool. Do you realize how expensive that would be for me to buy?
And then it would spin the hemp also.
Alpaca, cool. Alpaca make good sweaters out of alpaca.
Yeah, I'm working on a pair of alpaca socks.
Too itchy.
What, alpaca? Alpaca's supposed to be hypoallergenic.
Yeah, alpaca. It's wool that's itchy.
Yep.
Wool is so itchy, man. Alpaca is soft, I thought.
Well, wool socks,
It's
after
like,
you wash them a couple times, they're not that bad.
Like cashmere.
So what is it saying when you're putting on
Cashmere's
certain?
goat. I'm sorry.
Say it again, Dom.
Sorry, Paula. I was saying, what is that saying when you're putting on certain material on your body and it's itchy? Keep in mind we have different blood types.
I don't know. For me, it was I thought it's because I just had sensitive skin, right? But it's only sensitive as far as itchy clothes are concerned. I'm not it's not, you know, I can put anything on my skin. I don't really I don't need I'm not hypoallergenic. I don't need to use hypoallergenic fucking shit, but wool and there's just some other stuff that's just itchy and feels rough and horrible on the skin.
So
But I
knowing
didn't
that,
know
then,
if that
Rich,
would be anything
okay,
to do with blood type.
okay.
I hadn't
So
thought of
no,
that being anything to do with blood type.
well, again, when people understand body consciousness, not every medicine is for everybody. So once you know what serves you, cotton might serve you more than some other material. Apples might serve you better more than oranges. People have been conditioned to thinking that all food serves everybody, and this is why the pharmaceutical
Yeah.
didn't really have to work hard at it. If your body's healthy, certain types of food are necessary. When your body goes into disease mode, different types of food is necessary. Think about an animal. An animal goes to the veterinarian. Oh, well, they don't go to a veterinarian, but they're taken to the veterinarian. Where some animals say, "Listen, just give me some grass." Why? Because I have to eat it and spit it out. A lot of people have forgotten how to communicate with themselves, or at least trust others that know that stuff.
Oh, when pet owners get pissed off, or
Gesundheit.
or when the cats eat the plants, or the dogs eating the grass, and they're like, oh no, you don't do that. But the dog knows, the cat knows that they need something in that plant that they're eating. There's something in there that their body needs. That's why they're eating it. They're not doing it to piss the owner off, or
Again, it's another thing.
because
Plants are medicine. That's what most plants are. They're medicine.
Supposedly wheatgrass and cats, it'll stimulate digestion.
Hmm. Yep.
that's another perception of ours that has been twisted. Like we think plants are just there to look at. The plant, have a nice bed, have a nice garden bed with all these lovely, beautiful plants in it that look really nice, but that's it. They're just there to look nice.
True. And my wife looks at it and goes, that's different types of teas.
Different types of what? Pardon me?
Teas. You can make teas out of a
Yeah, I
lot
mean
of different
that yeah, like roses. Take a big rose bud and a flower. You can make tea out of that, can't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people, we walk around all the different trees that we have, like they're just there for what? So animals can squat on it. Well, they all serve a purpose. Even the bark serves a
somewhere for a dog to pee. They're dog toilets.
And then even when we're growing it, like say people that decide to grow things like hemp or whatever, you're helping the soil at that point. We're giving back to Gaia when we abstract. It's like an apple tree. It wants you to take some of its apples. If not for you, it's going to go to animals. If not for the animals, it's going to go back onto the ground and it's going to absorb it. There's a cycle going on with everything. But we create things, or in this case, we make things that takes longer to expire. A piece of metal, what purpose does that serve in the long term? It might serve something. But for a lot of us, we've gone away from a lot of that because most of us are already leaning towards convenience. Most people aren't really about health. They're about their likes and dislikes. I can say that about myself, so I'm obviously projecting outwards, but if a person hears it and if they're honest with themselves, they said, he's just putting words to it. And if they're defending it or attacking it, I said, there you go. You've never really investigated yourself hard enough. Because if you're truly not being affected by what somebody else says, then why are you defending it or attacking it? Those are the funny bunch.
I like alpaca. I like wool. I like cotton. I like acrylic in its place.
A couple of years ago, I was going to go to Ecuador, and I thought about alpacas, because there's alpacas in Ecuador, and they wear alpaca. You know, their clothes and stuff are made from alpaca. That's why I looked at it. You know.
We kind of get stuck with what's in the store, you know, and when I started making things, I started stepping away from what was in the store and started, you know, getting into more fibers, and it's really neat. There's really a lot to fibers, and they say that different fibers have different frequencies.
Yeah,
I
like
heard that. I
carbon
don't know.
fiber.
No, like supposedly linen has a higher frequency than cotton as far as wearing it to raise your frequency and stuff.
Silkworm fiber.
No, I detest silk because the murdering of the worms. I saw how they made silk, and I refuse to buy silk now.
Well, you're not supposed to kill the worm. You're supposed to pull the string out, whatever, and collect it. You always have a load of it. You don't kill the worm for the silk.
You should see how it's made. It's horrible.
All right.
I can't do it.
Silk has always been a garment choice of the fucking so-called elites. You know,
Yeah, because it
the
destroys.
wealthy.
It's a tedious
Later.
job.
I mean, it does feel. It feels beautiful. It feels amazing on the skin, but do we really need it? No.
I
It's not.
just can't.
It's not actually got any. It's not good for anything other than looking and feeling good. It doesn't keep you warm. It's not waterproof. It just looks and feels good.
What about certain types of material people sleep in that probably deprives them of a dream state?
It's entirely possible.
Well, it's all possible.
I haven't thought of that. I just, but I don't have a choice on what I sleep on. You know, it basically, I got what I got, and that's it. I can't go down the shop and go and, you know, just get what the hostel give me.
No, I'm just entertaining the material part, which I get it when I'm hearing you say a lot of people make do with what they have, but that's, I get it. It's kind of like when people talk about grounding. How do you ground yourself if you're on the 17th floor of a condominium or an apartment? Are you just going to ground yourself through the
Fuck
ground?
out of it. Go downstairs. No, you have to go out. You have to go downstairs. You have to get closer to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, or you could. Like Callum's got a mat that you plug in, and it that grounds you, and you can get shit like mattress covers that plug in and ground you. So I guess it's possible to do it on the 17th floor.
Well, you
maybe.
can. You can. No, you can ground on the 17th floor, and then you sleep up there. Whether it's grounding mentally, emotionally, or physically. But for some people, they're more earth beings, so they literally have to be closer to the earth. Other
Yeah.
people that are air beings say, "Listen, I can tolerate that." So, but I like to be grounded once in a while. And then there's other people, they value the more of the water. People that live around water, and then they live out in the country. They say, "No, I resonate more with living near water than out in the woods or in the jungle." Again, that's when people know themselves, and then they can be better service to their vessel. But for a lot of us, we go to McDonald's, we go to a grocery and say, "Okay, what's the lesser of the poisons at the grocery store right now?" If they're being honest with themselves, they're still going to eat the food. So I'm not here to say, "Listen, shame yourself, so now you're not going to do it anymore." No, just be honest with yourself when you're eating the foods. Maybe put some sort of intent. I know I'm actually mistreating you today, body, but I'm going to do the best with my circumstances. But then at that point, you're talking to your body. Where most people just take it for granted, like they're ignoring them. They're neglectful, like some parents are neglectful with their
I
kids.
I talk to my body all the time.
Yeah, but you're kinky. You're kinky that way, Richie. You're kinky that way, Richie. You're not the norm. But thank you. Nice to hear that you're able to do that and you do it. Where other people just think, "Well, what do you mean I'm talking to my body? What are you talking about?" Oh, you
Better than talking to yourself.
You can talk to yourself, Mac. That's why you're here, Mac.
Just don't answer.
Put on headphones at that point. Give the illusion that you're actually talking to somebody else.
Oh boy.
Do you talk to your tools, Mac?
No, I never talk to my tools. I do talk to myself, but I don't answer.
Well, you don't.
Yeah.
Because you probably figured it's a given.
On Tuesday, I walked. I think it was a total of 12 kilometers or something. I walked on Tuesday. 9 before I went to work. And I was just power walking the whole time. And then I stopped and I did a 3 hour set singing, and then I power walked home, and I'm a lot of the time I'm telling my body what it's gonna do, or just saying just deal with that, sort that out, deal with that. Right, you know how to. I don't. You do it. And a lot of the time I'm going, man, I'm really grateful for you. You're doing an absolutely bang on job. Like, considering the fact that I don't nourish myself properly, when I do eat and stuff, it's not the best food. I just get the best that I can get at the time, right? Or what I really fancy. And I'm not, I'm not having all the fucking nutrients and vitamins and everything that we're supposed to, our bodies are supposed to need. But my body seems to be doing a really good job.
Yeah, it's like my body's telling me to get away from the carnivore stuff. So I'm going more toward vegetables, not so much toward fruits yet, but definitely more toward vegetables. It's just, it's just the changing of the time. And that's what I need.
Yeah, I listened to my body about the meat thing, and my body said, "You need meat, son. You're a carnivore and you need meat." At the moment, at least. I went like 18 months with no meat. Didn't eat any meat for about 18 months, not even intentionally. It was just circumstances. Meat was too expensive. It was easier to... I was eating tuna. So I guess sort of meat, fish. And I did think I could maybe be a pescatarian. But no, I need meat.
What's
My
a
brain
pescatarian?
just eating fish,
Oh,
not any other meat, just fish.
Yeah, that's different kinds of, when people hear about fasting, they think it's completely abstaining from food. That's traditional view. But if you start fasting from certain types of foods, so your body could probably get the nutrients from one and avoid the other one. This is where people used to talk about eating different types of foods on different days and based on colors. This is why
Fish
we
on
have this stuff.
Friday.
Yeah, there you go. You got it, Richie. Yep.
We always, and when I was growing up, when I was, when I lived at home, we had fish on Friday. It was from the fish and chip shop, right? But it was fish on Friday. And Sunday roast on Sunday, when we'd have roast meat. Saturday would just be sandwiches, or maybe a barbecue. If in the summer we'd have a barbecue and we'd have meat.
This is why when people would learn things about the reason why, Latin words, for example, for all the different days, even when people do hemp or liquor, where was the moon? What day was it? There's a science going on with all of that. But for a lot of people, they eventually, my interpretation of it is traditions or customs that aren't challenged are either going to be followed aimlessly or they die. So for a lot of people, they don't really practice that, or if they do, they're not really aware of it, why they do those things. So what do I eat on lunatic day? Why do I eat these types of foods? Same little on Tuesday. And why do I feel differently on the weekend when I drink my liquor opposed to a Monday or Tuesday? Again, a lot of people don't want to trust other people that are aware of that kind of stuff because they're too busy being conditioned with their convenience. It's a drive-through. It must be healthy food. No, they're never promoted as healthy. So then why are you bastardizing McDonald's when they've openly talked about it's all about location. It's about business.
My wife cooks too much chicken. We have chicken like 3 times in a week.
I don't think it's possible to eat too much chicken. I think
she loves
you
chicken.
just eat chicken every day, man.
Well, she dries it out.
I do. I like chicken.
You get the teriyaki chicken, chicken breast, chicken legs, shipwreck casserole with chicken in it.
Man.
Go ahead, Richie.
What's it called? The one it's schnitzel. That's it. Schnitzel. All the different ways you can do that schnitzel.
What's a schnitzel?
This when you it's chicken breast and you bash it, flatten it out,
right?
Put it in egg and flour, and bread. You can put breadcrumbs and garlic and fucking herbs and shit all in the stuff, and then you fry it.
Oh, all right.
Well, if you're in the South, that would be called chicken fried steak.
Yep. And she has chicken parmesan.
Chicken fried chicken.
In
steak that way. And
in Portugal, it's called bifana. You have bifana, which is basically it's chicken or pork, breadcrumbs, and then slapped between 2 bits of bread. They got these really nice sauces.
Yeah, I like the white sauce. Chicken fried steak with the white sauce, creamy white sauce.
I like garlic. If it's got garlic in it, I'll go with it. If it hasn't got garlic in it, the creamy white sauce.
Right.
Yeah, garlic or chili, like hot. Spice it up. I love sweet chili.
So here's one, guys, to ponder, if you want to ponder, Rich, to ponder. No. What's the energy you take of an animal that's domestic opposed to wild? And why do they introduce blue jeans to their masses? Because you're absorbing that animal's energy.
Blue jeans is cotton, ain't it?
Well, when you look at it, again, no, then now that's synthetic. So you're not even with nature anymore. So, but again, if you're always eating chicken, that animal is domestic. So then when you start thinking and feeling, like, am I thinking and feeling domestic? Think about tribal people, people that eat wild game. They're a different species because you're taking on the energy of that animal. That's why hunters understand it has to be a clean kill. Why? Because you really don't want that animal to be distraught because that blood will flow through that meat, and that's exactly what you're going to have: anxiety and stress. And most people
Absolutely.
when most people go to grocery store, they don't know how those animals have been killed, let alone how the fruits and vegetables have been picked. Hence, what poison are you going to take at that point?
I'm a big advocate on a clean kill, but of course there's a lot of hunting that goes on here. So
Yeah, I don't like what they do to veal.
Or lamb.
Yep.
I don't eat veal or lamb. I had veal once because I was confused. I thought it was venison.
Right.
I was confused about veal and venison, and I ordered veal, thinking it was venison, and I said, "This is," when they put the plate down. They said, "This is deer, isn't it?" No, that's baby cow. I didn't eat the rest of it. I just couldn't eat it, man.
But yet
I
humans,
don't agree with eating the babies.
well, it's the traumatizing that happens to all the animals. So when humans talk about, oh, the poor children, they're being molested, I said, what do you think the animals being done to the animal kingdom? If the animals could speak, the fucking humans wouldn't have a voice. And they do speak
it's
the way they
only
feel. Go ahead, Richie.
It's only industrial farming that's really, brought that into, made that a reality. Like, on the farms that my cousin worked on and the homestead that she lives on, and so the farms that I've been around, the animals have been really well treated, and they've been loved, man. The farmers have cared about their stock, because that is what they are, at the end of the day. But it's only on the industrial level where it's really just disgusting the way the animals are treated.
It is. But if people were informed as shoppers, they couldn't survive. Like I get that what you're going with that, Richie, where the animals are loved. Most of them don't know tomorrow's my last day. They don't know that, and they don't need to know that. But again, for a lot of people, out of their ignorance, when they bitch and complain, I'm not saying you guys, but bitch and complain about these big industries, well, then how would you have all your chickens and all your turkeys? It's about being informed. A society that's not informed is a confused society. So once they understand these big industrial plants, it's about business. What happened when people find out? Oh, I have my 401k and my in Canada my what you call it. Anyway, anywhere to invest to do tax evasion or move your money around and say, listen, you have stocks in those industries. Oh, but I didn't know that. I said, yeah, but you like the benefit of it, don't you? Well, yeah. Well, then you're part of the problem, and it's usually out of ignorance.
I've worked at a hog farm before, and we actually did take care of, we did care about the pigs. We didn't abuse them. We weren't rough with them,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
And it reflects
And
on your energy, Paula. You have that demeanor where other people don't realize when they're working around an environment that's very harmful, their energy will pick that up. You're doing your part, I guess, Paula. Well done, by the way.
well, if you don't take good care of your sows, I worked in the farrowing house. If you don't take good care of your sows, you don't have good piglets. Then the farmer doesn't make any money. So by actually caring, you are actually benefiting not only the creatures, but you're benefiting the farmer. That's what I don't get. A lot of people think a lot of negativity about farming and stuff, but they don't get down to the point where if you are not a good steward of what you have, then you're not going to be a good farmer and you will not be profitable. And that's what the problem we're having with the genetically rearranged corn and everything, the GMO stuff. It's just getting to the point where they have to use so much spray and so much fertilizer to get that genetically modified thing to grow, where if they use the natural stuff, it enriches the soil. It it just does so much more for the farm. Now there are a lot of farmers that actually do, you know, the positive thing for the soil, the positive thing for the land, but there's a lot of industrial farmers that do not.
But is that their
Most of them.
responsibility, Paula? Is that their responsibility?
Your
I,
responsibility is to do the best you can to take care of what you got.
well done. Yes. But when it comes to other people, the masses, this is where, you got to be a little bit tough on them, where you choose people, not you guys, well, maybe you guys too, where if you choose to go to somebody else's grocery store, you can't expect a big corporation to be there concerned for you. At that point, you're looking for a nanny state. Now, if most of the farmers and hunters were doing their own thing and said, listen, I don't want to go in civilization, then you're not going to hear that conversation. But when I hear people talking about GMO and they don't agree with it, I said, then fuck, leave civilization then. You can't expect a company that's all about profit. And most people say, I don't have time to do all that. I said, because what? You're trying to earn money too. Bingo. They shouldn't even be in the same conversation. Paula, you're doing your part. Well done. But to expect a big corporation, and if they'll keep on moving more in, and they'll say, listen, the masses want this stuff, whether they're aware of it or not.
Well, the masses appear to be waking up, and
Because of
no,
this technology.
there's a lot of people that are waking up now. It's
Okay, a
really
lot.
getting
Okay,
interesting.
okay. Let's go with a
There are
lot.
a lot, yeah, because there's a lot of people talking about, I don't want to buy this cereal because I know what's in it, and a lot of people are talking about how much poison is in our food system.
And who gives them that
I don't know
information? Who gives them that information?
people that
So
have done the
again,
research.
it's product that's they're moving to buy this. Here, why want you to eat soya? Why? Because as you're going into the
Probably,
same. Go ahead, Paula.
well, we're probably starting to say the same thing. It could be another rearrangement of the food system, to benefit somebody, like when they decided that you should have cereal for breakfast, they sold cereal. And when they decided, we need to sell more pigs and sausage, so they started advertising for, have a bacon with breakfast, sausage with breakfast, and all that stuff. Over the years, thank you, Edward Bernays. But yeah, it could be pushing people to go into a new cycle as far as organics, actual organics, and away from other things.
So they're going to teach the masses to wean their children between the age of 3 and 4 because the milk from whether from a wife or from some midwife or whatever, serves way better than drinking cow's milk or sheep's milk.
Yeah, well, that worked well with son number 2. That did not work so well with son number 1 because
But we're talking, that's you,
that
Paul.
yeah,
But when you're
yeah.
talking about the masses, then you have to look in the mirror and say, okay, I'm the unicorn here, assuming that the masses really give a damn about that. How easy was it to get the masses to have a cell phone in their hand? Pretty easy, one generation at best. How many people would actually say noise pollution from a car or a plane would affect you and harm you? Well, Dominic, I don't. There you go. You're already making excuses for yourself. Again, we're living in an age of information, not comprehension. People are becoming informed, so now they can't say they're niscient anymore. There's no I didn't know. So now you're just consciously ignorant. Not taken away from you, Paula. It's usually when a person removes himself out of the equation, they start seeing it. But when you start saying things like, well, this is what I do, I said, take yourself out of the equation, and you'll start seeing the masses for what they are. You might already be aware of that, Paula. So, but you're just promoting how to live healthier, which I'm with. But to think that the masses are living healthier, not even close.
The masses will always be the masses, and that in itself, they're not thinking for themselves. They're being told what to think. So, if they're moving in a direction, then it's more likely that the people that are controlling the masses are going to get hold of that. They'll whatever direction it's moving in, they'll if it's doing it organically, they'll manipulate somehow the direction into another source that's basically no different from the first.
That's just like all the advertising with global warming and everything, and it's funny how it's 2026 and the ice caps supposedly were supposed to be melted by 2016. They did a hell of an advertising job on that. Thanks again to Edward Bernays, the father of modern advertising. And
No
then
one can.
also we have
No
game
one
theory.
knows, like with the ice caps. No one actually knows what's going on there unless you go up. Unless you take a ship up there, you travel up there and take a look around and fly over it or something. No one's going to know, because according to Google Earth, there are no ice caps now. The only ice up there is Greenland, and the North Pole is in the water. There are no ice caps. So they melted a long time ago, according to Google Earth. And yet you've still got tankers and icebreakers going through huge, great big fucking ice caps. But they're not allowed to go. It's the same deal as you can't go past the 66th parallel. Like, it's on both sides. You can't get to the North Pole. Nobody knows what's up there.
Well,
Just what we're told.
like it's time to
Just
take
what
a
we're
trip.
being told.
But until then, as you say that, Richie, as we're talking about it, at that point, we're talking as a believer. So we're believers. Hey, this is what they told us. By the way,
Well, no, I'm not talking as a believer. I'm not talking as a believer. I'm talking because I don't believe anything that I'm being told about it. So,
well, you're humble enough to say, I don't know. I appreciate that. You are humble enough.
Yeah.
The people that promote it with authority, I said, so you must be a believer then.
it's like people saying that it's what's that mountain called? There's a mountain at the center of the earth.
Mariah or Maru or
Maru.
Maru. There
Mount
you go.
Maru. Mount Maru. That's it. Yeah.
Like, I could talk about rebirth, I could talk about reincarnation, but I'm talking as a believer. It's what people say, well, Don, but do you know? I said, no, I'm just speculating. I like using my imagination.
Well, this actually makes me think about something that you said earlier that made me think of this, but I didn't say it. It was about ultimately it's about knowledge, right? Or an experience, and when you share, I come and share something with you that I think is knowledge, but you don't know it. You don't know that knowledge. So to you, it could just be my opinion. You don't know that it's actually knowledge, because you don't know it.
I
But
perceive
if
it as
you
a
know
story.
it also, if you also, yeah, or it could just be a story. But if you also know the knowledge, if you know the same thing I'm talking about, you can say, oh yes, that's knowledge, right? But unless somebody else knows what you're talking about, it's just a story or an opinion or a point
What
of
about
view.
direct experience?
Well, the
You know, a
That's
experience
lot of
isn't
exactly
more.
that's like because Don was using the example that me and him, we go out camping one night and we get visited by aliens, and we meet these aliens and we speak to them, but nobody else sees it happen. And then when we go and tell everybody about it, we've got no proof of it. We know that what we're saying is true.
Mhm.
We're recounting the story exactly as it happened, but because we don't have any proof, any photographic evidence or anything, only our descriptive ability, that's then filtered automatically by whoever hears it. They then filter that information that they're being given, and if they've had an experience with aliens, they might agree and say yes, and that happened, and that must have happened because I had something similar happen to me, right? Or no, you guys were whacked out on fucking mushrooms or
They,
something. What were
they
you?
can't they can't
Right.
even prove that, Richie, at that point. They can't even
Right.
prove the opposite of it. So at this point, knowledge has its limitations. So you can know of something, and Paula was trying to tap out on it. You can have experience. You can even use your senses. But this is when wisdom comes in. Wisdom has discernment. I didn't experience it or sense it, but I'm aware of it. Now people can say, "Well, can you prove it?" Go ahead. No, go ahead, Rich.
Isn't wisdom knowledge applied?
Nah, that's
Or
what you've been
applied
conditioned with.
knowledge.
Knowledge is the child. We're talking about the tree of life now. We're not talking about the tree of knowledge. So at the point, a person can say, I could use my third eye. I didn't experience it. But what you're telling me is valid. It resonates. But I didn't experience it. I didn't pick it up with my senses. Now, for a lot of people, they're going to say that's woo-woo. I said, thank you for telling me where you stand. What do you mean? I could use Goyim, NPC. I could say you choose to be asleep. Whatever word I want to use at that point. This is where people go into the wisdom part, the discernment. This is the wise. But for people that are more into the material, they want to know the hows. Scientifically, I want to break it down. I said, okay, so how does hemp really work? How does, when you smoke it, at what point, where should the sun and the moon be? I don't know, Dom. I never thought of those things. There you go. You've never thought of those things. So then why are you speaking or reading things? Thoughts are actually before those things. And actually, thought is the language of consciousness. Now, I'm playing with words, and a lot of people struggle with those words. I said, because you've already got into this program, I have to defend or attack, right or wrong. That's very pious to think you're right or wrong. And how does it serve you in that given moment? You think you should jump out of the plane with or without a parachute? It depends, Dom. What do you mean? Is there a body of water underneath me? There you go. You figured it out.
Oh, that body of water will act like a slab of concrete if you hit it, over 200 miles an hour.
It could, Richie, but I'm at least prepared to entertain because there's many parts of the story. Yeah, I'm going to dip really low with the plane, and you're only going to be 100 meters over top of the water. Oh, okay, I guess you don't need a parachute. See, again, we have to be in that moment. And then in that moment, then and only then you can make that clear judgment. Oh, yeah, well, that sounds it serves to him. But wait a second, Richie, there's sharks down there. Yeah, he didn't see that part. Okay. Maybe next time, if he values the reboot process, maybe next time, maybe he'll come back as an African man and he'll realize I don't need to be in a plane. But people are so quick to fucking say, well, Dom, you're wrong. I'm like, okay, I'm wrong. But what? Are you also going to say I'm right about things? I'm just sharing. It might sound condescending the way I talk sometimes, but for most people, how do you get to them when they're asleep? How many books have to be written? Last time I remember, there's 1 million books. We should start burning some of them to see how much people are attached to them.
Well, that makes me think of what I thought a while ago that actually we shouldn't be writing. There actually shouldn't. There doesn't. Yeah, we shouldn't be writing as much as we are. We're careless with our words. We're careless with the spells that get with the things that we spell out on paper, creating a physical manifestation of in some way, right? If you write a story, you've created a physical manifestation of an expression, right? Of a you put your there's something goes into that story when you write it that somehow I think the way it works, it fuses it into reality somehow. All these stories of authors who have had their books play out in their own lives in some way. The most famous one, I think, is the comic, that the guy that wrote the comic and all of the really bad things that happened happened to him in the end. So I'm being distracted by this fucking noise. I don't know if you can hear it.
I put something in back chat, Richie. A friend of mine made this video. Most of it's more advertisement for his channel, but I told him he could make a video with the security camera footage from one of my security cameras. And we were talking about aliens or whatever. And I kind of have a tendency to, I like direct experience, and some things you just can't explain. And that video is one of them. If you want to pre-screen it, Richie, that's fine. And
There's
just maybe.
I have no doubt
This
that
is
there are other beings, right? As to what shape and what they look like, I don't know about that. But there are definitely other beings, but there's also a lot of manipulation going on with people. Like I think it was William Churchill had something to do with abductions that started happening in America in like the 1950s or something. After the war, after Richard E. Byrd had gone to Antarctica and came back and gave his, said that they'd had that war with the UFOs and everything, and then people started getting abducted, and it was they were abducting people, but they were dressing up as aliens and giving them fucking LSD and shit, and doing it to make them afraid. It was deliberately to make them afraid of what might start coming out about extraterrestrials, right?
Well, I'm not saying this is a need
manipulating perceptions. So, but my point was just that I don't dispute that there are other beings, possibly other creatures. It's just where they come from.
Well, as a preface for the video, this thing, whatever it was, is definitely energy, and it is definitely technology.
There's no sound.
No, there's no sound on it. He didn't put any sound in. He'll throw an arrow up, and when he gets to the arrow, it's a very short clip. That's my TV while this happened.
Well, didn't they say when Jesus returns, there'll be signs in the skies?
This is in the sky. This is by my front freaking deck. That thing appeared and then disappeared. I mean, it's a really short clip, and it was. I showed that to one of my neighbors, and she will not come to my house anymore. See, it starts out a little bit of energy up there, and then just a burst of energy, and then
That was an energy burst came off of it.
and then talk about creepy as hell. You know, to find something like that on your darn camera. Then it looks like
Is there what's between here and there?
that's my neighbor's house across the street, and that's my truck right there. And that
Because what it
that
it,
pole
it
right
looks like.
there is um that pole right there is the porch or the deck, whatever you want to call it.
So what's it lighting up here?
I was seeing
Or is
lasers
this the
outside.
cloud? Is this the cloud?
No,
Is
that's not in the air. That is right between my truck, the rear end of my truck there, and the deck. That's not in the
right,
air.
it's like
Well, it's in the air,
a
but it's
light turned on and it's lighting up the ground, right?
yeah,
Is that the
it was like a ball of light there, and then it just kind of grew into something. And the problem with the camera is it's only shooting 20 frames per second, so it's not the best in the world. And it's there, and it looked like it had a head, arms, shoulders, a torso. When he made this, I asked him to fix it so you couldn't see the license plate on my truck. And that's my TV and music in the background. I mean, I literally have mirrors on a trifold thing to reflect the lights that look like lasers that shine into my house sometimes, and it's kind of creepy. But anyway, I can't explain that. And yes, it is that dark out here because the only light is my deck light and the light from the neighbor's house across the street. And that house is probably about 300 or 400 yards away.
Well, that's weird. Whatever it is, it's
Yes,
bloody weird.
yeah. I
Unexplainable.
I can't
We
explain it,
don't
but
we don't have the we don't have the tools we need to be able to
yeah,
properly
exactly.
analyze what's going on with that, right?
I was
Shout
We're
out to
talk
Sasquatch. Sas,
yeah.
why don't you come and join us, man?
Yeah, I was having a show, and I had a friend from England on the show, and he was using his phone, but he turned that feature on where it's got that square box around your face, and it just keeps keeping an eye on your face, so you know who the person was. You know what I'm talking about? That recognition software, the green square around your
Yeah.
face. So he's bent down. The next thing you know, that squareness went to the wall behind him on the shelf, and the square went sideways. And I was like, dude, that square is not on your face anymore. It's like on the wall behind you. He started going around, oh, my house is haunted. I go, what? And then by that time, there was a couple of sticky notes on his refrigerator, and they come flying off. I'm like, dude, I got this all on tape. That was a trip. The recognition software went off of his face and onto the shelf on the wall, and it went sideways. It was weird.
There's so Xbox the Xbox camera system thing. It's got a thing. I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called, but it's got a feature on there where it puts like a stick person where it sees a person.
All right.
And there's loads of videos on YouTube. People that with this one channel, like, would put it. Yeah, he was putting it in certain places, and this thing, these stick figures were appearing and walking across the page, walking across the screen and stuff, but there was nobody there.
It's picking up on the spectrum we can't see.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe malfunctioning. You know, I
Right,
don't think.
right.
I don't think our technology is as fucking infallible as we think it is. Those are the same aliens me and Rich hung out with the other day. Yeah, I think there's personally, I think it's manipulation of perception that's fucking all this up for people. Some things exist, some things don't exist. Some things only exist in our minds.
Well, here's another one off my security camera because I kept thinking I was seeing lasers shooting in my house, because lights would just reflect off the walls and my cats would go ape shit, and this is the still frame. This is not a video. This is the still frame that my son went through trying to find what I was talking about, and he's the one that isolated this frame. That's when he figured out the cameras are only shooting 20 frames per second.
This is from a different spot, different angle, different view.
Hmm.
It's not the same place that light appeared.
Nope. And you can see where it looks like a laser shooting multiple little balls of light at my house from across the street, and there is nothing there but trees.
I
Because
can't. It looks to me like it's going up into the air. I can't see that it's shooting it at your house.
well,
It looks like it's going up in the air, an angle coming
yeah,
up.
there's
It's going to go this way.
yeah,
So,
it
like
looks
in
like
the
it's going
direction
that
of
way,
your
but
house,
it was
in the direction of, but not
yeah,
at
that's
your house.
my porch there. Yeah.
Hang on. What's this? This is your porch here.
Yes.
So this is your house at a distance. Right. The shot isn't coming from your house. Where's the shot coming from?
From across the street in the trees. That line there, that strange line up there in the sky, that it looks like little spurts of light. That weird, yeah,
This,
that's
yeah,
weird.
going
Yeah,
above your house.
and
It'd be
going
cool if
above
she
my
had an
truck.
infrared camera. It'd be cool if she had an infrared camera.
It's an infrared camera, but I don't turn the infrared on because it
Right.
just,
Wait a second, Paula. When you invited me over to your house the other day there and asked me to put a flashlight on my drone, is that what you were capturing?
yeah, probably.
Okay, good enough. Okay, as long as we figured that
Yeah.
out. John, Richie, she's using
I
my
mean,
drone.
either somebody's flying drones around the neighborhood doing weird stuff that makes no noise at all, or I don't know. And also, if you see right
You
there,
you can you can
that
hear
pole,
drones. Drones are noisy. Drones are pretty noisy.
Not the ones
There's
they
a
have,
you
but I
got
guess
it's
some
a
that are
high
silent.
yeah,
high pitched whine you can hear when drones are around.
Yeah, but
I mean,
see this pole here on this side? That's the same pole on this side that that thing materialized at. And that camera's in my kitchen window.
well,
I don't know.
I don't know what to.
I
Uh,
don't know. I absolutely do not know. All I know is it's kind of weird around here.
was that a Canon camera by any chance, Paula?
A Canon? What
Or where you were taking a picture, or was that an iPhone or a Samsung?
no, that's security camera.
Oh, okay.
So
Did you pay your full monthly installment for your camera?
I don't pay monthly installments.
I'm teasing you, Paula. Good
Yeah, well,
capture.
Alva
I,
Billy, how you doing, mate? Sorry, just
I
saying
think
hi
if you
to
do
Alva
a
Billy.
yeah, I think if you do a lot of stargazing, you can catch a lot of things that most people just aren't aware of.
I
well,
think
I'm
there's
sure I saw a
a
few things
heck of a
I
lot,
didn't.
goes on in those skies. I've stopped paying so much attention to it because for a little while it was doing my head in that people didn't seem to see all this crazy shit that was going on. I filmed some of it, um, but you know these so-called satellites and shit. I had it. Supposedly it was Starlink fly right over my head. Um, but there was I checked all the Starlink routes and everything, and this has never been under the the connect has never been under the path of it. Um, you should only be able to see Starlink in certain in certain hemispheres, and so that was weird. There's all this shit goes on up there, and I just don't pay any attention to it anymore because it's not affecting my day to day life. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no different. People
it's
capture.
this.
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah,
No,
well,
just saying
if you
it's
look at the
shit going
tape,
on that I've got absolutely no control over. So, and they're not going to tell us the truth about it. So, unless they're going to fly down here and land somewhere around here, and I'm going to bump into them, and I welcome that, and I've told them that as well. I said, if that's what you are,
In some
and
instances,
I'm just gonna put it down to to part, like, yeah, they're just stories.
yeah, and whether they're real or not, meaning that you see it in the material or not, whether you can control it, or some people, if they use the word, what purpose does it serve for me to capture some of those things? That'll be like going inwards and say, okay, well, how do I not know whatever I just captured are the same ones that gave us the language that I'm using right now? Again, when we have technology, we're going to use it for many different things. And if your security camera in that particular part, Paula, pretty sure it captures a lot of stuff in the daytime as much as the nighttime. It's just get more heightened because you're seeing objects in the sky that you really don't see on a regular basis during the day. You could do that same with the
what
back
gets
alley. Go ahead.
what gets annoying is, I kept seeing lights shining at my house or in my front door, because most of the time if it's nice weather, my front door's open, night, daytime, whatever. And I started seeing lights, flashing around my house, flashing in the windows. And I was like, well, what in the world is that? And I didn't even get the security cameras until January of last year because somebody stole the antifreeze out of my truck and it made me a little unhappy. And that's the whole reason I got the security cameras in the first place. But what I started capturing, I I didn't like. And actually, I haven't um, gone back and looked at any of the video, for, well, since like February of last year. Because it's like you get to a point after you see a few captures, and it's like, I really just don't want to know, you know?
Mhm. True. And then, in
I
this
mean, a
where,
part of me wants to stick my head in the sand, and another part of me knows they're there. Sometimes I can sense when there's something around. And anyway, it's interesting around here, folks.
well,
Sounds like
people,
you need to move.
Pardon me?
Sounds like you need to move.
no. But people have
What?
captured orbs. Sorry, Paul. People have captured orbs. I get the whole, I'm going to put a camera up there because somebody's taking my fluids from my car. What happens if you find out one of these orbs, they like to consume that stuff? What would you do with that information? Because most people are going to lean towards it has to be a human factor or an animal
Yeah.
factor.
Like
Again,
the
no-
crop, like the crops, the
Crop
patterns
circles.
they put. Yeah, the crop circles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people that have put cameras up and they think that the fucking dust motes that they're getting on their camera screen is
Alien.
orbs. No, they think they're orbs, and it's like there
Or
are
moth.
definitely orbs. Orbs definitely exist. I've seen some very convincing video footage of orbs. I've never actually seen one in real life myself,
True.
but I've seen some really crazy things in the sky. So, I'd love to see an orb. That would be cool. I know there's electricity ones as well. Like people have caught those orbs of electricity that are just fucking flying around.
You never know. Maybe that's what that weird light was. Some sort of orb, doing weird shit. I don't
Well,
know, but am I going to let it affect my life? No. When it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I want to go out and sit on my porch and smoke a cigarette, I damn sure am going to. I'm not going to let some little ball of light or some
Right.
creepy little thing that
But
appears beside my deck scare me. I mean, if I did that, I'd lock myself in the house and never come out.
again, you recorded it, you played it here. Now it can affect others. It's not always about you, but you could be the one that's witnessing it. Again, people can do green screen on all kinds of things, and then once it's planted in out there in the universe, and then it actually now can it come to fruition. Oh yeah, I saw an orb. Where did you see it in the movie first? Maybe.
the
Yeah.
the trouble is that
Well,
all
the
this AI
timestamps and everything
technology,
are on the timestamp is actually on the
all,
screen
all
on the
this
shelf
AI
there.
technology means there are people that have. It's already been done. There's fucking shitloads of videos on YouTube, like shorts and stuff, where people have done AI shit and they've seen spaceships and aliens and fucking orbs and like the the water's been muddied so much, man. Nobody
Oh,
nobody can believe believe anything they see unless they see it with their own eyes.
But that's what they're doing. So even when people do see it, they could be applying beliefs. You've heard people talk about once you break that veil for the running under a certain time under 1 mile, or people that do breakdancing. Once you break that veil, it's now presented here how we manifest it. So as long as somebody breaks that veil and say, "I've seen something," whether through their imagination or in the physical part, now it's here. And now you can manipulate people. It's like when watching magic tricks. Is it something outside of humanity's capability, even though it's being shown physically? I can play with cards. Okay, so, and then of course most people can say it's just a trick. It's always a trick, but where's it really coming from? Sleight of hand, or is it somebody else playing with a different energy? Now people say, "I don't believe in energy." Really? So where the fuck is air? At that point, that person, I said, "Listen, I don't care how old you are, you're still asleep. Where are thoughts? What are those two objects in the sky?" Well, it's called the sun and the moon. At one time, it was called the horse and the luna. But what are they? Are they material? Well, and before the person even speak, I said, science says that. But do you know anybody that's actually gone up there to confirm that? Not really. So whatever we see here, we just assume out there it's the same thing. You know, why do clouds come and go as they please? Where do they go to? I don't know. But I do acknowledge the fact that they come and go. I'll see them and all of a sudden they disappear. Some of them float away. But again, people that start getting a little bit quasi or a little bit upset about it said, oh, so you're a believer.
Well, you know, you can do little scientific experiments, you know,
Yes, you
like with
can.
a boiling pot of water and a bag of ice above it, or a pan with ice in it, and watch the steam rise and the condensation off the pan and it drips down. You know, that's kind of an example of what you can use to not necessarily be a believer, you know, but actually do a scientific experiment to prove your thesis.
Yeah, at that point, you know, Paula. Well done. You've taken a small example and become a knower. But when people say things like science, you're a believer. Religion, you're a believer. You have to believe in the story if you're peddling it.
Were you the one I told about my Zen teacher? He's actually a um, what is it? An evolutionary biologist,
You might have, but
and
please share Richie's here
yeah,
if you want to hear it.
but you know, this is a guy in his 70s. He's got his PhD and everything. He's worked his whole life, and he, you know, lived out his career. And the best thing he could tell me about it, he says it takes a lot of faith to believe in science. Now, let that sink in from an evolutionary biologist who's a Zen teacher. You know, it's just, that was kind of mind blowing. But he's right, because scientists stand on the shoulders of previous scientists. You know, this dude did this experiment, he got this result. It was repeatable, so therefore we can kind of confirm that this is kind of an axiom that works in this realm, you know, and so people keep adding to that and, you know, building on other people's scientific achievements. You know, it's like, well, if this atom splits or whatever, I don't know that much about atom splitting, except I know the universe will keep giving them smaller and smaller atoms, you know, because it just, it'll give you what you want pretty much, you know. If
Well,
you're
you've heard
looking for, I wasn't looking for aliens, and damn, things appear.
Mexicans crossing the borders, not to offend them. Is that what you saw? So, Paula, people will hear things such as, and then you use the caveat science. Venus is made out of this gas. Really? How did you figure that out? Well, Dom, we got these very high tech.
Because of the signal that we get, it vibrates at the same frequency as helium or whatever.
So now,
Okay,
Rich,
look at neon lights. Different color gases give you different lights in a neon light. You have the blue gas, I can't remember which is which. One of them's neon, which is green. One of them's blue. I think that's argon. I can't remember all of them. But using telescopes and stuff like that, you can kind of assume a little bit
of
that,
course you are,
you
because
know,
Paula, at that point, Paula,
exactly, it is an
you have to
assumption, but
you got to
still,
be a believer. Because if I said to you, Paula, we're using technology here, we'll call it a telescope. I'm going to look up into the sky because I've already given the name to this object and call it Venus. Any of us actually been up there to confirm if what gas it's made out of? Give me a name.
thoroughly.
Not a single fucking human
Can
being.
anyone confirm how far away it is?
I wouldn't know that either, Richie. At that point, there was a spaceship up there, and I had two TTC. I had two transit systems. I got there, and I can confirm it. No, I can't. So at that point, when people start using the word
So
science,
triangulation is not a thing.
again, on Earth it is. But when this is why they call it a dogma. It's a belief system. Science is a belief system. You can prove it on the earth. This is where we get empirical evidence. But once
Well-
you're talking about up there, that's
Oh, hell.
speculation
My karma ran over your dogma.
all the time. I got a
It's
button.
Well,
it's
there
it's
is such a thing
theoretical.
as mathematics.
Yes,
Just
Richard.
because you
Yeah.
don't understand mathematics doesn't mean you can't prove things with
But
it. You
but just
can
because you can,
triangulate. You can triangulate invisible things such as a radio signal.
I was talking about
how do
Venus, but
you
I get that. But how do you know the property of it? Just because they told you a name, like even the word, it's like talking to a dog. Does a dog know it's a dog? Or is it picking up sounds and frequencies? I get when you guys are talking about sounds and frequencies. But again, for the masses, even including me, I would have to apply a belief system. I have to believe the story I just got told.
Well, a dog probably does know that it is what it is, even though it doesn't speak a language to give itself a title of dog. But a dog knows its place. A cat knows its place.
Yeah, but people have talked about they respond to sound. No different if I go to the mall and all of a sudden somebody says my name, I'm not going to turn around. But if it's my mother calling me, I will be familiar with that sound. It's pattern recognition at that point. But to actually think a dog understands the word dog, Paula, I would have to ask you, have you ever talked to a dog that speaks our language, or have you spoken their language? Say,
That's
yeah.
what I just said. A dog doesn't speak English, so it's not going to say, my name is dog.
Oh, no,
You know,
I'm a
but a
species.
dog knows its place as a being.
As a being, I'm
Do
with
you?
you, Paula.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. A dog knows its place as a being.
And you might be a dog
A
whisperer. You might
bird
be a,
knows its place as a being. A bee. Have you ever had a bee land on you? You
yes,
know, and you talk to the bee?
you can. I've had flies communicating with me as they're sucking blood from me. So, but at that
Well,
point, Paula, we're the rarity in that particular area. But for the masses, how would you explain that to them? I know I shouldn't be talking about the masses, but hey, that energy is a stronger energy here. Ignorant is the one that rules here right now. The ones that are choosing to say, listen, I'm going to be somewhat aware. Well, I'm in the system. How does it serve you at that point? At that point, you have to be very selfish then. You're becoming aware of being selfish.
that's the only thing I can say for the system is
Mm-hmm.
to use the system to suit your purposes. Use the system to do good for yourself and others.
The
You know,
system, there's civilization system, there's nature system. A lot of people have fled from the nature system. So what do you think they're going to do with civilization? They're probably going to flee from that too. Hey, let me put a chip
use
in me.
both.
Go ahead, sorry.
I use both.
You do. I get that, Paula.
So are you saying I'm that freaking different from people, the general
Mm,
population?
you're a believer too. You just probably be more aware of the things that you're in your surroundings. Welcome to the club, Paula. You haven't gone that far.
Okay,
It's
don't
not a
make me
bad thing. It's
think
not a bad thing,
well,
Paula.
don't make me think I done up and fell off the side of the earth or something.
What the Earth has a
I mean,
surface.
if the damn thing's flat, you know, I'd be the one to fall off. I'm sure.
Mhm,
It's like a pier. Give me a pier, any pier. I'll
mhm.
fall off of it.
That's the me mentality. People don't like it when you hear that because, especially when you put, oh, so your practice is satanic way of existence, which is fine. That's the left hand path, opposed to the right hand path or the middle path.
Well,
Now
I
you can,
don't really understand what those specifically are, so.
mhm. No, I get it. Paula's doing the best what works for Paula and her immediate family. You're not asked to rule the world, or at least the civilization part. But that's what most people are having an issue with as they're becoming aware. Usually, more times than not, it's affecting them. Again, are they really being honest with themselves?
Yeah, well, there's a time in your life when you kind of think like, if I were God or if I were the president, I would do this, this, and this. And then you get a little bit older and you think, well, I'm glad I'm not the president because that would be one hell of a job. And anybody who wants that job is probably nuts to begin with.
Or self-serving?
Uh,
To be a true king, you have to be service to everybody else first and foremost. treat other people better than the way you would treat yourself. And how many people could actually be in that position? Most people don't even know how to follow. I get where you're coming from, Paula. You're doing quite well for yourself, but if we actually expanded that, it would be confusement for most people. So I
Expanded
can't
what?
expand it to a more of a bigger community. So I basically have to make my own everything. No, you're going to have civilization feed you a little bit. We'll give you the tractors. We'll give you electricity. You know, so even that person's never, not even close to being interdependent with nature. What they are, they're showing more and more. I'm just more dependent, but from a distance. It's not a bad thing. It's just an awareness.
Right. It's like slowly I'm moving more and more away from everything that to be more self-sufficient, a little bit more
Hmm.
sustainable in my
But you're also,
lifestyle.
but you're also pulling away from humanity. So are you there to serve humanity?
Yes, in a way I am,
Okay.
because I'm
Because
trying
of
to
this
serve you.
technology. Because of this technology from civilization, you can interact. But outside of that, if all of a sudden the technology, you know, whether it's a landline or whatever, you're basically in nature by yourself. So at that point, are you really here to help humanity or just do your own thing? If you're being honest with yourself.
Well, I live in a neighborhood and I'm trying
Mhm.
to build community,
Well done.
as far
Yes.
as that goes,
Hmm.
because I know I can't do it all by myself. Nobody can.
Well, you know, if you can do it by yourself, you'd be a nomad at that point. But now, if your
And,
community
and
chooses to,
if you were nomads, then what would be the point? If you were a solo act, a lone wolf, or whatever, what would be the point of existence?
that's for them to figure out.
Well, there would be no point to my existence if I was a lone wolf and a solo act.
Yeah. Now, if your community chooses to all participate online, then we're getting different reflections of the community. But I'm only hearing one voice from that community besides your son, which I appreciate hearing. But outside of that, it's not really serving the rest of us because we're only getting one point.
Correct.
Now, I'm just the kind of person I like to be the adversary to certain things, not the devil's advocate, but I'm an adversary to things because I know my own hypocrisy. I would hope
Yeah,
other
well,
people would know.
I cannot prove anything I say other than,
Even if you can, even
pictures
if
of
you can.
friends and whatever, and put online, which I don't particularly care to do.
True, but even if you could and you can, how would it serve the rest of us that we're hearing it? Because most of us are living in different parts of the world. Some people might be farmers. Some people might be, I don't know, ex criminals, politicians. You know, at that point, how does it serve? This is where we pass it forward with information. Not to say because it serves everybody.
And I do like technology and I do appreciate indoor plumbing because I have been to places that doesn't have it, and that
True.
was not fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Especially at night, being scared to death of snakes at the time. Now I see a snake, it's like, oh, there goes a snake. It's like, it's not a big deal anymore, but at the time it was.
And those are the same technology that other people not realizing how it's intertwined where they'll say I don't agree with GMO. I said, but aren't those the same kind of generational wealth families that presented all the other technologies we have? Cars, plane, boats, grocery stores, electricity. So at that point you either have to accept it all or deny it all, but I would hope people will at least be informed before they make that massive decision.
Well, can you not walk the line between both worlds?
Sure
It's
you
like
can.
even as humans, we still walk the line between being human and other dimensions, or
Could
am
be.
I the only weirdo that does that? Because you talk about it too. Where do you go when you sleep?
Hmm.
Where are you when you sleep? Are you
I'll,
in
ent-
this dimension or
I'll,
others?
I'll
You know,
entertain those ideal belief system. I'll entertain those
yeah.
things. It's a given in my world that I already know the physical properties. I understand fiat currency and what it can and cannot do. Most people think, well, Dom, until you become a trillionaire. I said, that's not what I'm talking about. You don't have to walk 1,000 miles to understand how to walk. But that's what a lot of people are asking. And then some of them have the I got you moment. I said, okay, tell me when you're done with the got you moment. Because that means fuck all to me. Now, for them, it might be
Well,
important. Okay, fine, I'll hear you.
if you've ever been poor and had to make an eagle scream, so to speak, like pinch a quarter and make the eagle scream, then, you can do a whole lot with a little bit, whereas some people would just be like, how do you do that? Why do you do that? I do it because I want to,
Hmm.
I don't want to, anyway, I don't know how to explain it,
No,
but I think
but you don't.
you,
You don't really have to, Paula, even though if you choose to, because a lot of the stuff that we're talking about has already been spoken. It's just when people
right,
forget. If the system belongs to somebody or has rulers and they've openly talk about an agenda and they're shifting, they're not talking to the masses. They're talking to their friends.
right,
That's why they call it a pandemic. It means all people. And people in their language means them, nobles. For the rest of us, we're participating in the plug and play of all these devices, but we're not creating them. Some people might be making them, but we're just in the system, enjoying it as best as we can. Some people have a tough time while they're in it. That's their choice. Now they might turn and say, but I don't have a choice. You always do have a choice. If you know you don't like something, then move. Well, I don't want to do that. I said, well, then it's your choice then.
exactly. I
That's
didn't
it.
like living in the city, so I don't.
Well done. You chose to go somewhere where it's more peaceful for you. A lot of people would have a tough time with that. They would help, or maybe if I buy a lottery ticket from the system and win a lot of money, and then I can leave the system. No, you're just proving that you've earned your living based on the system. So who are you trying to fool at that point?
No, no, no.
Themselves. Themselves.
Leaving the system, well, not so much leaving the system, but leaving your home where your parents are and traveling 937 miles with your new husband to another state to the East Coast. That was kind of a big step.
Sure
And
was,
that was a
Paula.
step that my brothers and sisters didn't make,
Hmm.
but I did, and my mom respected that. And they hated me for it. 'Cause I said, well, you left. You weren't here. It's
Hmm.
like I made more phone calls. I spent more money on telephone bills than they ever thought of,
Hmm. You,
but
you,
that doesn't count. I
you
spent a lot more money on them than they did on me.
you left your familiarity for something new, like a pioneer. My dad did the same thing. He moved to another country. He sponsored a bunch of their brothers and sisters. And the reason why it worked is because not because Italy was a non-successful, it was because there was the promotion of better economic gains in this part of the world. They chose to come to Canada opposed to America or Venezuela. They could have easily gone either way. So it's the familiarity most people are usually struggling with. We get attached to our comforts. You made a big step. That's why you've matured in the way you have. Where other people, they stay steady. I'm not here to blame them for it. It's just they've chosen to stay in a system. And if all of a sudden that system shows it's a war savage country, for example,
Yeah,
some people choose to leave. Then you can appreciate people that migrate or immigrants, as
yeah.
people find labor.
It's
Well,
like
other people, right?
when my second husband and I split up, I did go back to Indiana for 2 weeks, and I wound up coming back to North Carolina with $400 in my hand and getting a place to live, electric, water, fuel for the trailer that I was renting in 4 days, where I could do nothing up there. I couldn't get anything going up there, but anyway, I just, drop me anywhere and I'll either land on my feet and I'll either sink or swim. So
Great
anyway,
quality. Great quality.
I've got to run because I have an appointment coming up in a little bit. But you all take care and have a nice day and take care, MacGyver. Keep keep
Take
Dom
care. See you
Ciao,
later.
keep Dom in keep
ciao,
Dom in
Paula.
line when I get
Give me a
lost.
lot. For what? Ciao, Paula. Love you.
Love y'all too. Tell Richie I said bye too.
So what you been up to, Dom?
Well, I work. I've been start to work again after a couple of months, and been tired being in an form. Last couple of days I've been off. Today's a snow day because there's so much snow. Where I'm working is these cottage places, and it's about a 2-hour drive. So it makes no sense to go up north where it's going to be even more snow.
That's a lot of driving. That's a lot of gas money. I mean, you even making money?
I wish I was making money, but I was earning it. Yes,
Dang.
just to pay the bills. I have a very minimalist lifestyle, by the way, Mac.
Yeah. You're not materialistic.
No, I'm materialistic. Don't fool yourself. I love my drones. I like a lot of things. I'm
You like
never
your
gonna deny
toys. You like your boy toys.
which are material. I like to eat. That's material, but it doesn't get to a point where
That's substance. You need to eat.
well, my body does, but I get where you're coming
Yeah.
from.
If you don't eat, you can't be materialistic.
Well, the example I tell my buddies, if I like a Ferrari, I have to earn enough whatever to justify that. If I want to have 5 Ferraris, then I have to work that much more harder to maintain that lifestyle. That's fine.
You couldn't catch me in a Ferrari.
Why not?
Why?
So, I'm back.
The insurance, to keep up on that sucker, the oil changes, that shit's expensive.
Yeah, but you're a simple guy like me, Max. But for the other guys, go ahead, Richie.
Yeah, sorry, the host is back. I lost my connection there for a bit. So I'm not sure what's going on. We got someone in the background as well in the backstage. This is a new face, a new name. Scott Free.
I know
How
Scott.
you doing, man? Let me just. You know Scott.
I know
Okay.
Scott. I know Scott.
I'll turn my camera on as.
That's Scott. What's up, Scott?
Hey, Scott.
What up, man?
We're not too drunk, are we, today?
I'm fucking hammered, bro.
Oh, shit. We're in for a ride,
I'm
folks.
rolling a joint right now, and I'm fucking crying.
We're in for a ride. Yep. Yeah, he's a pretty good guy.
Rolling up a nice joint. We got some good damn weed out here, though. I tell you that.
Yep. Canadian maple leaves. Should be the Canadian pot leaves.
Literally.
Yeah.
What part of Canada?
Sorry, where did the
Scott?
conversation? What happened to Paula? Where's Paula?
You've been in my. You know where I'm in Aurelia now.
Oh, sorry, Scott. Yo, sorry, Scott.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know who the fuck? Yeah, you know.
Now you know Scott.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
well,
like,
no.
oh fuck.
I met a lot of Scots, but sorry about that, Scott. Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
It's okay.
Lots of snow?
I moved to Aurelia now. It's the weather over here is like, dude. You got like 20 centimeters of snow coming right now, but you guys are getting hammered in Toronto right now. Getting hammered as we speak.
I was supposed to go to Bob Cajun today, and I thought, nah, no way I'm going to Bob Cajun. It's up north.
You're getting a lot of snow right now. It's gonna be rough.
I think we might get a little tonight. I'm not too sure.
You want us to ship some to you, Mac, just in case you
No,
don't
it's all
get
right.
You need extra? Like, come on.
When you get my age, you give 2 craps about the snow. But when I was a kid, man, fucking snow days, I'd be out there all day in the snow, playing, making forts, sledding, you name it.
Or shoveling driveways, getting paid cash.
Yeah. You don't see kids doing that today.
I
There's
still
some.
do that today. That's my work right now is snow removal. So I'm
Yeah.
kind of happy because I get to go to work.
Well, Richie has snow too. It's called sand. Nice beachy sand.
No.
No, the only snow you get here is recreational.
Booger sugar.
The booger sugar.
So where's Paula? What happened to Paula?
She said she had to go.
There was an orb calling her. No, she was busy. She had to do
Hey
something.
Vivi, how you doing? Good to see you. Charles, shout out to the chat room. Alva, Billy, Leafy. Go on, Leafy.
Beefy. Like that.
So Scott, you're in Canada, are you?
Yeah, I've been on your panel before. I think when I was extra
Have you?
hammered.
When was that? That must have been a long time ago. I don't
A couple
remember.
months ago, I think, before the New Year's.
Yeah.
What's that you're drinking now? Looks sort of like Bugs
Oh,
Fizz.
that's orange juice and vodka right now.
All right.
Oh,
He's going to be lit.
He's gonna be lit. Oh no.
He's going to be lit.
Just chuck some Galliano in there, and it's a screwball, isn't it? Or it's a screwball
Yeah,
without the
orange
Galliano.
juice.
It's a Harvey Wallbanger with a Galliano. It's a Harvey Wallbanger.
Oh.
What about a slow screw?
It's screwdriver here in Canada. That's what they call orange juice and vodka. Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Screwdriver, that's it, yeah.
And then there's a slow screw where they use slow and orange juice.
And it slowly hits you and creeps up.
Yeah. It's pretty tasty.
Yeah,
But I can't
they
drink
fought war. Yeah, I think the first war they fought drinking the OJ.
Yeah.
Or the-
I can't drink too much citrusy stuff because I get acid gut from drinking.
I noticed that my stomach was hurting last week from it. I was like, oh
Yeah.
yeah. Then I drank more orange juice because I got it with the plump, right? I don't get the concentrated. I like the plump. You know what I mean? It has to be
The pulp. You mean
yeah,
the pulp?
The pulp.
plump.
The
plump.
plump.
The
plump.
yeah, the plump.
Plump.
It's plump pulp.
Yeah,
It's
I like
plump.
it
I
better
got
with that.
plump in my orange juice.
I don't like the concentrate. I can't drink that. I don't know how people do it. I don't know what the fuck. They're missing the real good shit. I know that. Yeah, man, it did give me like a little bit of stomach ache the next morning. Oh, I drank like a lot of it. That's probably why.
I just stick to my water.
I'm just having a morning drink. It's better than scrolling on the social media right now. It's this the whole new year. This whole social media crap has just been a mess, man.
It's going to get a
better
lot
off-
worse. This
Yeah,
year's going
it's-
to get real bad.
Stay off the internet, right? Like fuck it.
Yep.
Oh, that kind of social media.
Yeah. The bullshit around here is that chick that got
Yeah.
shot
Yeah,
by
you're-
ICE.
If
Make
you
it a
listen
big
to
old-
the
Think about it.
it's like the world's turned to shit. The world's
Yes.
always been shit, man. It's just
Exactly.
just
The last-
so much more obviously so. And yeah, I mean, man,
They don't care if they lie to us. It's right in their faces.
gonna
We
do?
see it.
Oh yeah.
so what are we gonna do about it?
Well, somebody needs to go to school and lawyer up and take these fuckers to court. But then you got to
Who?
Then you gotta
Who's
watch
gonna do
back.
that?
then you got to watch your back.
That's the part of the same
gonna do that?
system, right? Those people own that whole
Yeah.
court system.
Yep.
It's
So-
like a recycling system. Round and round we go, right?
Yep. Nothing's gonna happen. So
So if not
eat your
you,
porridge,
who?
shut up. Eat your porridge and shut up.
Pretty much. That's what they want.
Yep.
Who's resistant, right? They already spotted that out 5 years ago. Who's all resistant and who's not? They already know. This digital AI system's been in power for the last decades.
Yeah.
It directly aimed at us, people like that are free-minded in different ways.
Dude, they didn't need to. They didn't need to directly aim anything. We all started YouTube and Twitch and shit channels and started and said, "Hey, we're over here.
Volunteer.
I'm the one that I don't. I'm not going to believe your bullshit. I'm always going to speak out against it. I'm right here. Hi. I thought you before that.
I'm not hiding.
My IP address. Here we go.
Yeah.
Then there's Bravehearts, right? Some people just don't give a fuck,
Yeah.
right? Got nothing to hide. They had enough. They're sick
Yeah.
of it. Some people just don't care. That's not many, right? That's very low percentage of people that are brave like that. So we have a lot of people in the world right now that are willing to compliance. That's the easy way out.
I mean, I'm only brave to a point. Like, there's here when what happened 5 years ago. This is a Spanish province, so it's Spanish law, and the two different types of police, the locals and the nationals, and they turned into a law unto themselves, and everything was enforced pretty literally by brute force. Like if you said anything, if you spoke out, or if you said no, I'm not, I don't have to wear a fucking mask. Go and screw yourself. Then the police would be called, and if you escalated it with the police, they just hit you. They
Yep.
just turn their baton out and hit you.
Yep. Or
So-
shoot you in the face.
And I'm not. I just can't be fucked with that. When that's a guaranteed, I can't be fucked with that. So I just put the mask on. When I went in the supermarket, I just put the
Yep.
mask on. I just complied where I needed to comply. Otherwise, it would mean an undesirable have an undesirable outcome.
Yeah, 'cause
Always.
you didn't want
Right.
to have more problems than they're willing to give, right?
Right.
It's like dealing with the
Whereas
Karen.
whereas if I was in the UK, I just absolutely wouldn't have worn a mask anyway. I would have, because on my home turf, where the law is not quite as draconian, or wasn't, at least. It is now, obviously, but they're all used to it here still. There's still generations here that were alive when Franco was in power, so some people welcomed that.
Yeah.
Control.
So who's enforcing these policies?
We are.
That too, I think it has a lot to do with corporate interest.
Yeah. They make things happen, and there's new laws like Oklahoma and 9/11, Patriot Act.
So they make the policies, but again, Richie kind of tapped on it. Who's enforcing it?
Yep, we are.
We are.
We're letting it.
So police officers are us. Doctors and lawyers are us. Lawyers and politicians are us. Now, whether or not they're wearing two different hats, that's a different story. But for most of us, we're doing it to ourselves. You didn't have to wear a mask. You didn't have to go into grocery stores. Didn't have to do any of that stuff. For a lot of people, they just forgot their place. When they shut down the economy, they revealed they're the owners of those policies, that economics. Things like the Vatican shut down and all that. But they were nice enough to let everybody still have their gas and then go there and touch taps and all that. So you tell me who's awake at that point when they're complaining about the system. At least the mafia are at least honest. We live in that community. We run it. Women don't get abused and all that. But politicians and other rich people say, listen, we're not in your countries. We get you guys to vote for yourself. But, hey, we're not in those countries. But, hey, you guys want to believe you're a nationalist. You're an American and Canadian. Okay, you tell us when you're done. Not COVID. 2019 and 2021 was just a reminder for the rich.
It was.
This is us.
It's literally in your face.
Yeah. Now, if the person doesn't want to wear a mask, okay, no problem. Then why are you bitching, complaining about not wanting to wear a mask, but you want to go into somebody else's store? You don't know your place at that point, do you? I don't agree with that. Yeah, you don't agree with the system, leave. I know that's a hard word, but that usually stops a lot of people that are yappers, and at least the ones that are talking, hopefully they're using critical thinking and say, listen, if there is a plan, my question is, why are we talking publicly about it? At least the media on TV are basically encouraging believers. But the ones that are truly trying to make a difference, they're not here. They might be helping each other become aware how much they're full of shit. And then they settle for shit. I don't believe in religion, but I'll subscribe to your channel. There you go. Give me an emoji and give me a like. I'm not here to earn money. I said, well, then how did you pay for your laptop? How did you pay for your streamline? Who the fuck are you fooling at that point? I'm not saying about guys here, but we're all playing in the same game. I just choose to do this with awareness. I know I'm hypocritical in some areas of my life, if not a lot of areas of my life, but I'm willing to talk about it. Where other people, they're too busy trying to defend their points. Share them.
Hypocrisy is unavoidable in some areas, I think.
I'm with you, Richie. Yes. Yeah. I could talk about health. Doesn't mean I'm practicing it.
Yeah.
And we talk about states of being and not be able to maintain them ourselves, you know. And we're, at the end of the day, we all end up being hypocrites in one way or another.
The ones that are hypocrites, that they might say, I do it. I said, no. If you're just talking about it, make sure you make it that caveat. There's other people, they're doing it. They don't have to talk about it. Then there's other folks, they do a bit of both. They talk about it, they practice it, all the power to them. But for most of us, we're talking about situation. I'll just use the government as an example. There's a lot of people that are actually getting financial gains from that. This goes back to other people talking about ending wars. I'm like, okay, so how about all the soldiers that benefit from wars and all the people that actually body bag you after and maybe make money off a cemetery? Well, what do you mean? Well, then you don't understand the GDP then. Everything's included.
There's an entire industry behind war, man.
Sure it is.
Or more than, no, there's more than one entire industry behind war.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's that's why it's big business.
Yeah, we're experiencing that right now as we talk.
Mm-hmm. Now, if all of a sudden somebody told Richie, I want you to go to one of the military camps in another part of the world and be like a Bob Hope and sing to them, I said, Richie, how much are they offering you? 500,000. Do you respect money? Well, yeah, I guess you're going. It's usually the people say, I would never do that. I said, then you're not really respecting money and how it's manipulated the human race.
I would, if they offered me $500,000 to go out to a different country somewhere where there was a war happening, go to a base and sing to the soldiers there, I would absolutely accept that money and go and do that.
I'd come with you, Richie. Richie, can I be your electrician?
The thing is, in the hearts and minds of most of those soldiers, they are actually what they think they are. You know, they're doing what they're doing it for the right reasons, or they're not doing it for the wrong reasons. Or what would the wrong reasons be? But do you know what I mean? I mean, most of them are fucking ignorant to what they're doing. They're just following orders, right? And they're just doing the best they can to serve their country, get by, provide for their families, be able to put themselves into a position where they can start a family. So, you know.
That goes with the psychological programming, a part of the indoctrination to what we grew up to because of the television and the books. Right?
It's funny, isn't it, that we grew up as boys. I grew up reenacting battles and wars, and you know, and it was all about
cowboys and
one
Indians
side versus another side, cowboys and Indians, and
thieves and robbers.
Really, Matt?
Built into our.
Go ahead, Rich.
What's that?
What's up?
Say, Mac, what it was for me, it was never about cowboys and Indians. It was electricians against appliance guys.
No, electricians against plumbers.
But I get where you guys are going with that. Yes, we reinforce that whole thing. Because we're watching TV or we hear.
You know, water don't mix.
It depends what type of water it is, I guess. Frozen water.
Yeah. Distilled water.
Yeah, distilled artesian water.
Rainwater.
Yeah.
Rainwater.
TV did a number on some kids.
But again, if not for the war,
fluoride water.
Yeah, it would be if Richie loves his craft and he appreciates what money can and cannot do for him. Would it really matter whether or not I don't agree or disagree with war? Like how many guys that work in certain plants, if they found out most of their parts are being made by sweatshops, and they say, well, now I know. I said, are you going to leave your job? Are you going to give back all the money that you gained from it? Most people aren't going to do that.
No.
At the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, in that situation, it wouldn't necessarily mean that I was supporting the war. And if I didn't support the war, but I was asked to go out there and do it, then you can bet your bottom dollar I'd stand up on stage and say, oh, by the way, you know, you guys, I don't support this war. Probably wouldn't be the best thing to say.
You probably have to have a fence in front of you, Richard, when they're throwing the beer bottles at you.
That's what it's heading to. Holy shit.
Yeah. It's just because we're living in an age of information. This technology now is worldwide, or in this case, all the civilization. Outside of that, this is the same old struggles that we as a human race have.
Dude, we're literally the first generation to have all this internet bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We are living.
That's why.
Living proof. Yeah.
That's why the onus is on Generation X, man.
They'll never know our struggles.
It was Generation X that actually managed to materialize and create this digital. We know analog and digital. We can speak both languages, and
we had dial-up back in my
responsible for
day.
this.
You damn young punks in your fiber optic cable.
Who are you making fun of now? Make fun of us, our generation. We've participated. You know,
Fuck yeah, I know.
us 60 babies.
Fuck.
You know, us Beatle, the ones that like the Beatles or something like that.
Those days were good though. Those fucking 80s and 70s and 90s. Well, not
They were-
90s.
they were- They were different times, Scott. Everything has a different things. You know, you give an old generation all this technology, they'd be no different. The human species really doesn't change. The technology might change and how we interpret it.
Right. You give them give them just a couple of years, whatever. You just take the technology and insert it back, give it to our parents, and give it a couple of years, and it would be no different to what it is now, right? Because we'd adapt and change accordingly to the to the technology.
That's what monkey see, monkey do, and
Well, poor monkeys. Poor human do. Human watch. I've had conversation with a bunch of older men, and they're like, they be talking about, oh, we're better with our money. I said, you guys are full of shit. I said, give you credit cards, PayPal, and all that other stuff. You think it'd be any different? Yeah, but we were better with money because you didn't have any of that other technology. Please stop talking like a fucking fool. Now, I won't say that to them directly because I know most of them say, well, you're just a young'un. I said, yeah, but I'm aware. You know, I get it. You know, they've done well for themselves, supported their family. Really, they haven't. What they've done is they work for industries that help indirectly support their family.
exactly.
Rarely you meet a guy say, I built the house out of my own hands and I have my own chickens and all that. I said, you're the rarity, and I stumbled to your piece of land. But outside of that, no.
That's my cousin. That's my cousin and her husband.
Oh, I'd love to meet them.
They lived on the land for 10 years to show that they could be a certain percentage self-sufficient, and then to get planning permission, because it was right in the middle of this sort of protected forest, but to get planning permission, and they got all the whole village to sign a petition to allow them to build there.
Wow.
But there were all these caveats, so it just meant that my cousin ended up building the whole place by himself. It's a beautiful place as well.
And he
But
deserved
it was a flat pack, you know. It was like it was a frame. He got the framework online, basically.
Oh, okay.
Bought the frame and then built around the frame. So they didn't exactly design the whole place themselves. They picked the design, and then he ordered it, and yeah.
Did they have a well? Like, were they able to have like a well on their property, or?
Nah, there's no well, and he dug a huge pit, right? Basically, like a little bit bigger than a swimming pool, and was capturing the water, and he was going to use all that water for the building of the house, so that he didn't have to pay the water rates on the water that he was going to use, right? So he does that, and then the water company that was in control of that area sends him a letter saying, yeah, that's our water and you still have to pay for it. and he still had to pay for it.
Yeah, he does.
The water that had fallen out of the sky, he still had to pay for it. He gathered it all in this huge. It was we all thought that was fucking ingenious, brilliant. What a brilliant idea! And didn't think that they were actually going to claim that. But yeah, and because of
legalese, and unless you actually are able to protect your own land, that land belongs to somebody else. So the fact that he stored it on the land, it belongs to, or not belongs, but whoever's the ruler of those titles or deeds. So it's always fun when I hear people say, "Go ahead."
They were left the land. That was the thing. Like my cousin, his wife, was left the land by this guy that she cared for like 10 years or something until he died, and he left her this land. But I don't know what the rights on that land were. Like if they had the water rights and everything. Obviously, they didn't have the water rights on it, did they? Because Thames Water or whoever it was.
Well, there's usually a chain of command, so you can find out in a short period of time. Are you paying property tax? If they say yes, then they're paying tribute, so they don't own the land. So now some people will turn around and say, okay, but I don't pay property tax. This is where people will say something, I have Indian Reserve. I said, okay, but you have allodial titles now. Well, I do. I said, so then you don't own the land. See, these are the chain of command. And once you realize you don't, that's how it's played, because these wars have already been fought. We already have. This is why, unless you have a piece of land that you can protect, you could have titles, and it could be 100-year title, like the Amish. They can have a 100-year title.
And you still got to comply to their regulations.
There you go. So you're an independent. You're independent, but you're still being ruled over.
Yeah,
this is why.
That's when they come audit you for that as well. I know that from my reserve, my treaty land and Robinson, Hickory, and stuff like that. Yeah. So I got land in Killarney, but I have to register it under the government and all that bullshit. And then they have to look into it and go through all my documents and who I am and whatnot, right? So that complete whole freedom of that, it's not.
And you come from Canada, so when people have heard in Canada that they legalized, like, say, hemp to smoke, that was a big document they had, and only 30 or 40 pages with hemp. A lot of the pages had to do with the Indian reserves, where now a person can say, wait a second here, I could bypass my chief and sell my land? Yes, you can now. And this is where the Gates Foundation, a lot of other families came in and started purchasing it. See, a lot of times when they make all these policies, they give the citizens what they think they want. I can legally smoke marijuana. Now get the fuck out of here. Anybody that tells me I can and cannot smoke marijuana, I'm asleep.
Dude, and that's why our chiefs are corrupt nowadays, and that's
they all are.
In Canada. Yeah, because of that agreement, what they made with these other people, they turned on their own people.
The guy I work for, Scott, his dad is a chief. He used to be. He's no longer with us. He's a chief. This guy makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and he doesn't pay taxes because he under the envelope of reserve, which is fine. Those are just the system. You can take advantage of them once you realize how they work.
Yeah.
You cannot smoke. Really? I can't.
Yeah. Can't have that tomato either, Richie.
I can't smoke it.
Dude, that's why you got to see that. That's why Trump hates Aboriginals right now. He doesn't like us over here.
Wow. That's the script that he has to read. They spent a lot of energy propping him up with WWE and with The Apprentice. Yeah. He's a Ronald Reagan. That's all he is. Whether or not that's him or not doesn't really matter.
Well, you know what they're trying to do with the Alberta, right? They're trying to take Alberta for the oil, the tar sands, right?
Oh, from McFarland, whatever that place is there.
Tar sands, yeah, up in Alberta. Yeah. That's why they're trying to they want that 51st state, right? It's like, remember what happened with Quebec? When Quebec tried to become its own nation or whatever.
They could never leave.
They haven't succeeded, right? They never made it. They never did it. They're still, Quebec is Quebec.
Quebec could have never left because America.
Alberta's doing the same thing. Yeah, they're doing the same thing, but they don't realize that they're treaty land. There's treaty land where the indigenous people have been there a long time. You can't just walk up in there and wipe all the treaty rights away that happened back in the 1400s, 1700s, or whatever.
The thing is, Scott, when they were talking about Quebec, Quebec cannot leave Canada when they've already done a NAFTA deal. It's not like as though Quebec can say, listen, I'm going to now leave and go to the European Union. It doesn't work that way, especially with Quebec. They have a little peculiar situation. They're still following the French laws, opposed to the rest of Canada is following Ontario laws. So now, economically, McDonald's opens up shops in two different places. So now when they talk about the 51st state, it can't be a 51st state. Why? Because the monarchy rules both America and Canada. That's all still monarchy land.
Yep.
Those, it's not as though the Vatican can have a piece of that. The Vatican owns other land. So when they talk about the 51st state, what they're doing is, let's see how asleep everybody is. You have to believe in that stuff until you start realizing, even though I'm going with the belief system, how do I know for sure the monarchy rules the land? Well, then why do they have wars if we're going to play that game? Why did they talk about the British Empire ruled 90% of the Earth's surface? They never said the world.
Do we really believe that these people will have relinquished relinquished their ownership of anything at all without some sort of caveat, right?
Richie,
we have pictures of our chiefs shaking hands with the British just in the last 12 years. Literally smiling and just shaking hands, and that right there instantly just gives it all away. I'm just going, they're putting it right in our face.
But if you twist a man's nipple hard enough, they might give it up. Like you squeeze it really hard, they'll say, "Okay, that's it. It's yours." No, we have rulers here. It's the way it is. Now people could turn around and say, "I don't agree with it." Well, then let's say the government, based on what people like to talk about, the governments or rulers, then what about all these other big corporations that are in our countries? If it's even my country, like Goodyear, GM, General Motors, or McDonald's and Starbucks, they're the ones that actually probably rule. Why? Because most of us go to them. Yeah, because we go to them. If I want to buy a laptop, who am I going to buy it from?
In the last 50 years, we literally turned into a corporate country.
Yes.
The whole world has been, but mostly our Western culture over here. Yeah, for sure.
That's why capitalism or democracy can actually work with a communist country, because this is about commerce. It's not about state or religion.
It's true.
The monarchy doesn't own America, but the monarchy still owns large plots of land.
They got their hands in the cookie jar. Sure they do.
The thing is, Richie, you have to collect something, in this case, tribute, to be able to protect those lands. So if I have all the natural resources or all the money my citizens are working for, then I can actually protect and guard the land. But for most people, how can they truly protect their lands unless they have a title? So somebody else is telling you that if I go to war, you come to war with me, right? What do you mean? Well, I'm giving you a title. It's usually a subtitle. Now, I really differentiate between ruling and owning. So if I said ownership, my apologies, they rule the land. It's an illusion to own anything. Because if you do, then how do you protect it?
The NWO, the New World Order, has been here for a long time. I think that's what they fought for the war. This has all been structured out a long time.
But again, Scott, again, this could be us talking about a belief system. I have to be a believer that these things even exist. I've heard about the World Bank, INF, and all that kind of stuff. I even study it. But again, I'm studying based on what? Written work? Now, if you go inwards and say, okay, how does this serve to know all this information? I don't mind hearing this stuff, and I don't mind talking about it, even though I'm being the fool by talking about it. But when I hear people talk about, I don't agree with GMO, I'm like, okay, second here. But you go to their grocery stores. So you're like a slave, and yet you're complaining to your slave master. And what, did they give you the word freedom of speech too? Well, yeah, I can speak freely. Okay. So you can speak freely.
I'll tell you what, when I was in prison, it didn't matter how much I didn't like what I was eating. That's what there was to eat.
You had no choice. Had no fucking
And
choice.
and this, we're all slaves to the system. We're all slaves to the
You're all
fucking.
born that way, without a choice. That's the truth.
Well, there is a choice, but the choice is a really the two realities are so starkly, contrasted. If you can choose to say no to all of it and go out into the wild and go and live like a fucking caveman, live in a cave, don't have electricity, hunt for your food, grow your
No
own
love.
vegetables, have no electricity or electrical devices. You can do that. It's just that's going to be a very different experience to the really comforty, nice experience where you get central heating and electrical appliances and get to drive cars and stuff and get to
Dude,
play
we're
the
so
game a little
spoiled,
bit.
man. We are
You just
literally
have to.
spoiled in this century. We have so much to occupy us, to distract us, to do. Ah, it's a learning
I think
experience.
loads of us. I think loads of us are spending loads of time doing shit, but we're not. We're not actually doing it. We're
That's
we're
right.
we're doing it in our heads. We're doing it in our minds. We're imagining it. We're thinking about how cool it would be. We're not. We're not doing it. We're sitting here thinking about it
That's
and
right.
talking about it.
Imaginary or imagine is a big thing for humans, right? A lot of people like to imagine things and think. That's a strong energy.
Richie, can I ask something? My wife asked me to share something with the group for an opinion, and she's never asked me to do this before. So I will ask this if you don't mind, Richie. She's going to do a
Yeah, go
blog
for it.
because she does a lot of blogs. And these are the two things that she's leading towards either the term rooted living versus grounded living. Which one resonates when you hear those words?
Grounded.
Scott, would you mind sharing if you don't mind, or Mac? Then I can give it feedback.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Rooted living or grounded living?
Rounded.
Grounded. Okay. Yeah, 'cause of course we're all
Rounded or grounded?
routed living or grounded living. Earthing opposed to the roots.
Grounded. Yeah. So yeah, I'll stick with my answer.
And Scott, you said rooted.
Grounded. Well, yeah.
Grounded. And Mr. Mac, do I have your attention? Would you mind? Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Mac's doing
Rooted. That's like living with the planet, living with the ground, the earth, the soil, the plants, the trees,
Yeah.
the water.
Mac, where are you?
He's sleeping.
Thanks, guys.
I'm not sleeping. I'm here. I'm listening.
Did you hear the two different types of living, Mac?
Two types of living.
Yeah.
What?
Rooted living or grounded living? Which one resonates when you hear those two?
Rooted means ancestor, like and then grounded is like, yeah, you're stuck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mac. You're such an old mystic. Thanks, Mac. Thanks to all of you guys. Thank you. I'll pass that on to Judith. Her name is Judith, by the way, guys. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you ain't gonna uproot me.
Yeah, I'm in the middle with that rooted and grounded, right? I you know what I mean? We got magic. We're intelligent human beings. We got energy. We're smart, right? So
Scott, are you saying that we're artificial intelligent? Are we actually the AI?
we are literally adapted to the planet of the Earth, of its energies. Yeah,
Yeah.
natural. Yes,
We're gonna be AI in the future.
We're not artificially intelligent. Artificial means where it's fake. I believe we have a natural
Not
magic
real.
that we're born with. Yeah, we have natural static energy and vibrations we feel that we are born with. That's organic. That's fret. Like, you know what I mean? That's the real shit. The other, what's coming with the other stuff that's artificial, blend in with that. I think that's just little. It's not. It's not it. Yeah.
Silence. I'm reading the comments, so I've got a excuse for not having paid full attention to what's being said.
Yeah, that's the bad technology that we got to be careful nowadays. Is it's not. We already know it's not for us. It's being used against us. It's not good, but we kind of got to go with the flow, right?
There's only so like all this fucking facial recognition and all this crap. It doesn't seem to be anything stopping that all moving forward. The whole digital ID and everything. If they, they'll sneak it in a back door somehow to get it in place, right?
There's some passing laws in the UK just now where they didn't bow down to it. They bowed against it. But I think that's just the setup. I think that's just they just threw the one person under the and then bring up another one probably in the next month.
Yeah, or it's the sort of bait and switch type.
Yeah.
Or give them a really, really bad situation, so that's what's going to happen, and then say, oh well, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this instead, and it's not as bad, and so the lesser of two evils. It's always the lesser of two evils. Everything that we get with the government is the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
But I guess the more we resist the ideal of a digital system, it's going to persist. So, if somebody wants to help Richie out, for example, and use PayPal, that's digital. When we're using this stuff, this is all digital. It'd be different if all of a sudden say we're going to force this human race to go digital. Meanwhile, we've never seen a cell phone.
No, I'm gonna run over there and go give them cash. Fly over there, you know what I mean? Just give them cash.
But even if you fly over there, now we're talking about a mechanical air, like the plane.
I know, yeah. And it's all run by digital.
Even if it isn't, right? If it was mechanical,
one way or another, yeah.
So it shouldn't be a shock to people by saying they're going to do it, whoever they may be. But at the same time, it's more people curious. When are they going to do it? Well, you're not going to know. You'll wake up tomorrow and say, listen, we've crashed the currency. And now you have a choice to go digital. Oh, okay. I guess I will. What do you mean I'm going to lose double? I'm going to lose half the value of my piece of paper for that new digital system. Well, we never told you exactly how it's all going to work out.
Oh, no. They'll be sneaker than that. They'll say, we'll give you twice as much as you've got. Whatever the value is, we'll give you the same again if you convert it to digital currency.
Stop teasing me, Richie. Stop teasing me.
Yeah.
But they were in the little small print. It will be like, you have 4 days to spend this extra money, or it will disappear. there'll be some sort of timestamp on it.
Yeah, they'll give you like $100 gift card to your shopping mall or something, or your grocery store, because the groceries are gone so far up your ass right now. It's expensive to buy your own food.
It's ridiculous, man. Where I am in Tenerife, it's gone from being really just so cheap to be able to eat, sustain yourself, to now it costs pretty much the same as it does in the UK.
Yeah,
it's gone up
food's the same price as it is in the UK.
Yeah, the digital system is going to put a balance. The people that were living way below the poverty line or way below with their currency, it's going to balance itself. But overall, it's going to be one system, but they're going to implant other things into it.
And that's the end.
People
yeah.
How many people would have worn a mask or got a little bee sting for a virus? But how many people would do the same thing or deny themselves if they say, but now we're talking about commerce, we're talking about digital system. They've openly reported
how many grocery bill, right?
Yeah. Well, going to a grocery, people complaining about their grocery bills or whatever, but meanwhile, ignore the fact that gas has increased the last 10 or 15 years, housing has increased 10 or 15 years. So why would they be shocked or surprised? Because the media has to do their job. They got to stir up the nest because most people are asleep.
No, nobody, we just mention it like offhand. Oh, this price has gone up. It's gone up. It's gone up. Everything costs more. It costs more. It costs more. And it seems to be this natural thing that everything would just cost more. Except there was a point when I was younger when it seemed like things would get cheaper, but they didn't. They never did. They actually just got more expensive, and so that's just natural that everything gets more expensive.
Is it, Richie?
Right.
Or the drug dealer said, listen,
because obviously, but no, everything's appreciated in value. Obviously, isn't it? A Mars bar has appreciated in value over the last 20 years, and that's
the
why it costs
ingredients in
four
it
times more.
It's bad for you though. What they're putting in it is no good. It should be not at that expense.
We should exactly. We shouldn't be eating fucking Mars bars, but I mean they make the cheapest stuff that you can get is the stuff that really has no nutritional value for you at all. They put
Yeah.
well, like even fast food has gone up so much, man.
Dude,
How
it's
much
like
does it
$15
cost now
a damn
for
burger
fucking
here. $15
right?
for a
Exactly.
burger at McDonald's. That's insane. I don't eat
Hey,
McDonald's, but
Fentanyl pills have gone down to $0.25 a piece.
It's fucking high and die,
That's a
right?
deal.
Yeah.
But the conditioning is more than just about the price of it. The condition is now our parents and us were slowly going to somebody else's corporation store. Once you've done that, now they're your owners. So now people are just complaining about how much they charge. No, you've chosen a long time ago to go to somebody's grocery store, dollar store, using their devices. So at that point, you can complain about it because they give you the concept of freedom of speech. But what happened when they decided to say, listen, anybody that complains, we're hanging you upside down for a couple of days. We have a problem here anymore. And if you think you're a badass, we're going to hang up your kids upside down for a couple of days. Again, this is where people go ahead, Matt. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
We're going to be screwed, man, when one corporation owns everything.
Are you talking about BlackRock again?
Yep, but they're not quite everything, but damn. Isn't there a thing about monopolizing?
Wow, that's the illusion of monopoly.
It won't be hanging people upside down. But it won't. If it's in place, and if you complain about it, they'll just say, "Okay, well then you won't have access to it. You don't have access to it for a week.
Mm-hmm.
You can't travel. You can't buy. You can only buy these foods."
Richie, can you imagine if you go into a store, okay, because they do test plates on the Amber Alert. You go to a store, you go to use your digital system, and all of a sudden it lights up to everybody in that store. Richie's trying to buy something, and he's been banned to be in the store. You'll see how quickly being scorned feels like.
Everybody give you that look.
Then, right, they would. And some people might even be aggressive because they'll get credit for it. So listen, if you beat the guy up, you get extra credit. Again, this is why they do the Amber Alert. People just think, oh, we care about kids. Sure, do you? Really? Why would you give the Amber Alert to the public unless it's for the future digital system? Because, hey, people think about, okay, I get strike on YouTube. They're conditioning people to strike. What happened when it crosses over YouTube and say, listen, you said some really mean things on YouTube, so now when you go for your groceries, you're banned for a week? Now, they might be thinking, that's a fairy tale. Well, then tell me how Wi-Fi came to be, because that's a fairy tale. People don't realize how much YouTube allows people to talk the art because they're doing it publicly. So now that could be used against them. Isn't that what the police used to always say? When you get arrested, you have a choice to stay silent or it could be used against you in court. So YouTube is no different. TikTok, Spotify. And we're openly giving that information away as we're waiting patiently for the digital system to show up. In other countries, they already got some of it in place. So they tell me. Dom, you're making it up. Okay, yeah, I'm also making up air. And I'm also making up the ideal of how technology came to be. But we're still here. It's always fun when I hear somebody wants to be very materialistic or they want to be grounded, but yet they're really not showing that they're grounded. Or, I've said it before, people just don't want to hear this, but they're still living in it.
I gotta go look at a
Oh, it's
neighbor's
no-
furnace. They just gave me a call. I gotta go look at their furnace. They got no heat.
Tell Matt.
Yeah.
No worries, man.
Well, I'm gonna make some bucks.
For that fentanyl that you just said you can get a deal on?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Yeah, fentanyl down now, a quarter a pill.
Shout out, Mac. Love you, boss.
Big
I
down.
tell you. All right, folks. Take care.
All right, dude. Have a good day.
Bye bye.
Dana, are we talking about hypotheticals?
Always. It's good to talk about hypotheticals so we can get away from what's really occurring, because sometimes it's too close for a lot of people.
Dude, nothing's free nowadays. Nothing.
That's true. Was it ever free? Even if you want the sun, you have to put some effort. You got to go out there.
Well, if you go walk in the
Yeah.
bushes and hiking on your trails, you know, you find a strawberry bush or a blueberry bush, you go there. That is free.
You put effort to look for it.
Yeah.
Took energy to walk there. Yeah.
That's right.
There was an exchange. There was an exchange that took place.
Always.
Yeah.
I'm with you,
You're-
Richie.
But that's a better grounded, rooted connection to going to your grocery store and paying for it and picking out that way, right?
Well, we're exchanging our energy for something. In this case, whether it's with nature or a piece of paper.
That's a little more lazier, right? Is going to the grocery store that's a corporate store instead of walking and going for a hike, picking up your blueberries and
foraging.
strawberries, right?
Well, the body will pick up. That's why sometimes the it's always in scarce mode, because they realize, so you're relying on exchanging the energy for this piece of paper. What happened if that piece of paper can't get you anything anymore? That's why when you're actually working directly with nature, it will pick up the patterns. Okay, so, that's why people pick up, we're going to have a lean 5 years, or animals, you pick up from the animal. Okay, remove yourself. There's going to be a flood that's going to occur. For a lot of us, we're like fish out of water. We wouldn't even know if the environment's going to change on us and what to do.
Nope. That's why the Aboriginal people followed the footsteps of the animals, the bears, the wolves, the deers.
Because they worked the land. They probably respected some of their wise beings in their clan. That's why they used to do elusive, substance or whatever, so they can find out who's come back into a form with a gift of some sort.
Yeah.
There's people that have gifts to understand how to make certain things. It'd be different if we were all like Borg mentality. We all can run under 100 meters under 10 seconds, and we all can actually jump a certain height. But that's not the case. So that means we all have certain gifts. We can mimic each other and use certain devices to at least imitate that.
Yeah.
Now, that's overgeneralization on my part, obviously, but I go under the premise the world's going to be okay with or without the human race population size or lack of it.
Oh, that's a fact, guaranteed. Yeah. So I mean, we're all living to die, right? One day we're not going to be here.
But to a me person, that's almost like taboo for them. They're so self-absorbed and thinking, well, you're eventually going to be popped out of that suit, or you just die, whatever word you want to use. Because there's people that are going to say, Dominic, I think this is one-time existence. Okay, you can believe that. No different. I can believe that we come back over and over again. Are you going to debate me on it now? And some of them will. I'm like, okay, so tell me when tell me when you're done, because I'm telling you my version of my story. You enjoy living up in Aurelia, by the way, Scott?
Dude, we got the worst weather out here. I don't know.
Well, weather now, but I'm during
And we
during
got
the
a lot of
summer.
weird. Yeah, we got a lot of weird people. That it's not how it was good back 15, 10 years ago. Now it's just like we're flooded with immigrants, and they're not all there. They're slow at their tasks. They're not. They, their intentions are something different. I'm a little worried about that.
Where are they coming from mostly? India, from China,
All over.
all
Yeah,
over. Okay.
it's all the same background, East Indian culture, right?
Hmm.
I'm not hating on them. There are. I work for a couple East Indians taking care of their cutting the grass and snow removal. Right, they're all right people, but there is the other side. There's many that are not all right.
Well, are you third or fourth generation, or you've always like your family ancestors always come from, we'll say Canada?
Third generation. Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of those cultures, they're
I
coming.
was used to it. Yeah, I was born to. They were in my school when I was going to school in Scarborough and Toronto. So it's always been happening. It's just nothing new.
So, but we grew up, Scott, in an environment where can we truly grasp other people that are coming from when there's a population supposedly over 1 billion people?
Mhm.
You know, we're a small
That's
country.
too
We're
many.
very small. A third. Well, we're a small population at 38 million, 40 million. Even America at 300 million is still very small. I think India, the way they speculate, is their middle class is bigger than America.
Huge. A lot
You know,
of people.
same with China. You know, here in Toronto, where I am, Scott, I can go to Jane and Finch area, sorry, Young and Finch, and there could easily be 500,000 people from Asia living there because they're used to living in those condensed area with a big population. Where other
Yeah.
people, whether you're British, Canadian, Italian, it's still a very small population. Even though there could be, 30, 40, 50 millions Italians or British people, but it's very still small compared to those two other countries.
It's true. We only see that in cities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not towns. Cities.
What's Toronto? Toronto, I think almost 3 million, but meanwhile, Hong Kong has some cities 30, 40 million.
Oh, triple.
So we're told.
So again, Richie, I'm a believer. Remember, I can already tell you numbers. I'm a believer based on numbers. And you're right. So we're told. I'm a peddler now at that point. I remember somebody years ago, I forget where, I have to look for it, but I remember hearing talking about they did some research. They took all the numbers based on all the census throughout the world, and then they actually figured out some of the small cities and villages. They added it another billion. They say that maybe at the most 3 or 4 billion, just based on the numbers that we're told. So we're told there's 8 billion people in the world. How can we confirm that?
Dude,
I think it's an impossible. It's something that's not actually possible to confirm because it's not possible to take an accurate census
I'm with you, Richie. Yep.
of the number of people that there are here on this earth.
Technology.
I think it really wouldn't surprise me if there's really not been too much of a fluctuation between how many people were on this earth 5,000 years ago and how many are on it now. There's been a natural, we've been dying off and being born at a basic natural rate, and it's just always been the same. It's not changed, but they've conflated and increased the numbers because of exactly the reason I said. If you play around with numbers like that, you can play around with people's perceptions of what's going on. As far as they could say, oh, it was a huge catastrophe in China and 1.5 billion people were killed, and that would have an emotional impact on the people hearing that, right? That thinking and believing that 1.5 billion people just got wiped off the face of the earth in a second, right? But what if those people never existed? They were just names. They were just numbers on a fucking census that wasn't accurate. It was guesstimated.
Yeah.
or it was just completely fucking fabricated, right? They could tell us there's 8 billion people here, something they could orchestrate some big sort of catastrophe, paint the skies red, and shut off all the power and everything, and then bring it back and say, "Oh, we are the only survivors. There's only 2 billion people left on the earth now," you know, and
We've seen it in movies.
if the numbers were
movies.
if the numbers were always fictional in the first place, then
We got on with the COVID numbers too.
exactly. I mean, those numbers were obviously inflated by the fact that the coroners were just signing everything off as due to that. Did they test positive? Yeah. Well, that was the reason. That was the reason. The ones that died with it and the ones that died of it, two completely different numbers. But it was the ones that died with it were counted. So, but I've seen videos on YouTube saying, redacted saying that it's all, they've basically come out and admitted it now.
It was all farce.
More deaths were caused by the solution than by the problem itself. More people have been injured and lost their lives.
Whoever did all that got away with it. Nobody got punished for that. That's just.
Well, I think Pfizer had some sort of law put in place or something, didn't they, that they could never be held accountable.
Yep.
Part of the contract of the design.
That's like the UN law. Like how they bypass the UN law of the national world security. That's another question. Is like, what the hell?
Well, UN law. There's this whole UN and fucking ICC and
I know.
ICJ and all that, right? There's International Criminal Court. An International Criminal Court says that Bibi Netanyahu is absolutely definitely guilty of serious war crimes. Issue a warrant for his arrest, and nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nobody does anything. Nothing happens. Bibi's still running around, and they completely discredited their whole legal system in America was completely discredited by the Trump trials. All of those fucking court cases that they had him go into, where they were blatantly just disregarding so much, just to further their fucking narrative, right? Not reporting on the things that were damaging to the narrative. Just keep slinging all this shit around. Ah, fucking hell. What crazy world.
Yeah.
Man. Like Mitchell says, what you gonna do about it except get on the internet and complain?
Exactly. What the fuck?
Hey, Richie, is it possible to have an intermission with the Sunshine?
Oh, dude, are you feeling the need for some? There's something very uplifting about that, isn't there?
Damn right it is. Damn, my arms go up in the air.
I love it. I know Wazzy goes, oh God, I don't think Wazzy likes that song, which says a lot about Wazzy. If she can't get into the.
Yep.
But absolutely, let's have some.
Thanks,
let's
Richie.
have some sunshine on
Yeah,
it.
like
You guys remember Fuzzy Wuzzy?
No, man.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy was.
Oh yeah.
I think I found it now. What I've been looking beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? It's got my head all up in the clouds. I think I found it now. Everything I want might be a miracle. No, I'm never coming down. I don't gotta worry about a single thing. I can feel the light coming down on me. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. I don't gotta care in the world right now. Higher than the ceiling, breaking through the clouds. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. Yeah. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I gotta let you know, it's so incredible. I'm finally letting go. Up, up and away, yeah, we go. I found my flow right on time, and now I know what it feels like to shine like gold. Up, up and away, yeah, we go. I don't gotta worry about a single thing. I can feel the light coming down on me. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. I don't gotta care in the world right now. Higher than the ceiling, breaking through the clouds. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. Yeah. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I gotta let you know, I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine.
It may come as news to you, but we are currently in a war of information. You cannot afford to just sit there consuming. You have to take part. Come up on this panel and take part. Get things off your chest. Give your point of view.
Unmute.
Thanks, Richie.
What I didn't do was what I should have done. I was going to make my coffee during that little interlude, but
Well, if you
I've
want to
been
make
busy trying to. Eh?
if you want to make some coffee, I mean, Scott can hold it down for a bit. Just don't make it explode in your face again today, please.
Yeah. Do you know what? As well, it's good to see my body's working. Like, I didn't sit here and bleed out while I was chatting to everybody, because I didn't realise my foot, my toe, the glass must have fallen on my little toe, but I got issues with the nerves. All the, all the nerves are all disrupted from the double fasciotomies. So anyway, yeah, there's a huge, great big fucking slice in my toe, but thankfully my blood had clotted up before I bled out. I did think, oh, my flip flop, my slipper is a bit sticky. I thought that was just the coffee, but no, it's blood. Fucking shitload of blood, but it's all congealed now, and it's all nice. Hopefully it's not going to open up again when I clean it. There's a great big huge blood clot on top of the cut. It's fucking hell, man. I didn't even feel that.
That's rough.
Didn't even bloody feel it, man.
That is rough.
No, it's cool. It's like like I said, I didn't even know that my toe had a big fucking gash in it. I didn't feel the thing hit my foot. I didn't even know. So I'm sat here chatting away, and my foot's just bleeding out. Right.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
It wasn't, thankfully there's no, I don't think there's an artery in your little toe.
No, you're good. You're good.
You're not feeling faint, are you, by any chance, Richie? Because
Yeah, you're not getting lightheaded.
No, I'm
so
feeling fine.
You're good to go.
That sunshine on my face, I was looking for a karaoke version of it. There isn't one, but you can make them, can't you? There's AI apps that remove the vocals, and can turn any song into a karaoke song. So I am going to do that. I'm definitely going to make a karaoke version of that.
Yeah,
And I'm going to add that
you
to
don't
my
get
set.
a copyright strike for that shit either.
Oh, I don't care about. Well, I don't care about copyright claims. I got a copyright strike once. I got one copyright strike, but then they rescinded it. They took it off.
Yeah, you can just click on your YouTube Studios, then you just edit it. So
That's for the copyright claims, right? When they block it in, loads of mine come back saying, "Oh, your video has been blocked in some regions."
certain
And
countries,
it's normally like Russia and shit like that. It's blocked in Russia and stuff.
Yeah, Belarus or
Right.
whatever.
And I don't mind just cutting songs out, like. But if people claim their copyright, they claim that can't monetize. They essentially monetize your channel, monetize that video. I think fair play, whatever. If I'm not getting any views on it,
I know, like, fuck.
go for it.
Well, never mind. During the COVID days, I was like, "Holy shit, you guys are crazy!" Oh, I got the medical misinformation left, right, and center.
Dude, I'm on my third channel because of that.
Yeah, I appealed it all,
I'm
and
on my third channel because of that.
then I won most of them. Still have my same.
Oh, I didn't win any of them. I had 15-minute videos that getting reviewed in 20 seconds and then
dude, I appealed
upholding
mine.
their complaints. Not none of my appeals. I didn't win any of my appeals, but they gave me back my second channel when I applied earlier this year. They gave me back my second channel again. In the end, I appealed it when they took it away and they rejected the appeal, but there was still an option to appeal it again. So I appealed it again because somebody said, "Oh yeah, people are getting their channels back." So I did that, and they gave me back that channel. But my first channel, which had all of the gold on it and 3,500 videos, I apparently missed the deadline by 1 day, and they deleted everything. I'll never get it back. So, and that's all because of medical misinformation, which wasn't misinformation; it was all accurate information.
That's what I appealed mine for, and I won it. It was good. And nothing but the copyright strikes for music, which is soft. Didn't matter for that. I just re-edited it, took out it.
But making the karaoke track out of that "Sunshine on My Face" song, that's more for my work to sing it. I think that would be a nice one to sing at sunset, man. To the clientele. It's an upbeat song.
So, what's your predictions about February this month coming up?
I predict that February is going to happen.
That's for sure. That's a guarantee. I
The
fucking sure
Chinese
hope.
Chinese New Year will occur at some point in February. I can't remember what day it is. It's my parents and my sister's wedding anniversaries. I can predict that they're coming. I reckon, man, anything could happen in February.
That's why it's the shortest month, right? So
4 weeks. Exactly 4 weeks. 28 days. Because it was a
movie.
leap year
You ever
last
watch
year,
that
wasn't it?
movie? You ever watch that movie, 28 Days?
28 days later. 28
Yeah.
weeks later and 28 months later. And I think they've done a 28 years later as well.
Hopefully we won't get to there.
What is 28? It's 4 times 7.
Exactly.
Are you saying there's a possibility February is the only month of the year that's the correct cycle of 28 days?
It's the one that, the only one that's left.
Yep. Wasn't there supposed to be 13 months?
On a 28-day cycle, yeah. But there was a time when there were only 10 months to the year. That's why December's called December.
I wonder why the system doesn't like 13, right? They don't like that number 13.
Well, there's a couple of systems running. One actually runs on that system. The other
Number
one is
13?
when you have, you got to, we're using numbers to gauge it.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we have a 7-day cycle, hence the sun. The father, some African tribes still follow it. They understand about the series calendar, a 10-day cycle.
Yeah.
Again, you have to recondition people, throw them around with the Georgian calendar, but the energy's still there.
That's what I mean. It's the Western culture calendar.
I think it's all calendars, or, whether it's west or east. At that point, we're talking, Scott, about hemispheres.
Gosh.
So if a person does follow a 13-month calendar, with the 7 days, then you would have to get away from civilization and just follow the energies. Tribal people would understand that, or at least the people among them would.
You got it right. Yeah.
This is why this has been generation after generations of conditioning.
Why does it have to be a hemisphere? Why could it be a hemisquare?
Square in the
Dude,
circle?
that's what it is when you look on the Google Maps. You're literally blocked into the square.
Well, one of them would be angles, hence angles opposed to circles. This is where they talk about.
Squaring the circle.
There you go. You got it. Yeah. Try to get 4 angles of 90 degrees to become a 360-degree circle, or it's a degree.
You sound like a bunch of square boys.
Degradation.
That's why when you see all the different pictures, like you get an angle, you get a circle around it, and then you get a square around it. We're talking symbology at that point. Then you have the upper triangle merging with the lower triangle, and then you get the Star of David kind of idea.
Yeah, that's what I see on Star David all over the fucking shit that's happening around the world right now. I keep seeing that.
Shh.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, keep it quiet, guys. Too soon, Richie?
We love them. They're not responsible for anything at all. They're brilliant people, and nothing ever happened. And they don't have their fingerprints on everything. So just who? No one. Nobody. We're not. Shh. Fucking.
Well done, Rich.
It's scary. What really was going on out there in the legalese world and the digital world, as far as trying to protect the narrative concerning these particular individuals. that we don't even need to name them anymore.
Well, we'd have to start naming
Hang
all the
on.
masses.
Yeah. I just call them they. They.
What about us? What about
I
us?
like,
Scott?
I like, I like static in the attics terminology from the Greys. Calls them the Greys, doesn't he?
The Greys? What do you mean the Greys? Greys are like alien Greys?
Yeah, like that. But that's not what he means when he says the Greys. He's talking about the ones that kiss walls and wear tiny hats and have, strange relationships with cubes stuck on their foreheads and shit.
Now, Richie, I have to, besides getting my popcorn, I have to get my tinfoil hat on now, too.
I didn't understand any of that then. Your mic went really weird. And you just
Tinfoil
kind of,
hat.
it just sounded like, I got blah, 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 blah. What? What was that? Can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, Richie, my
Yeah, can you
laptop
repeat
or
that?
whatever. Yeah, can you hear me now, Rich?
Yeah.
Okay, my laptop manually decides to lower itself. So I said, besides me having my popcorn, now I have to put on my tinfoil hat if we're going to start talking about the Greys. Like, I'm okay with talking about it.
Well, tinfoil is good because if it was gold, they'd steal it right off your head.
Oh, they would. They'll just chop it off. They're like, they just chop it off, dude.
So true. You know? Like, I don't mind talking about the Palladiums, the Archons, the Greys, Tall Man, Slender Man. What else
Dude,
can we
I was
talk about?
really Google surfing just the other day. I think I was Google surfing in Argentina, the below, straight down there, man. And I literally zoomed in and I seen like a bunch of artifacts, bro, that were like giants, like on mountains that were like literally just appearing on Google Maps. I was like, what the fuck?
The trouble is that it's Google Maps. I think there's literally there are individuals sat there whose mission it is to insert just things like
You think they're fucking with us?
Just
you think they're fucking with us? Yeah.
I think so.
massively.
I thought that too,
fuck.
but
It's
we know
it's
there's-
fucking with our perception, right?
there is highly intelligent people that were here long before, right? We have underground patterns on this
Absolutely.
planet all over, right?
Absolutely.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
I
I
just
think
question
people. I think people were more intelligent back then than they are now. I think
for
we
sure.
were more intelligent on whole. The masses were more intelligent on whole than they are now.
People were
Right.
smart back then.
But yeah, man.
Yeah, probably back then the
I like-
overlords had to deal with it. Oh, sorry, Rich.
I like that whole fantasy idea that there was a time before we were supposed to have invented electricity or discovered electricity, right? And before we industrialized, there was actually a time when we were far more advanced than we are now, technologically.
Totally agree. I remember I met a few guys up in Bancroft. And this guy was building a spaceship in his fucking backyard, dude. Out of granite rock and gold and fucking all sorts of weird shit. And he was all right in it.
I guess we have to kind of classify what is technology. You know, like the human form is advanced technology.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
it's
what
like-
I think.
Yeah, sun and the moon as advanced technology. What people might call technology is like
That's what I mean. Learn how to
a
use
car or whatever. You know, I always I always find it interesting where
I'll be
people
right back.
Yeah, I find it interesting, Scott, when people will say, talking about the Palladiums, the Greys, is woo woo, but yet they'll talk about the Brits or whatever, it's a Brigo or whatever, when they talk about your different signs, those 4-letter things or whatever. I said it's all speculation at that point. So whether or not we have lords, or other people use other words like overlords, we literally could have overlords where they might manipulate the whole system. Maybe. I would say yes, but I've never met an overlord, so I can't confirm that. But we do manipulate things, whether it's animals. The dog species has been manipulated over and over again. Human race has been manipulated in a lot of ways. Our foods have been manipulated.
And I think some of these guys come in a form that look like us.
Could be. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I think that's because maybe it is just us. Like we're not.
That's true. I hope not, but that's fun.
The same vessel, right? Exactly the same vessel, just from a different place that just doesn't have the same. They didn't have the same.
That's what they call hybrid aliens, hybrid us.
Hybrid as opposed to hybrid.
Yeah, hybrid. One or the other, hybrid or hybrid. I don't know how to exactly pronounce that one. Not hybrid with the weed. No, hybrid aliens, as in a part related, but part us as well, right?
I think alien, like it's like the words alien and extraterrestrial. Aliens is something that's always applied to humans from a different, people from a different nation are alien to that nation, right? So that's why America has the illegal. We've got this illegal aliens. Now they're just illegal immigrants, but they were illegal aliens before that. Extraterrestrial, terrestrial, terra being land, so terrestrial being extra land. Well, yeah, okay, extra land. It doesn't have to be in a fucking
power. Yeah,
it doesn't have to be 300 million light years away, and they travelled all the way here. It's just extra land that we have no conscious awareness of. Like, what if Mars is just a continent outside of the Arctic Rim? Mars and Saturn and Venus, they're actually continents, or outside of our known sphere.
Where we're grounded on gravity, right?
Gravity.
We're forced.
Who was it I watched? Somebody did a video about that recently, about gravity being it's an electromagnetic thing. Oh God, who was that? We watched it. Didn't we watch it?
That's what I learned with the guy from Bancroft here, with the military vet guy that I met, David Hamill. This guy literally made gravity, spun him out with spears, constantly spinning around circles with granite rock and gold, where that device literally just set rocket, bro. Fucking flew. With no wires, no buttons, none of that. That was crazy.
Was it? That's why I sing. Actually, I haven't sung that in ages. I'm going to sing that tomorrow if I'm working. Gravity is working against me. It's gravity because it's electromagnetic grabbing force. It's grabbing it with gravity.
So birds are a different species then at that point, because they, for some reason,
Birds defy gravity. Birds and insects and butterflies all defy gravity.
They're limited though. They're limited. They can't. They're still. They go up.
They can only go so high. There's a ceiling. There's a ceiling to the height they can get to.
Yeah.
So is there a reason why they say gravity is still a theory?
To an extent level, there is.
Like, I get grounding.
I get
Earthing, grounding. But when we're talking about when people use gravity, they're envisioning something. I'm like, okay, so are we talking magnetic? You know, this is why when they throw around as above, so below, what are they actually saying when they say as above, so below? Most people will just think below means the earth. No, the earth is the plate. So could there be magnetic forces? I'm speculating, obviously. Is the
There is
sun,
actually with the core. There's a core to everything, right? There has to be.
Scott, we were already there last week. Don't-
Is there though? Is there a core? Like there is a
know.
core according to the idea that we live on a sphere. Then there has to be a center to that sphere, which would be the core. But that's thousands of miles to the center. What is it, 4.2 thousand miles or something, or 4,800 miles or something to the center? So they say, but we've never been able to dig deeper than 7.5 miles. So we can't even prove what's 20 miles
Yeah, that's true.
underneath, or we haven't managed to even get below the surface, the skin. And we can't actually accurately say what the skin is, let alone all these so-called layers underneath, right? And this idea that it's gravity, the core, the spinning core, creates this magnetic field of, gravity or whatever. It creates. There's supposed to be some sort of electromagnetic shielding coming as a result of the spinning core that shields us from the harmful rays of the sun at 1.3 million miles away, right?
Dude.
But and it's supposed to be molten iron, but iron loses its magnetic properties at a certain temperature, which the center of the core, far, according to their theory, far exceeds that temperature. So it's impossible that it's magnetic.
Of course, Richie, because they tell us gravity, and then we mimic that, and then they put a globe in your classrooms, and then they go around telling you call this thing AI. By the way, call human beings black and white. But yeah, once you start using critical thinking, wait a second, humans aren't black or white. What are you talking about, a globe? How do I explain water? Wait a second here. Am I being shit on here? Yeah, Dom, you just need some more toilet paper.
You'd be going to the doctor, being fucking trolled around as a medical, some sort of kind of freak if you really were. I mean, not even albinos are this white, right?
So true. So my phone is white, but yet my skin is white. Get out of here. Are you guys joking me again? Yeah, Dom, we are joking. Yeah, okay. You get a European that's tan, and then all of a sudden you put him beside a buddy that's Barbados. I guess who's dark skinned today? But you know what I'm talking about, Dom. I'm black. I said, no, you're not black. But the fact that you keep saying it, you're telling me you're indoctrinated. Now, if you're talking about magic and you're associating black and white to the unknown and the known, I could play with that a little bit. But I can't play when people tell me, Dom, I'm black and you're white. I said, excuse me? Am I a cracker too? Get out of here.
That's saying they got is the black sheep, right? Oh, no, the white albino, the white albino bear, or not a bear. I mean, fucking buffalo.
I've always been proud of my black sheep status. I am the black sheep of the family. The first to go to university, and the first to go to prison.
All of us on this panel.
Well done, Richie. Well done.
Really are. I got my black sheep fucking cat.
I agree. I agree, Dana. That the fifth element is the ether.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that. Yeah. Again, we're using words to describe things. We have all the elements.
But what if there's 500 elements? What if, like the fifth element? We know of 4 and 5 if the ether is the fifth. Well, what's the sixth? What's the 7th element? And the 8th element? And the 9th element? The 10th element?
The demon. That's
We
the
ignore
AI.
those. Yeah, we ignore
That's the
those ones,
AI.
Richie. Yeah.
Why does it stop at 5? You know?
It's like when
AI would be the sixth element.
it's like when people describe things as zeros and ones. I said, why limit to just to two numbers? Oh, it's black and white. What about all the other shades and colors? Down. We don't go that far. So what they're really trying to do, Richie, whether we know it or not, we're enforcing the glass half full, half empty, opposed to
Glass is always full.
Well, it could be, but you can also turn around and say, Dom, can I talk about the table? Sure, you can. Can I talk about the glass? Sure, you can. Can I talk about that? You're asking me dumb questions? Sure, you can. But for most people, they think when they hear black or white, which one are they going to pick? And that's it. That's their limitations.
Choice. Yeah, and that's
Limited choices. And let's see if they're going to actually go from duality to singularity, opposed to what about the multiverse? You can have many ideas. Well, Dom, that's too complicated then. No, you've chosen to dumb yourself down. And then people say, Dom, I use
That one's
Go ahead, Richie.
just that one's so obvious to me that the multiverse exists because each one of us is living a verse, right? Each one of us is a having a subjective experience. So each one of those verses, you know, there's multiple beings on this earth, human beings. Each one of them has a perception of this universe, and therefore it's all these parallel universes walking around next to each other, trying to agree on what is actual.
Dude, that's what I think when I'm dreaming and shit. Dude, when I'm dreaming, I think I'm going through that parallel universe shit. Like, that's trippy as fuck. Like, those are intense dreams. Like, damn.
I actually believe. I don't know it, so I can't say I know it. I can't say this is how it is, but I do believe, or I come to believe, that consciousness is something else. It's not. It doesn't have to be anchored to this physical vessel, or so. Every single person that I ever came across in my life, who has, at some point in their memory of me, in their memory of being, there is a version of me that they remember, right? And they don't know that I had a car accident in December 2000. I had a car accident. They had no awareness of that at all. So in their mind's eye, I'm still alive. So my consciousness goes from that vessel that dies into a new vessel that exists in the mind's eye of somebody that knew me, or was,
the future.
Just didn't know that I'd been killed. And the consciousness shifts from one verse to another, from my universe into a different universe. So I come out of my coma and everything's slightly different. Not quite as I remember it. Everybody I know is slightly different. And that makes sense because if it was somebody else's version of me, then it was that somebody else's version of the universe, of the entire universe. How they saw everything, right? So it's going to be different.
But at that
It's not
point,
going to be the same as mine.
But at that point, when you tell people it makes sense, they try to gravitate to their senses and they say, I can't see what you just said. So for them, some people have been conditioned, that's woo-woo. It's beyond the senses at that point, even though we have senses. Because I can't pick up the ideal of rebirth and reincarnation. No different when I tell people, where's air? Well, what are you talking about, Dom? Where's air? Well, I see a leaf moving. No, that's the effect of it. Where is it? I don't know. So that tells me your senses are limited. Unless we're just lying to each other and we're calling something we can't see the word air, which I'm willing to entertain. No, I'm saying it jokingly when I say woo woo, Richie. I'm with you. I like being called. Somebody calls me crazy. I said, thank you. Carry on. It's usually you insult me when you say, Dom, you're a normie. I'm like, oh, okay, stop it. Now you're offending me. And I would be okay if everybody was willing to engage in different possibilities, then I would gladly be a normie. But when people resist and they want to debate me, I said, why? That's a philosophy question. Why would you want to debate me? What are you trying to prove here? I'm just sharing out loud. I'm being the fool by sharing out loud. Well, Dom, I guess you believe in crystals. I'm a believer, so yes, I've heard people talk about crystals. I've seen crystals. I might as well throw in singing bowls and essential oils while you're there. Too.
I got crystals. You want to see all my crystals?
I think I've seen them before, Scott.
I got
got a
crystals.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my,
I got a little
my
bag.
copper. So
Thanks,
we
Scott.
literally have copper in the top of that, right? But you see the tree of life though, that's built in the copper too. We're purple.
Well, it's more than just copper, though, isn't it? Is that some sort of amethyst?
Yeah,
And
amethyst. Yeah, there you go. You got that right. Amethyst.
amethyst and opal
Amethyst,
above
copper, and tree of life. So, and it's all a little amargani thing. I think that's what you call them.
it. I'll tell you what, you don't want to tread on that on the floor in bare feet.
No, it's already. I don't know how it managed to crack, but there is a chip on it somehow. But I don't know how it did that. But
What's
That's
next?
interesting because there's something about I forget who was talking about. I think it was Mark Byersky because he's like
oh,
he's
then you see this.
the YouTube. He's the YouTube guy I know. You know, who's all about crystals, and he's talking about crystals cracking,
So you see
breaking.
the circle here.
Sometimes they just break.
Circle.
There's lots of circles.
Yeah, that my woman my wife.
My woman.
She made that for me for Christmas.
Is she in the fruit cellar? Is she in the fruit cellar right now, Scott? My woman's in my fruit cellar.
No, she's upstairs in the bed.
So, Scott, what's next? You're going to show me, and I'm saying this jokingly, are you going to show me some birthing drums? Are you going to show me the
drums? I got native drums. Oh
I
yeah,
know
I
you
do.
do. I know you do. And,
Right
and-
there on the wall. That's
remember
my Aboriginal drum.
Yeah, I think you presented to me the Indian 10 Commandments, if I remember correctly, or the 10
Yeah.
way of treating the earth. I remember that.
Yes, the spiritual way.
Rich, yeah,
of,
I'm assuming, Rich. Yeah, I'm assuming, Richie, you know what those
rooting,
10
well,
Commandments are.
rooting with the earth. That's what it was. It was 10 spiritual commandments, rooting with the earth, talking with the animals, the trees, the planet, being respectful, never lie to each other, even to the animals. Never cross them. Don't abuse them. Don't fucking overdo it. It's the cycle of life.
Dana, I absolutely agree that we're all unique, but there is as many people that know you, there is a version of you in their mind's eye, in their memory of you or whatever. There's a version of you. It's not the true version. It's the version that they remember, that the person that they thought they, the person that they met or whatever, right? So it's not you, but it's a version of you in their mind's eye. If you think if this is all just a big fucking computer program, then it's a marker within the memory of that program, right? But it's not you until your consciousness is there.
That's my
I don't know how to
Aboriginal
explain that. I don't know how to explain accurately what's going on in my mind with that thing. That's pretty cool. Can you play it?
No, I can't play it. I can fucking blow it, yeah, sure. Can't really play it.
Have you looked on YouTube to listen to people playing it?
Yeah. I'm a rookie.
Have you
Yeah, that's how
have you
go.
looked? Have you looked on YouTube though for people playing it?
Maybe I should. No, I
What's it
haven't.
called? What's it called? What's the?
That's a flute.
It's a thingy. Yeah, what flute? What's the
don't know.
tribe it's from?
An Aboriginal flute. I think that's from my
So it's
Ojibwe tribe.
a native
Yes.
Canadian
Yes. Native Aboriginal Ojibwe.
Canadian flute. Anyway, well, there's native Indian. It would be. It's more American, isn't it? Or it's
Native Indian. Yeah, you got that right. It's more North American. It's hard to. Things have changed in the last 20 years because of this stupid AI. Too much separation.
This
right.
This flute looks a bit different though. Doesn't look the same.
No, mine's literally handmade. Like literally, fucking. That's the straight off from a tree. Like literally, you can literally tell. Burnt holes, you know. I still got the reminisce from the burnt holes. Not even lined up straight either. I must have been drunk when I tried to do it. But straight homemade though. Yeah, that's fire.
That's a different pitch to yours. Yours is a bit.
Oh, hey,
Yours is more of a piccolo.
Get that right.
432. This is. I put in native Canadian, but it doesn't recognise any Canadians being native. Or I don't like the word Aboriginal. I don't like the word Aboriginal.
Aboriginal means the
I
whole
think it's a
world,
word
right?
that.
That's like native to the land.
Well, right. I can't get away from the like. If I really detest something, I abhor it. Right. So
my tribe's initial
Aboriginal. It's like I don't know. It's like I just take it as a dig from the colonialists. You know, the colonialists called them Aboriginal. Well, when in fact they're actually the original. Yeah. They're the original ones. They're not the fuck. Yeah. The Aboriginals are the ones trying to fucking steal the land and colonize. So, in that respect, that's why I like them. I just call them, natives, indigenous. That's it. Indigenous natives.
Yeah, it was the indigenous. The Anishinaabe is the tribe I'm at from Ojibwe, but there's so many different names that we're being called. But that's creating confusion. That's what they want. They want confusion because they don't want to know the actual truth. So there's so many different names that you can call my native background and my culture. I find that weird because when I grew up I heard the indigenous, native, and then Anishinaabe. That's all I've heard. And then the Aboriginal kicked in, and then all these other ones started coming in. I was like, what? Too much. And then when we had the East Indians coming here, they are called as Native Indians as well, too, creating confusion on our own homeland as well. And that's what's happening with the ICE thing, too. They're literally picking up Native people right now, icing them, asking them carding them for their ID and registration or whatever. Even the Native people are getting it.
Richie, I just promoted Sunshine Shong to my mom. She's going to love it.
The only place I've been able to find it is on InShot. It's background music offered by InShot, the video editing app on my phone. I've just gone and had a look at this Charles Was that you said.
My reserve is unseated.
I think you might enjoy Charles. Yeah, he talks a lot about more landscaping, but he entertains a lot of stuff that you entertain, sometimes Richie. So I think you guys would at least cross over with each other. So if you don't mind, I apologize if I overstep by promoting him. And vice versa.
I like his is Avatar between Halo and what was that? Oh, I can't really read it. I'm not wearing my glasses, and it's in a funny color. But it's basically got a split Jesus and the devil.
Yeah, my reserve is unceded too territory, and that's in Ontario, Manitou Island. So it's an unceded territory.
What does that mean?
But it's unceded means not really bought out corporate.
Right.
Yes, wiki.
Instead of it meaning like being that it's unceded, it's not been
They didn't. They
there's
didn't
been no
sign. They
agriculture
didn't.
there.
Yes, they didn't really give themselves all out to the Western culture. What's been happening today? Unceded means untouched.
Right, and
by
when they secede, that's and then seceding.
I'm not trying to be racist, but it's untouched
the-
by the white man. The white man did not come to that territory yet, so they cannot get there because it's unceded territory. That's why. So we did stand our grounds.
I think that's all debatable, Donna. The whole the water's been muddied so much on the whole Tartarian thing.
Yeah, it's wiki. They call,
Massively,
my reserve
massively
is
muddied.
Wiki reserve. It's the third biggest reserve in Canada. Actually, the third biggest. So we got a lot of real Aboriginal people, Indigenous.
So hang on, they got Wikipedia, WikiLeaks, and Wiki
is my reserve.
Wiki Canada.
It's WIKY. WIKY. Not that one.
That doesn't that make it more Waiki?
That's even with my Ojibwe language. My Ojibwe language. How we pronounce things, or with the e and the we, that trends a lot into the Ojibwe language. Let's say me saying thank you in Ojibwe would be miigwech. So saying the word miigwech, that's meaning thank you from my Ojibwe tribe. Or ani means saying hello, as in hi. Hi, how are you? Ani. Or the other one is semo. Semo means smoke, means tobacco. Semo.
It means tobacco or it means smoke?
Smoke, tobacco and smoke, both. Because that's when they were smoking that. They had the pipes, right? We always had the pipes going around the circle. So they wanted to pass. They call it the semo pipe. You know what I mean? Pass it around, put it on the circle. Take some, pass it to your homie on the other side. They put it around the circle, right?
Didn't they called the American Indians because, wasn't it, because Columbus thought he was traveling to India, and when he landed,
Yes.
he thought
They looked
they
the
were
same
Indians,
color,
so
yeah,
he
he
called them
thought-
Indians, but it just stuck.
It did. If you say that on my reserve, that would be an instant fight. It would be. They get offended. They're offended by that word now, like literally are.
What, Indian?
Yes, that's how far things have changed in the last 20 years because of that. They're just offended by it because we got so much immigrants, Indians from the East Indians, right? That came here, right? It doesn't work. They don't combine with them. They don't get along either. There's still a separation, right?
I'm Indian. No, I am Indian. No,
That's what
I'm
I mean.
Indian. No, I am Indian. Do it, papadums.
So imagine my reserve, man. They're like, I hate those Indians. What the fuck are they doing here? Get rid of them. So you got
It's so fucking ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, right? When you really think about it, I think Ren and Stimpy, not Ren and Stimpy, Rick and Morty. They did an episode where Morty gets bitten by this space snake, right? And and they chuck it. He feels really bad because the snake dies when he's trying to get it off him, and so he goes to a pet shop, buys a different snake, and goes back in his spaceship and throws it down. So he sends this other snake back. Anyway, they're outside of the planet, analyzing what's going on, and it's wars and everything, and it's because of basically racism. You've got a bunch of snakes arguing with another bunch of snakes about what race snake they are.
Yep. Exactly.
Bunch of humans arguing and fighting with each other about what type,
What type of human?
Oh, you've got brown skin.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got lighter skin. You've got slightly slanted eyes. They slant up, though. You're slant down, and your nose is flat against your face, and you've got browner skin than me. But we all need air to breathe, and we all fucking need water, and we all need food. We all like entertainment.
Yep. Well, you ever heard of that karaoke saying? Rainbow Warriors. Rainbow Warriors were was a meaning where all cultures around the world were all combined as one as a human race. It wasn't the meaning to be gay. No, they took that they stripped that from that meaning of being Rainbow Warriors, as in combining the whole world as one natural race. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Richie, I was hesitant today to come on panel because you're from the tribe called the burnt skin. Yeah, your skin was burnt, and I thought, is he one of these immigrants?
Get rid of them. I'm just joking.
No.
Dog's still in heat. I don't know if you can hear her.
Yeah, that's okay.
Shit, this has been fucking days now. It kept me awake again last night.
Damn animals. Eh?
India used to be called Hindustan. India did used to be called Hindustan because that's where all the Hindus were.
That's true.
They're all Hindus over there.
They helped the
before
same
British
conquer land
colonisers
and
went and
issues
fucked
that
it
we
all
all
up.
having all over the planet. Maybe some people just.
I don't know where you are, Alva Billy. Where are you, Alva Billy?
He's where I am. You know, he knows people.
Alva Billy's
Yeah,
in
he knows my
Canada.
reserve, man. That's kind of trippy though. There's somebody in the chat that actually know my reserve. Yeah, we got beautiful land out here. That reserve is the fucking best place to go out, man. If you want to come somewhere to visit, man, that's a beautiful land to go see, man. I'd give that to that. All that granite rock out there, the lakes, it's beautiful. That's why it's unseated, bro. Unseated because we're not gonna. I hope they don't sell out to corporate interests, but something's happening right now. I don't like to see it to turn to a city, right? It should stay beautiful land and not a big city. No way.
But
There's plenty of shitty places that could be turned into, that like all this money that's getting spent on going out into space and fucking Elon Musk wanting to colonize Mars. We could spend that money on making areas that are inhospitable more hospitable. If we can build a space station on Mars, why can't we build a similar thing in the Gobi Desert or in Death Valley?
You heard that? Death Valley.
So do you remember, Richie, when the aliens took us up in their spaceship and we went to Mars, and they said you humans have never been here since we were there? No, I don't remember that. Okay.
You guys remember that they show us an alien face that was on Mars?
Yeah, and the pyramid and fucking all of that.
Yeah,
The
that was
what?
20 years
So
ago.
I know that there's times in the night sky with the naked eye you can see Mars and it glows red. It's emitting this red light, and that makes complete sense, doesn't it? Because it's a great big dust planet. It's just red
hot.
dust. So that makes sense that it would reflect red light that's brighter than our own star, or at least as bright as our own star,
Isn't magnets
off
red?
of dust.
Isn't magnets red? When you see it when you see a magnet, it's red, right?
I guess, Scott and Richie, the common theme with all those luminaries is Starbucks is on all of them. I've done the electrical work there.
That's trippy, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just see we get out to Mars, and find that Starbucks and McDonald's have already been there.
And maybe what's his name? Maybe John Travolta and what's his name? Tom Cruise bought some land there too with Scientology.
Yeah, and all the
Whoopi
recent
Goldberg.
and all the
Whoopi
recent people
Goldberg
that
will
passed
already
away.
own.
Yeah, they're already there waiting for us.
Yeah. Hey, it could all be true, guys. Those things, what I just said, could exist. But if any of us were doing any pushback, how could we prove it?
We can't.
So as long as we stay there.
You can't unless you die, right?
Well,
Fully die. You
Yeah,
can
maybe
half
I-
die, not really get fully out.
but remember, Scott, how many people have we talked to that have died and come back and told us all of this?
Then they're labeled as crazy as shit.
Well, then we'd be in good company. But it's just when I know we're all joking here to a certain point. When they tell us stories, there's a place called Mars, and we landed there. Okay, I can't get my reception here, but you're telling me you have reception there. Okay.
I think fucking Mars is a Starlink.
Yeah, they
fucking,
can sell back They can send back HD photographs and video, dude.
dude. Why not 4K?
They did it via Starlink.
Come on, man. I want some 4K quality. That what I'm seeing on the streets is some beautiful image, like fresh, clear.
Made in like in a theater, like a green screen.
That's what it's gonna be, I guess. Like
I said, I enjoy when people have conversations and you get people take both sides. I don't believe we went on the moon, and the other guy says, I believe it. I said, well, can either of you guys prove it? Well, not really. I said, so you guys are the best debaters then. You're both full of shit. You just don't know it yet.
no, but the moon still gives some type of energy that we don't understand, right? We're not
You're probably
going
right. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Scott. But
but I see that. No, I see that just because of the plants and trees and how life grows on the planet Earth.
I'm with you. The moon does affect.
That revolves with the moon and during the dark times, right? That's kind of like that's where I'm like, oh fuck. So I'm in the middle of this shit. I'm stuck in the middle, like fuck. I don't know, man. Like,
No,
that's
we
what
do
they want.
It affects whether we're on the surface or the body is of water. They can be affected with the eyes or whatever. You can see patterns in different parts of the hemispheres. You can see how water is affected by the different types of moons we have out there. Like,
That's right.
full
Well,
moon, new moon.
What if this moon was created back in the giant days?
What about a possibility the moon is some big satellite? And
That's what I mean. To the giant days. These guys were fucking smart back in those days, man.
Have you not heard? Apparently, they're speculating that volcanoes are impact sites, and there's a big body of magma or something that is apparently part of the planet that hit Earth and created the moon. That's the most recent thing I've heard about that.
And
It's like in the
I'm
last couple
glad,
of days I watched the video
Yeah.
talking about that.
and it's a great way of using one's imagination as long as you're grounded and say, okay, that is a possibility. It's usually when people start saying, I can prove it. I said, okay, time out. Let me go get some popcorn because this ought to be a good story you're going to tell me. Because me and Richie saw Aliens the other day there, Scott.
Yeah.
We did. I would describe it
My-
to you, but
3 days ago, and I actually realised that that my consciousness has been here for 4,500 years. So,
Probably was. Why the hell did your screen just? I look on the TV, it just like circle death and just went back to regular normal. Maybe it was just my internet.
Yeah.
We're all good.
I'm a little suspicious, Richie, because you only said 4,000. If you said 4 million, I would have
four and a
probably fit
half.
in. Oh, 4.5. Okay, my apologies.
Four
That
and a
makes a
half.
difference.
4,500. Yeah.
That makes a difference. If it was 400,000, I can't go with that.
No. 1,000 for just 4,000. It was only 4,000. It's only 4,000.
Oh, yeah.
So the Earth's only been the Earth's only been here in this rendition for 5,500 years. So, I was a latecomer.
You're making it up at that
1,000
point.
years in.
Anything under 1 million years, you're making it up.
No. I'm just talking about this iteration.
Oh, there's a subdirectory to the Earth. Okay, which it could be.
Well, there's
Guys,
many
I'm-
iterations.
Yeah.
There have been many iterations. In one, we were all made of marshmallow.
But just soft marshmallows?
Yep. We all look like Mr. Sars.
Just poke
How
them back.
Oh, Richie, are you being racist? Because most marshmallows, from my recollections, are white.
Excuse me.
Wait, not when they're
I
burnt
could-
and crispy.
I could never get a bag of just pure white marshmallows. It was always white and pink. You had white ones and pink ones. You could never just get white ones.
Beige marshmallows.
I do love slightly browned, like tanned marshmallow. When it's nice and gooey in the middle. But crunchy on the outside, soft on the inside. Armadillo.
I think, Scott, last time when we hooked up together, we had a good laugh, did we not?
Yeah, man. Of course.
Good times.
Oh, my goodness.
Me, I don't talk to much people, right? I just focus on my family. I just do what I gotta do, right? But I do understand what's happening around the world, right? I'm just waiting, right? I'm on my ground. I'm on, I know it's coming.
Do you understand what's happening around the world? I like to think. Well, I sort. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't at all. I don't understand what's going on really. I can make sense of what I've heard,
Yeah.
but it's not. It's like I think there's so many. They got so many pans on the go, right? They got all these fucking pans on the go that they're trying to bring up to the boil, and it's
Yeah.
all at different stages, and there's different factions vying for control.
That's right.
So yeah,
That's why
It's a,
we
spirit-
get.
it's a spiritual disconnection, right? A lot of people are fed information in a wrongly way and can't handle. That's why I mean the psychologically indoctrination, the programming, what we've been taught, what we grew up to. It's affected us. It put us backwards. Literally did.
we've been
But it's-
conditioned, right?
Yes.
The conditioning that we've all been
Yeah,
through.
we're going backwards right now. We're literally reversing time because we're becoming more dumber. We're not thinking for ourselves. We're thinking less for ourselves. So that's why we're not living as long as we used to. So now we're living shorter because we're caring less about ourselves and not thinking more about ourselves, right? It's structured to be that way because they revolve of greed, money, and control. So control is energy, greed as money, as in like I need this, I need that, I gotta have that, I gotta see this, I gotta join that, I like that, I favor that, all that mess has literally took you away from your own your conscious self of your own well-being. Structured that way. That's why these corporations should be all shut down all over the place because we've bought too much. We have too much. We don't need this much. We need a little bit more less so we can come back to ourselves. So we can live longer. And if we don't do that, we're gonna be living less.
But is it really the greed of money that's the issue? I'm just bringing it up.
Gold, needing. Not well. It's wanting and need. It could be silver, copper, gold. It could be money. It could be anything. Hockey cards to your antiques of saving things, hoarding things. It could be all that.
So then is it the ideal of collecting then at that point?
That pretty much is. You collect money, right? You're gonna be collecting exactly. Favoring wants to your wants and needs.
Okay, I get the wants and the needs. Most of our needs are
Oh, air, water, food. Yeah, you're going to need to survive. You're going to need your clean water. You're going to need your good food. You're going to need to breathe somewhere, and you're going to need some shelter somewhere.
So what is our wants?
Well, the needs are very little. The
Yes.
needs are very, very little. It's just the wants, and most of those wants are manufactured.
Go
People
forever.
are made to want
Yes.
things because they perceive in some way that having that thing is going to make their life better in some way, either social status or convenience or
Yeah. Wanting a
image.
car, wanting a house, wanting a new pair of pants, wanting a pair of shoes. I can go on. That list can go on forever.
So how do they interact then? So for example, a person wants refrigeration, so their needs are at their disposal, which is their food, but at what expense? See, this is where we forget our needs and our wants can intermesh. So people want comforts. So at what expense? A lot of people want to be mentally stimulated. At what
That's
expense?
entertainment. Yeah, you got that. That's
Well, I get
energy.
we're in the mind. I get that part, but I'm saying, Scott, at what expense? So when we introduce this technology, at what expense? It's usually at the expense of the body. When civilization wants to grow the way they do, it comes at the expense of the plant kingdom and the animal kingdom. Now, they could turn around and say, listen, you guys can live somewhere else. Or, hey, how about you come in and we'll make you zoo animals or domestic animals, or we'll eat you while we're here. So,
That's so true. Yeah.
So at that point, it's our comforts that we're after. So it's not money. It's always funny when people say the root of all evil is money. I said, no, you're asleep. Because, first of all, they probably don't even know what evil is. They'll say the word, but they won't really know what the word is. Evil world, material world, you're living in it. You're in a suit already. It's material. So what are your comforts that you're after? Are you trying to feel safe in your environment? Well, yeah. So that explains why you live in civilization, because a lot of people don't want to live out in nature. They don't want to live thinking that some animal is going to get the best of them. So now they've been driven into the civilization. And now we've given power to the few. And are they trustworthy? No, they're not. So those are our leaders. Leaders usually, in this case, come because most people have chosen to be ignorant about it. Anyway, sorry, guys.
That's reality.
And that's when you can apply your senses to what they call reality, the objective world, the material world. Some people will say, yeah, but my imagination is not reality. But what fuels reality? What would motivate a person to go to work? The illusion, their imagination. Unless they're going to say some animals outside of their house, and once they go outside, it scares them to go to work. No, that's the material at that point. But it's our imagination. I am a jinn.
I still think that reality reality, and actuality. Like reality is only what the consensus agrees is true or is real. It's only what your perception will allow you to agree is real. If you can perceive it to be real, then it's real. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actual. Right? So actual objective reality
Yes.
is not necessarily what everybody thinks is real or reality.
Well,
Actual objective reality is way more simple. Is a lot simpler than we're all led to believe it is.
well, they're
We've
putting
all
two. Go ahead, Richie. Sorry, my apologies.
just we've got everybody's got they're perceiving things in a certain way, so things seem real to them because they're perceiving it in a certain way, and other people are agreeing that this is real, but all they're agreeing on is stories that are being told about something that they have no actual experience of, or they're not there. Like what's going on in Ukraine, or what's going on in Israel, or what's going on in fucking China. People, oh yeah, no, that's a communist regime out there. It's a horrible communist regime, and they're all it's a terrible life out there. And oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, that's what we've been told, right? And that's what that's what all the things that we get shown. Yeah, communism is bad. China equals communism equals bad. But I think you mentioned earlier, someone mentioned earlier that China's got a much larger middle class than
India does. India does.
West.
China probably even bigger. But again, that's all in
Yeah.
that's in the subjective. So now somebody will look at some monitor and see something that looks real to them. I've seen another human being, so I've heard that person, but I'm actually seeing him. They live in a country, so they're going to assume in another country it's similar. That is where people start making an assumption. But what's consistent, me, Richie, and Scott are outside. I said, do you see that object over there? What are you talking about, Dom? The thing that I'm going to call a rock. Yes. The real part is most of us are going to see that object. Some of us are going to call it a rock. Some people are going to use a different language. That is when a person realizes the discernment. There's a difference. The words I use and what I see with my senses are two different things, if not many different things. And this is where people get caught up. So now they can put on the TV a green screen version and show you something that looks familiar to you, which is a human being that's speaking out of a mouth saying that in another place called Russia, because then the question I would have to ask people, where does the word Russia exist? Where does the word America exist? They'll point to a landmass and say, no, where's the word? And once a person becomes aware of that, I said, oh, I've always been in the unknown. Now, yes, you have. You're looking from within that wiper called within the body. That's the conscious state. Now, in the subconscious, that's a different game altogether. But for most people, what they call reality is what they can hear. Sorry, Richie, I apologize for doing that because I know you have your head. I apologize. So, but at that point, people say, whatever I can touch, taste, smell. I said, that's the reality. When they give words to it, that's the subjective part. So where is a rock? Where is the sky? Where is the sun? Where is the moon? They'll point to something. I said, but where's the word that you're using to describe it? I never thought of that, Dom. There you go. You got it. You never thought about it. So you're humble enough to say, I don't know. I said, yes. But you're believing because you give a name to that. We'll call that a rock. I said, well, somebody else is over there speaking Latin. So does that confirm or denounce that's a rock? There's the conditioning.
Yeah.
And most people aren't even going to realize.
You can confirm that a thing is there. Right?
Yes, I'm with you, Richie. Yeah.
You might have different words to describe that thing. So one group of people might call it a rock, and another group of people might call it a right? But it's still a thing. And to both sets of people, if you were to run headfirst into it and headbutt it really hard, for both sets of people, that probably wouldn't end well. Or if you were to drop it on your foot, it would, it would still be perceived to be something that was heavy and would cause pain if dropped on your foot.
But that's engaging.
but
That's
you just-
engaging. Go ahead, Richie. Sorry.
Yeah, just a disagreement on what it's called, or the
No, but you're bringing
difference
in
in the
you're
name
bringing
for it.
you're bringing in the senses now. It has nothing to do
Right.
with how you can throw the rock and all that. So if I look at an object and say, Richie, that thing there is called a white fridge called KitchenAid in the kitchen. Every word I use is to describe the literal experience. That's it. Every word I use, that's actually its own experience. This is why when people say know thyself, that's a good step. Because after that, then you'll become the observer, then being observed by the observer, and then you realize you're nothing more than in a material realm. See, then people say, well, this is an evil world. I said, yeah, it's a material world. What's your point? No, but that's what I mean. I said, no, you've classified, you bastardizing the language, because when it was spoken, it was never spoken in the English language. How I know that is because there's energy behind everything. So now when somebody says to me, Dominic, yeah, but if you hit that rock, I said, I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about its description. If I call that a pet rock, does the word exist there? No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to use words to describe it. I'll call it an object. It still doesn't exist there. I'm going to call it a thing. It doesn't exist there. But my senses does pick up whatever that thing is in front of me. No different. I look up in the sky, or I look at an object that we call a rock. The word describe gives it away. You're scribing with words in the unknown to the known. And hence, when we use the word order out of chaos. In chaos, there's many languages. Order is what you describe the material, the elements that slowing down to a certain point, then you can call it an object.
The word describe doesn't make sense. Right, to describe would mean, because if you debunk something or you defrost something, right?
Yes, you got it, Richie.
You're defrosting. You're removing the frost. So if you describe something, literally, it's
Go, Richie, you're there.
kind of oxymoronic, isn't it?
Bingo.
Because you're scribing it.
Yes.
In order to describe it, you're scribing it.
Yes.
So,
And that's the English text.
Yep.
well,
That's why the written-
Dana said it. Dana agrees. She knows more than one language. I think I forget how many languages Dana speaks, but it's something like 3 or 4. And English is the very deceptive language, most deceptive out of all the languages she learned. And I've said for ages that English in its current form was deliberately engineered. It was created for us to enable them to be as deceptive as they're being.
There is a spoken language, Richie?
To create this confusion.
Well, it is confusement because it's in the mind. So we speak many languages, numbers, colors, Braille, American Sign Language. Each senses is its own language. But people will narrow themselves and say, well, I speak Latin, I speak Greek, I speak Sanskrit. I said, all of them have different kind of energy to them.
Actually, nobody speaks those languages. You might know it, but you can't speak it because there's nobody else, maybe in your class where you learned it, you might be able to speak it, right? With the guy that taught you how to speak it. Or if maybe you learned it online and you've got nobody to speak it to, so you don't speak that language. It's a dead language that isn't used anymore.
So if I say,
but there's a reason for that.
But if I say 2 plus 2, and if I draw 2 plus 2, you're seeing the symbology language with the spoken language merging together. Same with colors. This is why some people, they play musical instruments, they see color. Because what we've been taught is to make association. Now, Braille's another language in itself. American Sign Language is another thing. If people that do mantras, they'll understand American Sign Language. It does different things. Our body's always communicating with us. But for a lot of us, we've forgotten those things, or we overemphasize on one specialty language. Like Sanskrit to me is a healing language. It doesn't mean I practice it. Same with Greek. It's a comprehension language. English is a meaningful language. But again, a lot of people are going to say, well, what do you mean by languages? It's a way of communicating.
Yep.
You know, we're chit-chatting and I'm seeing people. I'm like, oh, hey, you've been talking online. I say, yeah, but now we're actually live with each other. I'm reading body language. You're telling me one thing, your body's telling me something else. Which one is really you? Because your body's screaming. I'm not saying with you guys. You know, you can pick up when somebody's actually squirmous, just the way they put their legs. I'm like, okay, so you're telling me a story? Okay, who are you trying to sell it to? You know, I get it. People narrow them down and say, I only speak a couple languages. No, you speak many languages. The written work is its own language. Hearing it is its own language.
The way you speak to your mum,
Yes. Yes, you're right.
as opposed to the way you speak to your mates.
I'm kinky that
Is
way.
that
Richard.
language or is that dialect?
Oh, yeah, there's even the dialect. Oh, yeah, think about that. Why do people, they go to different countries, next thing you know, they might pick up the accent or the dialect while they're there. Because something's always picking up all that stuff. The conscious mind has its purpose, but it's also very limited. It's when you start challenging, I said, I didn't realize I had all these toys. It's like going onto the computer and finding out it has all these little secrets. Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, it wasn't really a secret. You just chose to not actually look at all its possibilities. But yeah, some people will say, yeah, the rest of the people are becoming conscious. Yeah, a lot of people are becoming consciously ignorant. They're choosing to become conscious of certain things, but they're going to ignore the fact that can you have discernment of those things?
Yeah.
You know?
Age of information, ignorance is a choice, right?
It's not a choice anymore. Well, actually, you're right, sorry, Scott. It is a choice at that point. You can't say, well, they were reading us the Bible, but none of us knew how to read or write, so we can't confirm it. Today, people are being told, oh, yeah, they showed a whole big documentary or a big episode of people going to the moon. I said, well, then why is the rocket ship going on an angle? Well, because the moon's over there. What do you mean over there? I thought it was supposed to be underneath.
No, it's because they need to maintain that angle of ascent, because otherwise, if they don't go at that particular angle, then they won't be able to get through the atmosphere. Like the atmosphere, because the atmosphere obviously isn't a solid thing if you go at the right angle.
Hey, Keith.
How you doing, Keith? How you doing?
I'm sorry, I had to step away. We're in the middle of moving. We're doing some packing. Let me do some boxes. And
No
I'll be right
worries. No worries, mate. No worries.
Keep the cats away from that box, Keith. So anyway, back to Rich, what you're telling me about the reason, because of course they went through the Van Allen, whatever.
The Van
The
Allen
Van
belt?
Allen belt.
Yeah, they got
well,
You know the Van Allen? You know the singer called Van Allen?
Van Halen. The Van Halen belt. It is actually the Van Halen belt, and it's created by the frequency of all those guitars. But yeah, the Van Allen belt that they has moved now because the moon isn't within the moon isn't. The moon apparently now is within our atmosphere. Mm-hmm. Right? That was the latest. That was the last thing I heard about the moon, was that they're saying it's in our atmosphere. Our atmosphere just extends out further than we realized.
That's why 3-Eye Atlas flew by.
Yeah, 3-Eye Atlas.
Oh God, is that still going? Has 3-Eye Atlas not landed with the aliens yet?
It's gone already, bro. It just took off and just.
Richie, we were just talking to him the other day there. Now, I'm willing to entertain the ideal that we could be getting this information from another source, let's say there is another species that would probably explain the possibility where our technology is coming from, who created the sun and the moon. But for most people, they're not going to go there. So you can't have that conversation. And even if I do, I have to do it through speculation. Well, Dominic, you can't prove that. I said, that's why I would have to do speculation. Why? Because for most people, they're not even going to know how fucking technology even exists. How did we learn to actually mend steel? How did we know to go into the deep of the woods and say, hey, I'm going to share this water with this park and we'll call it ayahuasca? How would they know that?
The reality is the fact that all we can ever do, the only thing that we can ever do, unless we are actually personally experienced within every single one of these fields and having had personal experience within every single one of these projects and everything, all that any of us can ever do is speculate. None of us can prove anything.
I'm with you, Richie, but it's usually the guy that says, well, Dom, and then they regurgitate something with science. Well, let me time out. You just brought out science. I better go get my popcorn because you're going to regurgitate some other person that you've never done the study yourself.
Right.
Which I'm okay
That's
with,
what I'm
Richie.
saying.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. I guess it depends where that information is coming from, doesn't it? I mean,
Intuitive. There's one I could tell people I intuitively picked it up. I didn't read it because I thought that was cumbersome and the library was closed, and I didn't have my TV on, so I couldn't get it from a podcast. So I just slept there in meditation, and I took all that information. At that point, I'm also put on my tinfoil hat for those folks.
You start levitating.
I'm already levitating already.
That's excellent. Really good.
Thanks, Richie. Even the head shaking works too.
I've got all these clips and I just don't use them. Fucking 100 or something, man. Yeah. And I just forget to use them. I need to refill my coffee, man. I'll leave you guys.
Go for it. Go for it.
Leave you guys chatting while I'm going to make some coffee.
We're going to be talking about crystals and singing bowls and all that other stuff.
Singing bowls.
We're going to be talking. Scott, let's talk about bloodletting and blood over intent. What else can we talk about?
What would you think they do during the COVID, man? That was a whole different crossbreeding and everything they did there. They fucking did weird shit.
They probably took advantage of some sort of shift that was occurring at that point, Scott. I guess I'm speculating when I say that, but it just kind of on the other end of it shows how easy we adhere to it. It's like, when I used to walk into the stores, I'm like, oh, so they just made all these little signs on the floor just last week? Or were they there prepared months ago? Maybe,
Psychologically already there, dude. It was like everyone complied mostly, so it felt like it was perfectly okay and normal due to fear propaganda.
I tell my buddies, I say, let me understand this, guys. We're going to walk into a Chinese restaurant. We're going to wear a mask. And then when we sit down, we're allowed to take the mask off. And then one of us have to go back to the bathroom. We got to put the mask back on. Interesting.
Make sure you wash your hands about 6 times, please.
Well, at that point, I got OCD or whatever, and I got to, But again, that's the fun game that's played on us. And then you get other people; they start breaking away. Oh, you're one of those people. I'm like, yeah. I got my first bee stung last week. It was like a wasp. I didn't really want to hurt the poor guy, but I got stung by him. Where other people say, something? If I take enough of these whatever injections, I said. But do you understand what a virus is, first and foremost? Not really. So then why are you taking it? Because they told us. Anyway, welcome back, Keith.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings.
No.
Yeah, so language is a very peculiar thing, Dom. I agree. We have many forms of language, and people do not know it. It's like the senses. We've been indoctrinated to believe that we have 5 senses, and I've spoke on this before. But we have many more senses than just the sight, sound. We have a sense of balance. We have a sense of direction. We have a sense of good and bad. We have a sense of right and wrong. We have all these different senses. It's the same thing with the language. We have so many different types of languages that we don't bear interest in because we don't use them as language. We have refined and defined a specific type of language so that we can better communicate. But in that, we think it's the best way of communicating, and then the only way of communicating. That's not so.
I'm with you on
Yeah.
that, Keith. Yeah,
We,
I've heard,
we have a much more natural way of communicating, and this is through an internal instincts and intuition sets where we are able to see from a distance and through prior events what is coming forth.
Yep.
It's kind of like a foresight from using our previous observances to instruct us how to move next, and that's it's a language within ourselves.
yeah, unfortunately, a lot of us become overstimulated with our hemispheres, or they try to deny their emotion. That's why when they talk about Christ consciousness, you really have to be developed both intellectually and emotionally, and then you can start seeing them for what it is. But some people get a glimpse of that, and then you start making comparison. Okay, so then why does that person speak that language, and then that person speaks in that language? Some people just never have those thoughts. They've been so indoctrinated where it's all about the me, but they're not even really understanding what does it mean when you're inwards. Being selfishly is one thing, being rationally is another thing. And but what they'll do is they'll try to question others or challenge others. I said, no, it's about knowing the self first. How does that software work? So, and then I hear people, oh, it's my ego. I said, no, that's your body you're talking about. That's body consciousness. And it has its own kind of way of existing. What do you mean, Dominic? Well, you're talking to me right now. Who's running your body right now? You honestly think that's the conscious state? Especially when people go into hypnosis, or somebody finds out somebody else is in a coma, or somebody blacks out after drinking. What's running that body? Oh, I don't know, Dom. There you go. You don't know. Welcome to the club. Now, are you teachable? Because I get most people are programmable. Are you teachable at that point? If they're not, then they're basically part of the system that's been designed that way.
Absolutely. It's part of the duality is the instruction and teachable. That's one of the things that they take great advantage of in these societies through public education. They don't really teach anybody. They instruct you. And that instruction is just to remember what we've already put down.
And then
That's all.
That's
all you need to know. And then we've got people walking out of high school thinking they've learned everything they need for their adult life. And this is the misplacement of mom and dad's responsibility in reality through a semblance that everybody reaches maturity at the same age, when that's not so. They reach a maturity at a different age. I know for a fact that some kids, their parents have no problem putting them behind the wheel of a car at the age of 10 years old, or on the seat of a tractor at the age of 10 years old, and instructing them on their private property how to learn how to operate that vehicle. But the law says that you can't go out on the public roadway until a certain age. So there's a difference between public and private that people don't realize either.
Well, I've heard people say this. I'm always weary when I hear people use the word law. There's a reason why we have the word letter of the law. What humans do are policies. Laws are for nature. So the human form that we're in is what should be wild and untamed. So now the laws that I use is land, air, water, and space. Humans make policies. So to enforce those policies, you have to get them in their masculine energy. They got to be programmable at that point. So people that go to court, for example, and they'll try to say, I don't identify based on the name that you've given me. I said, so you're still stuck in the body, aren't you? What do you mean? You're playing a game within a game. So I get the court systems, and people like to play all of that. But, and I'm going to use the word but, and I'm not looking at my ass, when people talk about families, they should have to remember what broke down first before the family was the community that actually is there. So now if a person wants to drive a truck, they should understand the value of stewarding their vessel. Now, people say, yeah, well, I can do whatever I want privately. I said, you're right. But once you bring it out into the realm, that's not private anymore. That's public. Now, if you want to keep a secret from me, that's fine. But the universe has its own way of dealing with those kind of things. this is when people try to compete with each other, or they say, I value anarchy. Okay, so you value anarchy. So how would it work for women and children? Usually people that talk that way are usually very bachelor-like. They forget, how would the system be? If we want to go back to the old ways, whatever that may be, because it still does exist, how would technology come to be? Now, if they don't want technology, leave all your trucks and cars here. Don't worry about the police pulling you over, and take your chance with nature. I don't care if it's a forest or a jungle. Take your chance out that. Outside of that, it's just a bunch of people yip yapping because they don't understand how the system favors the ones that put it in place. If you don't like it, leave. If you do like it, at least understand the rules while you're here. We have to have rulers here, because if not, then how do we get all this technology to them?
Oh God.
But because we're coming in the age of information, people are becoming aware of other people in other parts of the world are living the way they are. So are you talking about envy or jealousy? Because if you're truly balanced and true to yourself, you shouldn't be affected by how other people live.
Yeah, well, and that's the same with society, though, too. From firsthand experience, you try to go out in the world and leave the vehicle and belongings behind. You go hiking the Appalachian for 7 months with a tent and a backpack, and people still do not want to leave you alone. You go out there to be left alone, but they literally see you from a distance, and they come up to you and want to know what you're doing. You couldn't tell from a distance what I was doing. You had to come invade my space when I was trying to get away from society to figure out what I'm doing. Why is it your curiosity so much? What makes it think that you have so much authority that you can reach across stretches of land and pose your authority on somebody that's not got nothing to do with you?
I'm with you, Keith, but I'm going to be that clever boy right now. If I'm standing on purpose beside you, and then you say, well, Dom, you're not leaving me alone. I said, you don't have any peace going on inside, do you? Because nobody can invade that thing of being alone inside. Now, if you don't feel comfortable around other people's energy, that's one thing. Question would be, then why don't you remove yourself? Well, they're always around me. I said, are you sure? You honestly think most people are going to follow you? Again, the disturbance usually coming from within, not from without.
Usually, correct. But what I'm pointing out here is that, again, like I said, firsthand experience. And it wasn't just 7 months in the Appalachians. It was 2 years in the Tom Sawyer Forest down in the Ozarks, and people just seem to have this curiosity that begs them to find out. It's worse than a cat. I'm telling you, it is.
I love cats.
You think the curiosity killed the cat? No, curiosity is what got man where he is today, and it is not a good thing. We get so nosy and involved in other people's business.
They do, but again, as we encourage it. So, for example, if I'm troubled within myself, it's going to follow me, and the universe is going to try to help me. Call it a demon and angel. I said, no, I'm here to teach. What do you mean? You're disturbed inwards, not outwards. So at this point, somebody will say, you know something? Yeah, but if I move from one country to another, why am I still being disturbed by other people? Because you're missing it. The disturbance from within. Nobody should be able to disturb anybody. Now, they might violate you. That's a different story then. But that disturbance usually inside. So why would I be concerned about whether or not somebody else smells? Don't I have a choice to remove myself? Sure. But what some people do, if not a lot of people, I don't agree with it, but I expect them to move. And then you're not being a true leader then. A leader will be the example for themselves. Not to take away from what you're saying, Keith. Everybody has their own experience. But for a lot of people, they might take that information. Yeah, I agree with Keith. I said, based on what? You have your own life to live. Keith's telling you his story. What's your story?
Yeah, and what Dom's speaking about here is very important, because all I can do is give that outward perspective of what I saw, which is my own internalization. So it is important to look inward to yourself, because that's the only way you're going to find your answers. I keep trying to tell people, if you keep thinking that your opinion matters to me so much that you can insult me, then you're mistaken, because I don't value your opinion if it comes through an insult. If it's coming through intellect, I'm going to grasp everything you say. I'm going to listen intently, and I'm going to internalize that. Otherwise, all this bothersome stuff that I talk about, that's what it is. It's the external bothering of my inward peace. I'm already in there.
I hear that in you, by the way, Keith. We're just ping ponging, and hopefully other people can
You're-
just hear it. Where
You're muted, Rich.
I was just saying, no. It's just you're a dick, man. You're a dick, so just no.
Some dick energy.
Well, make sure it's a big dick energy because this ain't no little guy here. Somebody called me an asshole yesterday. I had to put him straight. Said, let's get this right. You've known me long enough. I am not an asshole. I am the whole ass.
That's true, but sometimes they say turning the cheek is the best way out of the bullshit.
Yeah.
Walk away, turn your cheek, and let
Turn
them be.
where's cheek? Turn the other cheek, and just fart.
It really feels bad energy. Like you feel someone that you're not going to connect with. Like, you know what I mean? You got to go through the connection regardless. But at the end of the day, you just still turn the cheek and walk away the other way, right? Just to avoid the destruction of that person, of their reaction, right?
I guess, Scott, it depends on how you accepted the sweet part. See, if a person becomes consistent, you're a nice guy, Dom. Oh, thank you. You're an asshole. Yeah, thank you. Because the thing is, when I hear people, and I say to myself, the best respect you can ever give me, and I can only talk for me, is to hear me out. I'm hoping that you're listening inwards because I'm listening inwards. Now, what other people do is they want to argue with me is that, why? That's a philosophy question. Why do you want to argue with me? What do you get from this? Are you trying to validate your position? Are you trying to cult up with me or something? I'm Forrest Gump. I'm running. I don't give a shit if you're following me or not. But I will share out loud with other people. Now they might they might say, Dom, you're full of shit. I say that on a regular basis. So what's your point? See, that's when people become diarrhea of the mouth and they become clever with themselves. You know, we're here. We have a great opportunity to share with each other. You want to share me your views? I'll gladly hear you out. Don't expect me to agree or disagree with you because I'll hear you out. I'm playing chess, but I don't give a shit about the outcome.
That's true.
Now, other people might try and say, but I do. I said, okay, then why haven't you joined religion and state? Oh, I forget. You do join state, but you want to fight religion. And when it's favorable for you, you'll join religion and you'll fight state. Okay. The main dogma.
You got the television just yapping away their bullshit, right? Constantly yapping. And so when they clue in to the television, checking the news or even looking at the weather, they're hearing that same yapping. You know.
Dude, when you got a bunch of people that believe that another bunch of people on the TV, they say something, and so they believe it, and they go along with it. And then a year later, the very same people are saying the complete opposite to what they were saying before, but everyone's just still going along with it. Like, flip-flopping on a daily basis on shit, just going along with it, man, because that's what it says on the TV.
That's what they created it for. They made that shit, man. I remember the military guys screaming at me, yelling at me at the TV. That's the problem. Keep that shit away from your kids. Pointing at the fucking old school television that was fucking big block square. It's like, fuck. Keep it away your kids, man. It's the best thing you're gonna do when you grow up.
Well, it's just keep.
But now we have it with the
screen.
iPads. It's changed. It's now it's the iPads and cell phones. So now it's closer to your face.
It's screens. It's all about screens. What's being screened, and the fact that all the screens now are Black Mirrors. All of them are fucking Black Mirrors.
Yeah.
You don't get much more of a Black Mirror than that, man.
That's true. Black Mirror.
And
That's like witchcraft. That's like witchcraft.
We're all turning to our channels. You're channeling me right now. I'm channeling you.
And how do they make these screens and devices? You need heat, right?
They need. I was going to say they need slave labor as well.
That too, yeah. But heat. what makes it to be what it is. Hot fire, you know.
That's what makes the glass and the processors,
Mm-hmm.
the silicon chips.
Yeah, the heat, the fire, man, the fucking. Where imagine if we went in there, our body will be dead and gone. Quick, instant.
Well, hello, kids. Now, as we all know, today marks the very beginning of, say it with me now, the end of days. That's right. And that means we are going to be revisiting the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization. Now, yesterday we learned all about oil refining, making alcohol, and pigeon mail. And to help me out today, we all remember my very special assistant, Craig. Say hi, Craig. All right, kids. Now let's start off with Craig's favorite thing to demonstrate, the art of martial arts. Now, according to the book, the most effective moves are disorienting jabs to the vital organs, like the kidney, or the eyes, or, last but not least, the brain. Wonderful job. Now we've got to take a quick break here, but make sure to stay tuned because next up, the book is going to teach us all about how to do appendectomies. Are you excited to be our patient, Craig? So hurry back before the world truly ends.
Can that be done with like you know, to do yoga with goats? Can that one be done with goats? That particular type of exercise?
Can what be done with goats?
Well, the exercise that you were just showing about all the kneeing and snapping of necks, can that be done with goats? You know how they do yoga with goats? Can that particular teaching be done with
Who the
goats?
fuck does yoga with goats?
People do, Richie. People do. If there's a goat,
I
you
missed
want
something.
it.
Dude, they have the goat
If
game.
they're
on
doing
Xbox.
yoga with goats, as they're
They're
not in the
doing it.
yoga with sheep. Is there yoga with sheep? What about yoga
That-
with cows?
That's 20
They're
and
the same
28.
family, right?
Yeah. Do I have to actually?
I've seen
I'll look
yoga with
online.
dogs.
Okay.
I've seen yoga with dogs.
Sheep are.
Is goat yoga not the greatest of all time yoga?
Well, goats are different. They have a different. They literally have a goat game on Xbox. They literally made a goat game directly just for the goats. Like that's weird. Like,
Wasn't that
what happened to the
there a
sheep?
goat in that? What was that fucking video? The animation they did. I goat.
Yeah, I pet goat. Yeah, pet goat. I pet goat. That's what it's called. I pet goat. Literally, just why the goat though? Why?
Keith, you look like you were a little drunk when you put your Indian
Yeah, I missed.
thingy on. Yeah, you missed.
It's messing around with a dog that's 110 pounds.
God damn it!
Aye.
He's like a
Oh,
little
they're good
kid.
fun,
Wants to. He does his paw thing and wants to smack me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I'm down on the floor playing around and shit, and I pop up like this, and
Those-
the paw is coming straight at me. It's like
Yeah,
he's
and those
a boxer.
claws are sharp. Even
Well,
if they're clipped, they're still sharp.
Yeah, I think that's why they call them boxers. He's a boxer.
I love the way boxers do that. They have you seen, there's that brilliant rock star video with the boxer and the cat, and he's boxing. He's like, "I get in the ring with you, fucking." It's a brilliant one. In fact, that is so brilliant. I want to find it.
That's what I mean. Goats are the pan god. I questioned that. I was like, what the hell? Why the goats?
I put a 2-minute clip, a 3-minute clip in the back here, Richie. If you want to see yoga with goats.
That's gonna be funny.
Hell.
Right. I'm just gonna, before I show yoga with goats, I'm just gonna.
It's I don't know. I was like, what the heck, dude?
Don't walk up on me! Man, no.
just laugh.
Man, I know you didn't.
You just get cat smacked?
Shut up.
Let me see your face.
Man, that little smack ain't hurt a lot. You lucky. 'Cause I was about to 1-2 knock you out.
You wasn't about to knock out nothing.
You don't know.
Come on now.
Yeah, come on. Come on. I thought you was a boxer.
I am. Puppy weight class.
Come to me.
Yeah, come on, Rocky.
You trying to be funny, but Rocky was a great boxer.
That's a movie.
It was still emotional.
Whatever. Hey, excuse me.
Oh, my bad. Like I was saying, if I really wanted to whoop you, I could just smack you like that because I'm a full-grown boxer.
You think so?
Anything's possible, right, Mom?
Well, come on and get cat slapped.
I can't. I'm vicious. I'll bite my tail off and smack you. Ain't no way a little cat
You talk too much.
I don't say,
Come on, boxer.
Okay, ring the bell, Mama. It's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rivals.
Stop being a bully.
I fucking love those Rockstar videos, man. Right, yoga with goats.
Cats and dogs, right? Fucking cats and dogs.
Do you know what? I'm watching cats and dog videos all the fucking time now. Like, just
Interesting.
all
It is
the different ones, all the funny ones. Goat yoga.
Goat yoga is a fitness trend that is absolutely sweeping the nation right now. And at first we said, you goat to be kidding me, but we decided to give it a try for ourselves. We're at Nashville's Trevecca Urban Farm about to get a private sesh with these cute babies. Let's go.
Can't go wrong.
This is where the
good-looking
this
ladies.
is where the term "only in America" comes to mind. Yeah, these are very influential looking ladies. They look like the influencer type. They'd certainly influence a certain.
So give our people just a little idea of where we are.
Go to goat yoga because all the girls look like this.
This goat yoga experience.
So we are 1.3 miles from the capital of Tennessee. We can hold goats and see skyscrapers at the same time. So we're in a super unique location to hold these classes and make an
No, I'm going to say it.
accessible
I
for
got
people.
nothing. Yeah, I got nothing to say.
How
to
did
the guy.
Trevecca Goat Yoga get started?
We had this big, beautiful barn, and we were thinking about different things we could do with it. And we thought this was a great spot.
We had this big, beautiful barn. We were thinking, where can we goat yoga?
Yeah, what do you normally do with barns? Well, we're gonna do goat yoga.
You see, we've got goats, and we like yoga. So goat yoga.
It's like literally
For yoga. And then later we saw some videos of people doing goat yoga, and we thought, why haven't we been doing this already?
Amanda, would you add this to your daily workout routine?
He's doing what a cat does.
Why wouldn't you, Paxton? I would do this 7 days a week. This is the best
That's
thing
what
ever.
my cat does. when I
So
do
why
yoga.
goats? Why not any other animal for yoga?
Well, the two types of other animal-assisted yoga that I know of are cat yoga and dog yoga. Both have a higher rate of allergies for participants, and cats have claws that scratch, and dogs have tongues that lick. And so those are just part of the equation.
So what we're going to do is we're going to put food around in places so the goats will go and eat the food, and you need a yoga instructor to be able to do this goat yoga. You need an instructor because he needs to be able to put the food on your back so that the goat can come and eat food off your back. Is this actually, like, seriously? Wow, there's people paying money for this.
You can get your cat to do that for free at home. We should like a little bit of cat's claws. I can't take that cat claws. A little bit of scratch is too much for me.
Do you know what? I've got a real issue with people that get their cats declawed.
I don't never declaw
Right,
my cat.
I think that is. I think
No,
it's
they just banned that here in
fucking cruel.
Canada. They just passed the laws here with Humane Society and whatnot to not do that. They banned it. Banning from cats fucking declawing. Yeah, banned. Finally.
Yeah, you declaw them, and they go out in the wild where they're natural hunters, and you take away their hunting implements.
And their defense implements. They can't defend themselves either.
Yeah, and they shorter lives.
What's new in the alley?
Look, I don't know nothing, but Big Tuna's been laughing again, and Donnie Meatball's wearing his serious shirt. Something's brewing,
I'll
if you
do
ask
that.
me.
You seem pretty relaxed.
Was
These
Mittens Malone who told you that? Tell him to...
These are the funny implementations of AI. I like the dogs that talk to each other as well. The two dogs that do a podcast talking about the humans.
Keep his tail tucked. I'm collecting debts tonight.
Oh, Mittens, Tony says you ought to keep your tail tucked. Any comment on that?
Typical fucking Tony, AI. blaming me for something Nikki Nine Lives cooked up.
So, Nikki, are you the one telling everyone about Tony's plans?
I don't snitch, and I'm not saying it's a heist, but let's just say the fish truck is going to leave lighter tonight.
Can you tell me who I should talk to about Tony's plans tonight?
The two cats that will know are Tommy Tightpaws and Slick Sal.
So, Sal, do you have any info?
The Don's got fish truck dreams again. I told him I'm out of the game. I live at Gina's house now. Very carpeted.
So the word is the Don lost a soldier to a house cat named Gina. Is that true?
Oh, Sal? He's domesticated now. Vet approved and carpet trained.
Tommy, the Don's been talking fish again. You in on that?
Yeah, I'm in. Don calls the shots, I make the shots land. No paw prints.
Right, yeah. Whilst these are funny, right? But I think that Rockstar's better. Because it's not AI.
Yeah, AI is gone well too much.
Oh, the Rockstar, he rocks, actually. With all the voice animation that he puts behind it, love it.
Trey, that's brush your teeth.
I'm not. And for the 1,000th time, I am a dog, not a boy, Dana.
Boo-boo.
Stop calling me that.
Here, let's brush your teeth.
Oh, it's not happening. What is wrong with you?
What?
Tell me why.
Your teeth are dirty.
No, they not. Stop messing with my teeth.
Why are you doing that?
Because I'm tired. Trying to change me. For why?
What?
What? I don't like that. Period.
Come here.
I'm not getting near that.
Come here.
Let me just say one thing.
What?
I kiss a cat before I brush my teeth.
Yeah, I'll brush them for you.
Oh, you want to be all helpful with it, something I don't want.
Here, look.
I'm not looking at that.
You want to do it?
Yep. Not today, not tomorrow, not tomorrow after tomorrow. I don't never want to brush my teeth.
Dude, that probably has like 2 billion views.
I don't know where the views are, but yeah, 32,000 likes, man.
Yeah.
It's funny because this channel exploded right after I discovered them as well. Like,
Oh, 1 million views. So, yeah, holy shit.
this one's only 368,000, man.
That's a lot,
Yeah,
dude.
1.7,
That guy's
1.4.
fire, man. Yo, he's milking it. Oh, fuck
No,
yeah.
it doesn't. This doesn't equate financially. It doesn't equate the same way as if these were
Oh, 'cause it's short
normal
videos.
because they're
Oh,
shorts. Yeah.
Yeah, shorts.
Mama, can you give me a ride to the dog park?
We've already been to the park today. What's going on? Why are you so upset? Tell me what's wrong.
I'm putting my paws on Charles.
Oh boy, what did Charles do?
He called me a runt.
Really?
I think dog boxers are just the fucking coolest dogs. I
They're
want a
funny
boxer.
looking. Dude, they look sad all the time and give you that sucky face.
I think they've got really expressive, like they're very expressive with their features. You know, they're
They're very expressive with their entire body.
Fucking animals, eh? Fuck.
I love the way dogs do that sort of. They jump up and stamp their feet, and you know, like push, push, push. Like,
Yep.
That isn't what that dog was saying at all. What was that dog saying?
He said, wake the fuck up, dude. Yeah, he's like, wake the fuck up. Let's go.
I did a video for JP.
Oh, the woman. Yeah.
JP in the chat room, JP. He got Oreo, little puppy. And I did a voiceover for that. Oh yeah, he's telling her to put the damn phone down and take me out. Yeah. Why are you filming me? You're trying to make content for YouTube. You shit. Why don't you take me out for a walk?
But I think we got it.
What's going on? Who's that in the background I can hear? What do we got? Is that you, Keith? You got a lady in the background now. Was that you, Scott?
Hopefully. No, that's not me. That I am hearing that. That do you?
I heard a lady
Yeah,
just now
me
say
too.
something.
I'm tripping out now.
Yeah.
Wait, because these two guys are muted, bro. I got nobody in the background. No, literally, my woman's passed the fuck out on the bed.
Maybe it's the goat.
Was that
the goat?
Maybe.
Dude, that was trippy as fuck. I heard that 3 times, about a couple times. I was like, I thought that was you. I looked down on these two guys. They're both muted. I didn't think about my surroundings because I know my woman's passed the fuck out upstairs on the bed.
Is she? Is she really passed out? Got her tied up?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Dude,
Good enough.
I know. Yeah, she's not up. I would know. 100%.
Shit, man, it's 5 minutes past 6.
It must have been
I was
the
supposed
YouTube
to start
video.
work at 6 o'clock.
I hope you don't got to go to work with your toe, dude.
No. No, we cancelled it. A couple of hours ago, she cancelled because of the fucking weather. Because I got a weather
weather's
job.
fucked, man. All around the world, man, shit's fucked.
Well, to be fair, if I think about it, January is always cold here in Tenerife. To us, you know, that are all acclimatized to the beautiful Tenerife weather. January is always chilly. I'm always in a hoodie in January, and that's why I like January, because it means I can wear my hoodies, because it's too fucking hot the rest of the year to wear a hoodie. So it's nice. In January I can wear my hoodie and I can wear my leather jacket, and I didn't think it was going to cancel my fucking work as a result of it. Never mind. Sounds like a video running in the background. I don't have a video running in the background.
It did. It tripped me out. It could have been a glitch, though, for sure.
It's not in my description, is it not? It should be.
Oh, she's been asking she want your PayPal link. It's not in this. No, it's not. Not even the bottom of the. No.
Ah.
I was just watching Keith's video in the background. It's funny.
Yeah, my humor is a little bit different, Dom. Most people don't like it, but I think it's fucking comedy like a motherfucker.
Yeah, we got the sense. We have the same sense of humor, Keith. Then.
That's what we wants to heard. Someone was playing a video.
You like that, Scott?
That's funny as shit, boy. Yeah, that's probably why we had a glitch for sure.
It helps
There
people
you
that are a
go.
little bit. Go ahead. Sorry, Rich.
Sorry, I thought I posted the description, but the description for some reason is different. It's all of that has been taken out of it. So
Oh, the
there's the
updates.
link. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Dana.
Yeah, they're gonna have the digital updates for February and January coming up. Yo, you know the doomsday clock is coming out soon.
The what?
The doomsday clock.
Doomsday clock.
Yeah, the doomsday clock.
Well, where would they be posting that doomsday clock?
I think it's in the end of February or the end of January. I can't. The doomsday clock.
But where? Like,
It's
is there a
at
country?
89 seconds right now.
I think it's.
Doomsday clock.
I think that's a good laugh. Doomsday clock. Oh, we're 2 minutes to midnight. Oh,
There are 2 minutes to fucking get
whatever.
roasted. Yeah, you know what I mean? 2 minutes to fucking blow ourselves up.
It's a perpetual fear thing, isn't it? Like, the one thing they can always rely on is fear. They can make people scared enough, they can get them to do anything. So always keep that back in the background. The doomsday clock, because someday there's going to be a doomsday.
January
I think
27th.
I think the doomsday is like, it's their doom. The doomsday is their doomsday. It's not ours. For us, it will be liberation. For them, it's doom.
Guess what day it is? January 27th.
Sweet, 2-7. So, okay, here's one. What is actually fear? People say the word, but what is really fear to them?
Fear?
Yeah. Like if you're aware of something, go ahead.
Yeah. It's an energy feeling, right? It's a conscious feeling that's being manipulated, controlled by the television and its programming that we're seeing today.
So if you're aware, guys, in this case, Scott, if you're aware, can you actually be fearful? You probably could, but can
not really, because you're already prepared.
Okay, so fear. Then let me change the word. Unaware.
Then you become afraid, scared.
No, but what would you be fearful of?
No.
I'm playing with words. Go ahead, Richie.
Not unaware, unknown. Right? Unaware. If you're unaware, you're unaware. And you don't know. So
you have no idea.
You can't
Yeah,
be afraid
you're
of
clueless.
something you're unaware of because you've got no clue of it. But if you're told something about something that could, then that fear can be created around the unknown. So, yeah, unknown and unaware, different.
Can be. It can be. Like I said, I'm playing with words. So at that point, if a person's not aware of something, can you make them fearful? They would have to be ignorant then at that point. Because if you're aware of what it can and cannot do, then my question is, are you fearful? I'm too busy moving myself from them. Like again, we use a lot of words in vain. I know there's definition to them, but there's also energy. So what is when somebody's trying to say to themselves, I'm fearful. What are you fearful of? I'm fearful of the economy collapsing. Do you understand how the economy works? Well, not really.
Yeah, that
What are
means
you
you're
fearful?
fearful. They're fearful of being poor, of not affording the things that they want and need.
Have they been poor before?
That's another. Like they're afraid.
Because if they've been poor before, and are they fearful of it, or are they just lacking the action to prevent themselves from going back into that status? Again, for me, fear. I'm talking about me now. The word fear to me just means unaware. Whether or not I'm bashing the English language, but then again, we're using a meaningful language that you can use.
There's many different forms of fear. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Many different forms of the feeling of fear. Right, the fear of being broke, the fear of survival, the fear of of your own feelings.
Like if I'm aware, Scott, if I'm aware of the economy, and I know this is how it's destined to be, why would I be fearful then? I'm trying to fit a square into a circle at that point.
That's survival then.
Well, maybe it could be thriving. The person says, you know something, I'm going to take advantage of the situation. As other people are running away, I'm running to it. I'm not saying I'm going to do that because really, to me, if we're just as weak, we're just as strong as the weakest link. So really, the concept let's not leave anybody behind. But most people would leave each other behind.
They would.
Sure, they would.
We've seen that in school. The way we grew up, we already knew it.
Oh, you can even see it in the panel. How many people are trying to tear down each other opposed to actually trying to help build them up?
That's yeah. Can you do though? Literally we're facing a whole swan dive right now.
Poor swans.
Cost of living is effed everybody up.
Is it, or is this showing that how we've become obese in the way we
Needing.
live?
Yeah, we need to fucking pay our bills. We need to fucking have our internet running. We need to have water. We need energy. We need, this is what we got put in front of us, and we took it. It is our problem because we need it. At the end of the day, you still survive though. You still survive if you resist and not go out with it and go and just take it. You still survive though.
Okay, so how do you communicate with somebody that's thriving then if a person's just trying to survive? Vice versa. How do you talk to somebody that's, let's say, generational wealth to somebody else that's just trying to get by in one generation?
That's what I mean. It's a human connection. It's a part of our life of connecting to one another, saying hello, how are you? Are you doing all right? If you're not doing all right, that's a part of the connection.
Well,
we don't got that. Yeah, if you don't have that part of life and that connection, then we're literally sinking ourselves. We are right now.
So if somebody's get pulled over by the police and don't agree with the system and actually trying to put up a front with them, what are they really saying about that human being?
They're frustrated. They're trying to.
But are they trying to say that they're selfish and they really don't give a shit about anybody else? Because obviously they're driving a car that they didn't create. They're driving on a road. Like I get when people play their game, I'm going to play.
Yeah, but it's the cause of frustration of the system that we were all brought up to.
But do most people understand how the system really works?
It's designed to be against us, to frustrate us, to make us feel like we're unwanted.
Okay.
That's what we got to get around. A lot of people are not powerful enough or not mindfully to get around that. They're weak-minded. So they become enslaved to that structure of that system that's been put in front of us.
It could be.
So it's going to be hard for some of these people to get around that. That's why a lot of them turn to drugs, alcoholism, to porn, to the programming of watching celebrity shows constantly. That's taking you away from your inner being. So it will put you in the corner.
It could. I'm going to go with it could. Other people can thrive in those situations. But again, when you're doing that, what is one really saying about their fellow being? That's an individual choice and how they want to reflect on it. And if they're able to be honest with themselves, then we'll hear them out. And if they're true to themselves, meaning I'm a piece of shit, I'm a crook, I like to steal from other people, okay. Thank you for telling me the heads up. I don't want to be around you. I'm not here to change people. But a lot of people do come across that they're here to change people. Why? Why would a person that's honest want to change somebody that's crooked? Would an honest person want to be changed from somebody crooked? No. So then why do we say things? What's that said again, Scott?
So they're already doing good. So why would they want to backstep that flow and that track?
That's very subjective when we use the word good. Because it's each interpretation what they want to do. Go ahead.
How many people, let's say they change somebody, or they think they've changed somebody that was bad into someone that's good, and then something bad happens, and the first person everybody thinks of is the person that did do something bad in the past, but they've changed. Like maybe they haven't changed, like rehabilitating criminals and shit. Once a thief, always a thief.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of
saying, yeah, I gone through that myself. I used to be a thief myself, but I've changed my ways in the last 20 years. But I was born as young. I was taught different. I didn't know the rights.
But were you a thief, or were you doing things
when I was young? Yeah, I was fucking. Yeah, I did some dumb shit. Man. I robbed a couple houses. I did that bad stuff. But now, when I look at it 20 years later, I did not repeat it. You know what I mean? I went through my punishment. I did what I experienced my struggles. And then I learned from that. I was like, wait a sec, I don't want to be that type of person because look what's happening now. It's not good. I'm not having a good time. I'm going through a harder time. Why not just leave this alone and just start a whole different way of life? And that's where I am today.
They say a leopard can never change its spots, and I say, well, we're not fucking leopards, are we?
So true. And if we were, respect the fact that I'm a leopard. What's your issue? So again, for some people, whether they know it or not, in that moment, that might have been a necessity for them. Because again, do we really know the whole picture? Do we really know what governments or the elites really have to do, let alone the poors? Again, we are so quick to judge each other, but yet are we judging ourselves? As I heard you say that you thought it was bad. Could have been a necessity at that point for you.
I was going to say circumstances, right? It's about circumstances. I was in circumstances that it put me in a position where I made a choice to do something that went against the local laws. I wasn't supposed to be taking this stuff from Morocco, the mountains in Morocco, back to Portugal, but the circumstances I was in, that seemed like the only option at the time to be able to get out of the shithole that I'd got into. But that's not who I am. Right? That's not what I do. I've broken the law in the past, but then it's not law, it's legal, it's legalities. I've broken legalities. I haven't fucking hurt anyone or killed anyone, so as far as I'm concerned, I haven't broken the law.
Did your tribal leaders make those laws or those policies in the case? Probably not. So at that point, we have to question things such as are their kids being taught by their parents? These are the people that are making the policies, and we're teaching for structurally bound people, so they understand these are the boundaries. But for most of us, we're not. So what they'll do is they'll become aimlessly rebellious, and then they'll shit on the system and ignore the fact that other people have to live in that same system. It's kind of arrogant at that point. You'll know how they talk. I got to go to court and fight the system. Really, you do now, eh? So you're actually favoring the elites that make that system to favor them. And now you want to benefit from it too, which is okay. But why the fuck are you talking publicly about this shit?
They're all making money.
Well, they're not making it. Fuck, I wish I could make money. I'll send you guys a link call tomorrow. They're earning it. Again, if we're going to play with language, we should at least understand what we're talking about.
This is a perfect example of using language and trying to show people you know what you're talking about, but they can obviously see that you're using nuances to lie. This is a doctor that refuses to answer the question, a very simple question that every doctor should be able to answer. Can a man
What's
get
that? What is a
pregnant?
woman? Oh, okay,
Right.
that's even better. Yeah, can a man get pregnant?
So
Doctor,
we have a
who
doctor
cannot
sitting
answer
here.
a basic biology question. Well, this is it.
Yeah, I've seen this. Oh, Josh Hawley, I like this guy, but he's like, what's his name? He's like Trey Gowdy, right? Trey Gowdy was brilliant, and he came across brilliant. But at the end of the day, what did he actually manage to do? He didn't do anything. All he did was shout
Right.
at people in Congress across the fucking table and
Yeah,
say
and
what we all already know. right?
Exactly. If
just,
people
just confirm what we already know.
Yeah, if people would actually listen to him, the only thing they would hear is things that they already know. So
Yeah.
but he comes up with some great questions that many people just refuse to answer. And that's the common knowledge we already have. This is what we went through with COVID. So many people knew that it was fake, and they could tell you it was fake, but the rest of the population ain't going to believe it, even though they know it.
Yeah.
Why don't we just start there? Dr. Verma, I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can...
Well, it's a really simple question, love. Can men get pregnant?
Men get pregnant.
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure what the goal of the question.
The goal is just to
Again, the reason you pause there is because you're dumb as fuck. You can't just answer that
establish the
question.
biological
Just the wording
reality.
right there
You just said a
gave it
moment
away.
ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
Can men get
I take care
pregnant?
of many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
again, as I'm saying,
Let me just remind you.
Careful, there's all these eggshells. I'm walking on all these eggshells.
Yeah,
Just
for a
like
yes or
moment.
no answer.
Science and evidence should control,
Yep.
not politics.
Yes or no?
So
Maybe
can
you
men
should
get
say
pregnant?
I
You're a
totally
doctor, I
agree.
think.
Science
want
and
an
evidence
answer,
should
yes or
guide
no.
medicine.
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool. And
No, yes, no questions are about the truth, doctor.
dear.
Let's
Now
not make
she's
a
gonna
mockery
try
of
to
this
flip
proceeding.
it and say
this
this
is
is a
about
political
science and
tool.
evidence. So I'm asking you. You know, the United States Supreme Court
You're trying to turn this into a political thing.
No.
just
No,
heard
that's what you're
arguments
doing.
yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert, and you've been telling us that you follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I think you're trying to reduce the complexity.
See, what he should have done is been more specific and said, can biological men get pregnant?
She sounds like
Because
an AI.
that's the
bot.
word that's...
Of a lot.
I'm trying to get, it's not complex. I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional and as a scientist. Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating
This is
male
extraordinary.
female with
No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's biological men and there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
what you were talking about is biological.
You're not gonna answer my
you're saying
question, it sounds like.
Biological males.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place of
How to skirt around and not fucking... She should be a politician.
Exactly.
But Richie,
Exactly.
She's not a doctor. She should be a politician.
Yeah, she's
Look at her face.
Right.
Look at her right now. She doesn't even look human.
yeah, she's a doctor, and they called her in.
She
As
doesn't
a,
look human, bro. Look what the fuck.
she's a doctor, and they called her in for expert witness for a political viewpoint. And now,
Okay,
instead
guys.
of acting as the doctor and answering yes or no, she's going with the political viewpoint, trying to avoid the answer, and then flipping it and say, I feel this is a political question. No, it's a scientific question. That's why you were called in as an expert on the science.
Okay, it's a close-end question. Talking to an educated person, he's being a troll at this point. He's paid.
Yeah.
So now at this point, when you ask
He
somebody,
is the new Trey Gowdy.
he's a troll.
He is the new
he's,
Trey
he's a
Gowdy.
clever little boy. I don't give a shit how people think he is. He's a clever little boy. You're in a courtroom where you're trying to break down details, asking simple fucking questions like that he's asking, and then trying to dictate by saying yes or no. I would turn around and say, answer your own fucking questions. Now at that point, she's a professional. He's deviating from his response. It's a given what men can and cannot do. But if he thinks otherwise, answer his own fucking question. At that point, I'm talking to a child. She has all
And
the right
that-
in the
No,
world.
well,
Again,
And,
guys,
that's the point of the whole thing. We are all adults, and I've been mentioning this for a number of years. We become adults when we turn 18 and walk outside that mom and dad's home. That's when we should be prepared to handle all this stuff ourselves. Instead, we go to a voting system, hand it over to other people to have them stand there and do this when we already know.
Well, you
It's
do
just
know,
that we
but-
refuse. We refuse to accept it, or we refuse to accept the responsibility on our own shoulders.
Yes, but to answer a close-end question about something like, okay, have there's been any cases of men getting pregnant? Well, not really. I said, so you're not into details. At that point, that guy's fucking scripted to no end. That guy's wasted fucking energy. At best, Keith, he's wasted energy. And to think that for some reason on her part, was she trying to duck the question? No, it's a dumb fucking ass question he asked over and over again.
Why? I'm interested as to why you're so triggered.
Because this is what clever people do. People do this clever stuff, and at this point,
this is for the masses. All right, this isn't for me and you. This is for
what affects us.
People who are still walking around in a slumber, right? Who think that actually this is going to prove anything or achieve anything. It's it's just a bit of confirmational bias for people that are still looking to people like this for as some sort of authority or as if they're going to be effective in some way.
Right. And what we have here again is a political venue that's pulling in medical and scientific experts for their political venue. That's crossing lines we shouldn't. That's the thing with the Social Security and general welfare. We cross that line ourselves privately and enter into that public arena of healthcare and health insurance when we should be going to our nature for that holistically and observing what we are already given naturally, our own natural immunities and stuff like that, rather than all this medical hype in a political venue.
Okay, so at that point, Keith, I would have to ask: is she a doctor, a physician, or a chemist? Because if he's asking that type of question, it's not usually towards a doctor, which is a physician. I mean,
right. Just because she's got doctor in front of her name doesn't actually mean very much. It means she's done a doctorate in something.
Yeah,
she might have done a doctorate in fucking
doctor means
philosophy.
Yes.
Doctor means teaching.
Thank you, Richie. Exactly, Keith. No different. Physician means healer, and a chemist. You ask most doctors, if you do ask some of them, how much hours did you learn about chemistry? Not much at all. So that point would be, what type of person is she? Is she even the type of person that would be able to have that true answer? Her just saying yes or no, what's the details behind it? Because why he obviously didn't give details. He was asking a simple, point-blank, close-end question. That's a clever question he's asking.
Yep, and that's why they do it in these political venues. And again, remember, they're doing it not of other politicians, but they're bringing in these expert witnesses and asking them. Again, it is a political venue. She is right to say that it's a political question, but at the same time, the simple question that he posed, if she's going to come in under that subpoena and testify before these people, she's supposed to go in there with the integrity and support of her field and not get involved in the politics. So she should have, on the effect, actually done exactly what he asked for, was just give him a simple yes or no. In that, it would have been done and over with. But instead, it's a theater. So they're both playing the sides of the show, period.
The circus.
I just saw this. I just went into the chat on my phone, and there was a message being held there. This area's real middle class, and the funniest part of the con was them carrying out their homes one day in NHS work clothes to be clapped at and celebrated by the gormless pot-banging neighbours. Do you know the funniest thing about that? And it spun me out at the time, was that at the same time as everybody was doing that in the UK, we were doing it here in Tenerife. And I lived in this remote fishing village, right, where there was only one road in, and it was fucking in the middle of nowhere. And at 7 o'clock in the evening or whatever it was, they drove around with a couple of, with like a paramedic van and an ambulance, drove around, and everybody came out and started clapping them. At the same time, because London, we're on GMT time here, so it's the same time here as it is in the UK. So at exactly the same time as they were in the UK, they were doing it here in Tenerife as well. And obviously they were doing it fucking worldwide, weren't they? Everybody was doing it. Everybody was coming out at 7 o'clock in the evening, whatever it was, and clapping and banging their fucking saucepans. And
so back to this, Richie. is one of those terms where you say, damned if I do, damned if I don't. She answers that question anyway. Yes or no, she's going to be scrutinized. And then for him, he's like, ha, ha, ha. No, you asked the question, answer it yourself. Do you think men can get pregnant? And at that point, because he's being clever, no matter how he answers it, he's going to be scrutinized. It'll go sideways at that point. That's why it's like, a person that's a true judge and he's actually there to be fair. You would say that question shouldn't even have been asked. But since you ask it, answer your own question. Do you think men can get pregnant? He was trying to defame her.
I mean, he would obviously, if she were quick enough to do that and turn it back on him, he'd say, "Well, obviously, I know, or I don't think that men can."
Okay.
Right,
Good
but
enough.
she wasn't quick enough to knock that one back.
Unless it's staged that way.
She was too worried. She's too worried about her social status, right? She's too worried about her credit score, basically. She's too worried about her social credit score, and that in those circles, woke is still a big thing.
Again, we're assuming, Richie, because she might actually be aware. That would be a path that I don't want to go down. Again, if he had answered the question, then she can return. I said, okay, so you've answered your own question, right? Yes, so then why do I need to respond to that? Let's move on to the next question. See, because the thing is, this is what lawyers and guys do. They try to get you to, to inflict on yourself? This is why people hide behind the Fifth Amendment at that point, because they know a good lawyer can make you feel like a piece of crap, and then they'll use the public to basically turn on you.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's damned either way if she answers that question. The fact that she didn't answer it, well done for her. Regardless of how other people want to assume her no answer is what, an answer? No, it's no answer.
This is all part of that's why I say she should be in politics, because that's part of being a good politician is actually not ever actually answering a question.
What do you think a criminal does?
Right.
A criminal turns around and says, listen, what's the advantage of me telling you exactly what happened? Am I going to get some sort of release or something? Why do you think I'm doing it for the benefit of being a good citizen? No, I want something in exchange. So it's not just designated to politics, because it's human behavior. And it doesn't matter if you're a politician, a lawyer, a doctor. When there's plane accidents, they're doing damage control first before they start addressing to the people that actually lost loved ones. How can we control this? That's human behavior. That should be 101 for the people that choose to be aware. The rest of them, fuck it, leave them alone. They're playing some other theater that they're not aware of.
Right, but the trouble is, so many people waking up or running around thinking that it is their job to wake everybody else up as well.
They're awake.
It's part of our, but I think it's part of the natural cycle of waking up to the fact that everything is not as we thought it was, and this isn't Kansas anymore. Part of the natural cycle is to try and tell everybody else, can you see this? Look, we're all been misled. We've all been
Richard,
deceived.
That's the back end of being culted up. Eventually, we become awake. Then we start sharing with other people, thinking that, oh, wait a second here, I got to tell the world. And then you realize the one that's supposed to learn is the one that woke up. You're that student at that point. Let everything else drop by the side. I don't mind sharing with other people that are somewhat awake. But outside of that, this is for my benefit. Other people could turn around and say, you want a savior? Go join Christianity. There you go. There's your savior. Next question is, from what? What are you saving yourself from? Economic debt? Saving yourself from your body aging? What are you saving yourself from? Now, they might get upset with me. I said, tell me when you're done. Why? Because you've shown me you're not upset with yourself. I get the cult-like behavior. I just figured out this is how the system works. I just found out how fiat currency work with arbitrage or whatever. That's nice. Share it out loud, because you never heard it from anybody else, so you become your own voice. When I talk, I'm talking for my benefit. Go ahead, sir, Rich.
There's, like I said before, I think there's a fine line between cultish and tribal. Right? I think cultish plays on the natural tribal instinct, we naturally form tribes, but cultish behaviour is a manipulation of that.
No, I'm with you. It'd be different if we were telling each
People,
other.
you know,
"Hey,
people,
what tribe are
people
you
that
from?"
encourage that cult-like behaviour.
We say words like culture. What culture are you from? There you go. Opposed to what tribe are you from? Oh, I'm representing this flag. That's a culture thing. Why? Because that's not my family. America's not my family. Canada's not my family. Those are cult behaviors. It's not a bad thing. It just helps people understand where they stand. I'm always enjoyable when I hear people when they're honest with themselves. So at least you know where you stand. Well, yes. Don't expect to understand me. That's not my, you'll get a sense from me. Don, what do you like? I like comforts. That's why I live in civilization. Do you agree with everything? That's a given in our world. Probably not. It's usually the ones that have to share it out loud and want more people to cult up with them. We're against the police. Okay, which one? We're against the military. Which one? Even that. I don't care if it's religion, state, whatever. It's human behavior at that point. Let's put aside the fact that there might be another species involved. But right now, it's about humans.
I don't think there is another species involved.
But let's say there is. But I'm putting it aside.
There's another mentality involved.
Could be. It could be, Richie. I would favor completely if it was just humans, but we do call ourselves human beings. And that's not by accident. And of course, in the court system,
the cat meowing, and we've just got you've got the picture of the cat up there. How many cats have you got,
I don't know.
I got 3 cats.
Well done, Scott.
I had 5 when I was married. I love cats. I do love cats, man.
He's Siamese.
I love dogs as well.
I like dogs. My skid's allergic to the skin shedding of the dogs. His skin gets flared up, so I couldn't keep the dog. But the cats were fine, but I don't know why. The skin shedding of the dog gave my son that severe eczema, like bad rashes, where you got really itchy and wasn't good at all.
When I lived at home with my parents, and we had a dog and 3 cats, and 2 of the cats were Persians. Actually, we had 4 cats at one point. 2 Persians, a tabby, and a black cat. And when I lived at home with all those animals, there was a golden retriever who shed his fur all the time. Every summer shed his fur, every spring, summer. I got really bad hay fever, and every year I'd get really bad hay fever, and I seemed to be allergic to every type of pollen. So I'd be right from the start of spring all the way through till autumn. I'd have hay fever, and then when I left home and I didn't have all the animals around, all my hay fever symptoms all seemed to subside and go away. And now it's only like if I get some particularly good weed, I might have a sneezing fit from some particularly good weed. But I'm not allergic to any animals or anything anymore. Or I was never allergic to animals, but I did notice, when all my senses got whatever it is that gets got overloaded, then I'd have allergic reactions. So maybe did you have 3 cats when you had the dog?
Yep. It's gone away for him. The older he's getting it, the more it's going away. He has eczema, severe case of eczema, but it's not as bad as it used to be when he was younger. It's gone away.
And Alva Billy, as far as that's concerned, I think leaders only get to become leaders if they are PDF inclined. Otherwise, they don't get to be leaders, because then they, How can they get compromised? Leaders aren't the controllers. The leaders are just the puppets, the placeholders.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's been 6 hours and 40 minutes, and I'm fading. I need to get something to eat. I haven't eaten yet today. I would have normally eaten by now, and I think that's why my brain feels fuzzy, because I got into the habit of eating every day. Again, since I've been working, I've been enjoying food at least once a day every day, and my body's got addicted to it again.
Gotta eat
So,
to survive.
All right. Well, I'm out then. And
I don't think you do. I don't think you have to eat to survive. But food is important.
And so Dom made a comment in the back that a lot of people don't question. They don't ask questions. And so on my way out, I want to make a very important statement that I believe that's true. A lot of people just do this, run their mouth without having any questions. And they just, when they do that, they're sourcing other material. It's not their real own opinion. And they're just regurgitating what's been regurgitated over and over and over again. So again, do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research so you know. So before you can start speaking and expressing that First Amendment, you have to first do your observances and then ask yourself some very serious questions about what you're observing so that then you can open your mouth. Be blessed, everybody.
See you later, Keith.
Later,
Yeah,
Kevin.
has freedom of speech ever really actually truly existed? I think hasn't that always been something that pisses someone off somewhere so much that somebody's going to get done for it, right? And it doesn't matter. Freedom of speech, yeah, absolutely, man. Freedom of speech, unless of course you're talking about the rail of is. You want to talk about the rail of is and people with small hats, then no more freedom of speech. No more freedom of speech there, man.
I think a lot of people have freedom of response.
I'm out, y'all.
I'm going to leave too.
Much fun.
Later, Scott.
Y'all take care.
Take care, man. Be blessed.
I think what happens, Richie, and I'm going to let you go too because obviously you're hungry. There's freedom of reaction or responding, I guess. Reacting probably better. The media, one of the purposes of the media is to stir things up for most people that are either ignorant or indifferent to things. They spend a lot of energy to disturb the nest and then play the many sides, not just two sides. You know, that's why I say, how many people are truly questioning these things? Is it very like an organic, or is it kind of somebody is implanted something? We hate these type of people, really. Who's saying that? Then you find out, well, it's only the few that are saying it. And what's their agenda? You know, if a person truly cares about the human race, they would see all its parts. People sing, breakdance, there's wars, there's crimes, there's all those things. And my question would be to them, who would be able to defend the human race for those things that are harmful to each other without knowing all the parts? Again, a lot of the stuff the media does, you got to believe it. You know, there's crimes being committed on humanity. Yes, I get it. You know, it's no different when somebody says, oh, yeah, well, the food should be at a different price. So, okay, so are we expecting other people to work for free? Not really. So then how does it work? Especially when most food go to waste based on logistics. It takes a lot of effort to bring stuff into a major city when most people choose not to actually be the growers in their own cities, let alone their towns or villages. That's why I'm very...
You've gone all muffled.
Okay, sorry about that, Rich.
Anyway, if you're moving away from the microphone, you've gone all muffled.
Probably my thing went down. But anyway, Richie, I'm going to let you go because I've yip, and I apologize for my over-passion recently on that last part. And have a beautiful day, Rich.
You too, man. Have a great day. And to everybody else as well in the chat room, Curious George, El Pro, thanks for coming up, Keith. Dana, thank you for the message earlier. Alva Billy. And anyone who's not OSP. And anybody else that's still in the room. He-Man, She-Ra, everybody else that's been here. Thank you very much for being here. I'll see you again tomorrow. Hopefully I will be working tomorrow. When I'm working, it means the stream has to stop earlier. And we won't be able to go for 6 hours and 43 minutes. But normally I start earlier as well. But I didn't start till later today because I was kept up all night by the dog in heat next door, howling and barking and yapping. Anyway, peace out. Much love, guys. See you all on tomorrow.
See, I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh. Be very serious about it. But give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool and calculated. But this is ridiculous. There's something wrong when you're screaming and yelling at somebody. It's that Piers Morgan school where they want you to go and scream at each other. I don't understand that. It's interesting.
Right, the shop is closed. Everybody get out. Time to go home. Come on.
It's only 3:15.
Yes, but it's my shop. Come on, go home. Bye-bye. Thank you.
That's hardly fair.
It's not fair at all. Get out. Bye-bye.
I expect better service.
We'll expect away. Get out. Bye-bye. Come on, all you time-wasting bastards. Back on the streets. Come on. Bye-bye-bye. Goodbye. Thank you. Bye-bye-bye. Back to life. Back to reality. Thank you.
Shut it down!